Penambahan sumber mata air. Jadi masyarakat di sini tuh sumber mata airnya alhamdulillah semakin bertambah.
Kan utang ada kata-kata begini, leweng ruksak, kai beak, manusia balangsak. Jadi harus dilestarikan, tidak boleh diganggu.
Negara memberikan perlindungan dan pengakuan hutan adat Kute, Ciamis, Jawa Barat. Dengan pengakuan ini menunjukkan bahwa negara hadir, negara memberikan tempat yang tinggi terhadap kearifan lokal dalam kerangka Bhinneka Tunggal Ika dan mewujudkan bahwa hutan adat merupakan wujud rakyat yang berdaulat, bangsa yang bermartabat.
Kami warga Tenganan, khususnya warga Desa Adat Tenganan Pegerisingan, sangat-sangat melindungi alam, terutama hutannya, di mana dari total luas keseluruhan Tenganan yang luasnya 917,2 hektar, yang tercatat kehutanan kami memiliki hampir 599 hektar hutan, di mana hutan ini masih dijaga secara aturan adat.
Kami di sini sangat menjunjung aturan adat yang namanya awig-awig, bahwa kami di sini dilarang menebang pohon secara liar. Penebangan setiap pohon itu harus ada izin dari desa adat. Dalam ritual upacara, kami sangat memerlukan isi alam tersebut. Jadi kami bisa mencari bahan dari alam tersebut dan dipersembahkan kembali terhadap Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Jadi kami punya hari khusus untuk melakukan ritual upacara terhadap lingkungan itu sendiri, terutama hutan adat. Pandan yang sebagai simbol kami di sini, bahwa kami ada hubungannya untuk persembahan terhadap Dewa Ide Sangyang Widiwasa yang manifestasinya sebagai Dewa Indra. Ayunan tersebut dipergunakan sebagai simbolis kehidupan, ya terkadang manusia itu ada di atas, ya terkadang ada pula di bawah. Kami sangat berharap bahwa anak-anak dan cucu-cucu kami ke depan untuk tetap menjaga kelestarian alam, justru itu dengan ritual yang namanya pedewasan meningkat remaja. Di sana diberikan pembinaan terkait dengan hutan, terkait dengan upakara yang ada hubungannya dengan alam, justru itu sejak dini.
Sekarang setelah hutan kami diberikan izin oleh Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan, kami generasi muda untuk melanjutkan bagaimana konservasi hutan itu. Tentunya nanti tidak akan hanya diberikan izin begitu saja, nanti tentunya akan diberikan pendampingan seperti bagaimana cara mengolah hasil alam, jadi itu akan lebih berguna.
Itu kapas yang termuat di dalamnya ini itu dibentuk oleh pewarnaan zat alam, pohon taum, akar dari kulit mengkudu. Pemanfaatan hasil hutan yang ada di desa adat kami, terutama dengan hasil hutan berupa kayu, bahwa kami mempunyai kayu yang sangat luar biasa, yang namanya kayu secang, bahwa ini adalah merupakan obat yang bisa difungsikan untuk tetes mata dan juga bisa dikonsumsi untuk menetralisir tensi. Terkait dengan permohonan penetapan hutan adat di Desa Tenganan Pegeringsingan kepada Kementerian KLHK, jadi itu merupakan tonggak perjuangan untuk mendapatkan perlindungan hukum secara sah. Dalam hal ini saya sangat berterima kasih.
Six, 2021, this is our day 3. I hope everyone's still in a great spirit for this important event. And today, I'm Lia Zakia, the MC for today, and I'm really honored and happy to be here as your host because this is such an interesting and very important moment. This session will be about introducing Indonesia net sink, forest and other land use by 2030, and this is indeed an ambitious initiative for the world. This event is initiated by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, and then already with us today here, we have our Vice Minister for the Environment and Forestry, Mr. Alu Dohong. Selamat pagi, Pak Alu. And then we also have His Excellency Lord Zach Goldsmith, Minister for the Pacific and the Environment at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Good morning, sir. Thank you very much. We are still waiting for one more keynote speaker, which is Ms. Anggia Ermarini, Vice Chairman of the Commission 4 of the House of Representatives from Indonesia, to be able to joining. And then we will have resource persons from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry later that can also state further in more detail about the operational plan and methodology to achieve Indonesia's forest and other land use net sink 2030, including challenges and opportunities. So that's the goal of our event today. And without further ado, I would like to tell you as well, even though we have limited seats here, but we do have online audiences there. I've heard that participants in Indonesia, thousands are joining. Hello everyone, selamat pagi, selamat sore ya sudah. Selamat sore, good afternoon everyone in Indonesia and somewhere else in the world. Thank you very much for joining. We are here now with all the speakers, so hopefully you can also get the benefits of it. If you have some questions, please write down in the comment, the question and answer section. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Alu Dohong, Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry. All right, okay. Well, if it's okay with you, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to His Excellency Lord Zach Goldsmith. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. If it's okay with me, you can't argue with Pak Alu. I do what I'm told. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful to see you, Pak Alu. It's been we've got to know each other extremely well on Zoom. But it was wonderful to be able to embrace you like a brother just a few moments ago. And I'm really grateful to you for having me here today. And a welcome to all the other room in Jakarta. Can't see who's there, but it looks pretty busy. So thank you all very much indeed for having me. So I'm just going to say a few words, if that's okay. Many of you are from Indonesia, so you understand the extraordinary riches that country boasts. One of the great biodiversity hotspots in the world, extraordinary forest, extraordinary peatlands, 17,000 islands, each one of them surrounded by unbelievably important marine ecosystems, many of them protected by mangroves. I had the pleasure of talking yesterday to President Jokowi before he took to the stage, where he spoke very powerfully. And I could see when we talked about the mangrove restoration programs in Indonesia, his eyes lit up. And this is something clearly that he feels very, very passionately about. Well, Indonesia is a nature superpower. It's perhaps the most important country on earth in the context of this huge challenge we're all gathered here in Glasgow to discuss. And it's wonderful to be here in this beautiful pavilion. It's not quite the same as Kalimantan or some of the key beautiful areas of Indonesia, but it is beautifully organized, and I'm very grateful to be here. We have had a 20-year partnership, the UK and Indonesia, and a partnership which has been focused not just on protection or even restoration, but on livelihoods. Deep within that partnership is a recognition of the inextricable link between nature and livelihoods, nature and people. And I think that's why the partnership has been such a success. And I hope you don't mind me saying so, but Indonesia's success in relation to protecting its forests is something that I don't think the world is fully apprised of. I think we obviously hear the newspapers will always focus on bad news, and that's not surprising, and that's not a criticism either. But there is a huge amount that Indonesia has done, which I think has probably not gone sufficiently recognized. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Indonesia for Indonesia's leadership for the sustained reduction that we've seen over the last few decades in terms of deforestation. Indonesia was the first country in the world, I think there were still only two, but it was certainly the first country in the world to export legally harvested timber under the FLEGT program, and again set a model for the world. And that FLEGT partnership is something which should become the basis of agreements all over the world in relation to sustainable use of natural resources. It's a model of how things can work. And of course, it doesn't end there. That we know from the President his commitment that Indonesia's forests will become a net sink by 2030. And of course, the President signed up yesterday to the Glasgow Declaration to end all deforestation by 2030. It's a global commitment. We now have 118 countries, I think. 2 more have joined us today, I'm very pleased to say, but they haven't been announced yet, so I better not do that. But it continues to grow, and as does our partnership. And Pak Alu and I, one of the reasons we spent so much time together, I hope your wife doesn't mind, we spent too much time together talking about the FACT dialogue, which is the Forest Agriculture Commodity Trade Dialogue, which is absolutely central. Now, it may not be the most glamorous part of COP, but it is a massively important part. We know that commodity production is responsible for a very large proportion of deforestation, and what the FACT dialogue has done, and we chair this together, we brought 25 countries together, producer countries, consumer countries, all committed to finding a way, to agreeing a roadmap to breaking that link between commodity production and deforestation. And 28 countries, in fact, signed that roadmap yesterday. And for that, I'm so grateful to Pak Alu and his team for having delivered what I think is a hugely important moment. So the UK knows well, of course, that we have an important role to play here. We signed all the agreements, we pulled the world together. Our FACT dialogue, I think, has been a great success. But we know that we need to go much further than that. And building on that 20-year partnership, which has been so productive and so healthy and so positive, I'm absolutely delighted to be able to announce our commitment to continuing that UK-Indonesia partnership with up to £350 million of new climate finance over the next 10 years. And this decade-long partnership, which has also formed a part of the discussions that we've been having, will focus on unlocking investment that we're going to need to help protect and restore Indonesia's extraordinary, unique, incredibly biodiverse forests, peatlands and mangroves. And it will be led, this program, by Indonesia's ambition. It'll be guided by that ambition for forests, for the land use sector, to become a net sink by 2030. It'll play a hugely important part in the battle to stay within 1.5 degrees and to boost the chances of our species for the next generations. So I understand that in Indonesia, as in other parts of the world, the saying is that Indonesia's forests are the lungs of the world, and the ambition that is at the heart of Indonesian policy, backed up by commitments, backed up by actions, and now backed up even more so through a strengthened partnership between the UK and Indonesia. We will make real that saying, and we will do everything we can to help you protect and restore this extraordinary legacy, asset, whatever we're going to call it, that Indonesia has. Pak Alu, thank you so much for your friendship and this wonderful partnership that we've had.
Thank you very much, and I think Pak Alu will have a few words in responding to Lord Goldsmith's speech. Pak Alu, please give a warm welcome to Pak Alu Dohong.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you, His Excellency Minister Goldsmith, and all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say before you go, just very short comments or statement. First of all, I need to stress here that volume net sinks by 2030 that just announced by our presidents yesterday, yeah? I need to mention that volume net sink by 2030 is not equal zero deforestation or end deforestation. Of course, later on, during this workshop, Director General Rwanda are going to explain. So one instrument that we want to achieve this volume net sink by 2030 is to control deforestation as lower as possible. That's the one important thing that I need to say here. Second, I do appreciate support by the UK government that just announced by Minister Goldsmith to help us 350 million pounds sterling for the 10-year periods of collaboration. So I think this partly to help us to achieve this pollinating by 2030. Of course, we have a huge investment to achieve that. And I think more than 300 what? I think more than 50 billion US dollar, right? So it's very big or huge investment, Minister. So this partly to help us to achieve that. So we, of course, try to do it our best domestically through mobilize state budget, to mobilize private sectors and others, social investment and so on to achieve that. But we have to realize that by achieving this pollinating by 2030, it's not solely for the sake of Indonesian, for the sake of improved environmental quality and reduce emission for Indonesian itself, but we do it for the global communities, right? So of course we welcome any others international assistance to achieve that. So that I think my short comments upon the announcement from Minister Goldsmith. And again, thank you very much for your kind collaboration, and we have a very close collaboration. We have several of Zoom meeting, and now eventually we made face-to-face together. I think this kind of very good friendship, and I hope this friendship can last longer. All right, I think that's all from me. Just thank you very much again for your attending here, and I really appreciate that. Thank you and very good morning.
Thank you very much, Pak Alu. And one more important thing is photo. So yeah, if Pak Agus and Pak Rwanda can also join in as well. Oh, so we'll try to get handy so maybe you can have conversation.
Just have a conversation.
Yeah, later on we're gonna doing conversation. Yeah. Saya ke sini. Sutradara ya. Now we as if we are talking together.
So I'll say something. You roar about it. That's what you're meant to point. Oh, point at something.
All right. Yeah. Right. Now you join two DJs. Hey, you have any Rana cepat. All right. So which segment? Oh, okay. Sama. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Minister Goldsmith, for your attendance. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the next, we're going to listen to the keynote speech by Dr. Alu Dohong, our beloved Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry. Pak Alu Dohong.
He's still there, so I can still say to him that Excellency Minister Pacific and the environments of the Friend Commonwealth Development Office, His Excellency Lord Goldsmith is still out there. Honorables, Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of the House of Representatives, Ibu Anggia Ernarini, Honorable Director General of Forest Planning and Environments, Dr. Ruanda Agung Sugariman, Honorable IPB University lecturer, Professor Rizaldi Bur. I think he joined us live from Jakarta right now. Honorable Directors General of Sustainable Forest Management, Dr. Agus Justianto, and also Directors for Forest Resource Inventory and Monitoring, Dr. Belinda Margono. I think she is also joining us lively. My fellow delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, and I'm pleased to be here with you all in Indonesian pavilions at COP26 UNFCCC in this beautiful city of Glasgow in order to introduce Indonesia's volume net sink by 2030, an ambitious initiative that for Indonesia in particular and global, for the world in specifically. At the COP26 in Paris in 2015, Indonesia, through His Excellency President Joko Widodo, agreed to the Paris Agreement, which is aimed to stabilize and to control global temperature rise at the pre-industrial era well below 2 degrees Celsius, and also effort to limit the temperature or global temperature rise no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As the follow-up of the Paris Agreement, Minister of Environment and Forestry signed this agreement in New York in 2016, and followed by the ratification of Paris Agreement through our law number 16 year 2016. Based on this law, then Indonesia saw its commitment through its first nationally determined contribution to reduce emission by 29% with its own efforts, and 41% conditionally with international assistance. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is of the view that forest and land use play a significant roles in mitigating as well as adapting to climate change. Therefore, Indonesia consider forest and land use becomes the primary sector in achieving NDC's target. Having through analysis and discussed in the Cabinet's meeting on 11 May 2021, then supported by parliamentary statement on 10 June 2021, therefore we are confident that we will be in net sink condition for follow sectors in 2030. Again, I need to stress here, net sink in follow sector by 2030 is not equal with to end deforestation, or not equal with zero deforestation. Our strategy is to control deforestation as a minimum as possible, as lower as possible. So not equal with to end deforestation or to make it zero. Indonesia has been learning to develop strategies and institutional arrangement to reduce emission from forestry and land use through long experiences, either in difficult or in pleasant time, working in collaboration with broader stakeholders and gaining support in expertise and technical assistance from international communities. Developing a rule-based allowing alignment for engagement in a necessary step. Our Indonesia volume netting that will be achieved in 2030 is constructed based on our experiences and knowledge in implementing policies and international cooperation for the last 7 years with regard to forest fires, peatland management, permanent moratorium for new licenses in primary forest and peatland, land conversion, land degradation neutrality program, and community participation as well as law enforcement. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the initiative has been built with several foundations as follows. We have a regulatory framework in the form of constitution and laws coupled with strong leadership from His Excellency President Joko Widodo and political support. We have developed an updated NDC. Moreover, we have experience in establishing REDD Plus agenda involving various stakeholders as well as collaborating with international communities. We learned that the institutional aspect and the leadership with clear chain of commands on policies and action by the government in the framework of democracy are essential. In this regard, the state actors, the national focal point in particular, plays a role as a hub to bring together national interests and aspiration. We also accommodate multi-stakeholders' aspiration and talents, gather local knowledge pools even from community leaders at the grassroots, youth, women, interfaith, and facilitate exchange of information and exchange of experiences. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome any inputs, any ideas, any thoughts from others, from our fellows, international fellows, as we are open for discussion to achieve polu netting by 2030. Director Generals, Director and Lecturer will present his or her ideas on polu netting by 2030, and suggestions are welcome to strengthen that initiative. I hope other countries can also share their experiences in managing emission reduction in forest and land use sector and share their ideas on how collaboration can be built into global climate actions. I sincerely expect that today's discussion will bring back a critical momentum to refresh and to support accelerated action toward achieving the objective preserved in the Paris Agreement. So that all my opening remarks at this time, and I do hope that you have a fruitful discussion and sharing experiences, and thank you very much for your all kind attention.
Thank you very much, Pak Alu Dohong, our Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. And we're still waiting for our third keynote speaker, actually, but I guess she's still on the way. However, I think we can go on to the panel discussion, which will be led by Ms. Emma Rahmawati, Director of Climate Change Mitigation, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Ibu Emma Rahmawati.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, participants in Glasgow. Good afternoon, all participants that are joining this session virtually in Jakarta. It is my great pleasure to moderate you in this very important and very interesting session on introducing Indonesia Net Sing Folu 2030 ambitious initiative for the world. I would like to start by inform you that Indonesia has submitted its long-term strategy, low carbon and climate resilient 2050 in July 2021, together with its updated NDC. Under the scenario of low carbon compatible with Paris Agreement, which is in line with 1.5 degrees Celsius, GHG emission in 2050 will be 540 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent. And Indonesia is envisioning to achieve net zero emission in 2060. This target will be achieved with the significant contribution from forestry and other land use sector, with each balancing role to the GHG emission. Under this scenario, Folu has to be net sink start in 2030. So its role will be continue, not only stop in 2030, but continue to 2060. This session, this discussion will be. There will be 4 speakers will share with us here on how the perspective in Folu Net Sink operational plan, and also will continue with a question and answer. Thank you, Pak Wamen. Now I would like to introduce you to all 4 speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Ruanda Agung Sugardiman. Dr. Ruanda Agung Sugardiman, he is a Director General for Forestry, Planology and Environment, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And he will present on operational plan for Indonesia Folu Net Sink 2030. And the second speaker is Dr. Agus Justianto, the Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And then the third speaker is Professor Dr. Rizadi Bur, Director of the Center for Climate Risk and Opportunity Management of Southeast Asia Pacific, Bogor Agricultural University. And the last speaker is Belinda Arunarwati Margono, PhD, Director of Inventory and Forest Resources Monitoring at the DG of Forest Planning and Environment Governance, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Now I would like to request all the speakers here, Dr. Ruanda Agung Sugardiman and Dr. Agus Justianto, to join me in the podium, and also to Professor Rizadi Bur and also Ibu Belinda Margono that are joining from Jakarta. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ruanda Agung Sugardiman to start this presentation on the operational plan for Indonesia Folu Net Sink 2030. Please, Dr. Ruanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Emma. Good morning, everybody in here, Glasgow, and good afternoon, everybody, the audiences in Jakarta and Gedung Manggalawana Bakti. It is a great pleasure for me, of course, being here in the UNFCCC COP26 in Glasgow. This is a very good opportunity for us, for Indonesia, to present how Indonesia give some ambitious initiative for the world by Indonesia Folu Net Sink 2030. As mentioned by Vice Minister Bapak Alu Dohong previous speech, the Indonesia has a history. The next, yeah. This is the history how Indonesia journey to go to this activity. First by Bapak Presiden 6 years ago in Paris, signing the speech in the Paris Agreement, and then Ministry of Environment and Forestry signing the NDC. Okay, thank you. And then the ratified of the Paris Agreement by Parliament in Indonesia. And then we submit the NDC. And then we have a updated NDC in 2021 in July. And we also submitted the LTS RCCR. Yeah, what is updated in our NDC? Of course, we still have the number 29%, 45% by 2030, but we make some elaboration how we achieve with the mitigation action. We detailing in the NDC mitigation roadmap. And also we input in our update NDC with the vision and mission of Bapak Presiden Jokowi Cabinet, Indonesia Onward Cabinet 2019. And also we explain for the item that still require detailed information, for example, for the adaptation, mean of implementation and transparency framework. And also we put on this update NDC the new commitment on ocean, wetland, human settlement, and in adaptation element. What we take from the Paris Agreement, Article 4.19 is all parties should strive for formulate and communicate the long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategy. And from that, we come with the LTS LCCR 2015. This is the number. What is our NDC? So basically we have 5 sectors: energy, waste, industry, agriculture, and forestry to reduce the Indonesian emission. So from that, forestry has a greatest portion of the GHG emission reduction target, is about 59%. So from this one, we deal with the mitigation action, what we have to do in 2030 and beyond. So from this one, in our LTS, there are 3 scenarios. The current policy scenario and transition scenario, and the last one is the low carbon scenario compatible with Paris Agreement. So we call it LCCP. From these 3 scenario, we take the scenario that we deal with is LCCP, whereas in the 2030, all of this emission of Indonesia, 5 sector being in the peaking season in 2030. But at the same time, in the 2030, the forestry sector has the have the good sequestration in the 2030. So that one we call it as the net zero follow in the 2030. So what is the follow net thing? We mean this one. A condition has been achieved in 2030 through mitigation action to reduce the greenhouse gas emission from the forestry and land use sector, indicate by absorption rate is already higher than the emission level. So from that one, we have a main achievement from the follow net thing. This one is how we can achieve the follow netting by the main program. There are at least 6 activities in this program, especially reduce emission, increase carbon absorption, and maintain the absorption. So the main mitigation action in the follow sector, there are 6 activities we can deal with the follow netting. First, emission reduction from forestry and forest degradation, plantation forest development, sustainable forest management, forest rehabilitation, peatland management, the role of conservation. So all of this activity we follow by the guideline or a manual. So all of this activity, now we are develop the manual that we can do in the field. So what we have already prepared here is the operational plan we can do by every unit in Ministry of Forestry. This is the activity, the detailed activity that we are going to do for the next until 2030. So all of the activity is deal with the Director General. One of this is Mr. Dr. Agus Justianto will present for the next presentation. So from that, we can finish our Indonesia Follow Netting Operational Plan 2030. There are 11 activities, and in this book and the development of the book, we already get some questions what we have to answer. So from that one, we can achieve Indonesia Follow Netting 2030. This I finish my presentation, and I back to Emma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruanda Agung Sukardiman. Now I would like to invite Dr. Agus Justianto that will present on transformation policy, regulation, and implementation on sustainable forest management to achieve Indonesia's Follow Netting 2030. Dr. Agus Justianto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Emma. Very good morning, everybody. I would like to present regarding the transformation policy, regulation, and implementation on sustainable forest management to achieve Indonesia's Follow Netting 2030. So, in my presentation, I will convince that we are ready to support the Indonesian Follow Netting 2030. Next. As vision by the presidents and also mission and instruction, we do the integration of climate change adaptation and mitigation action into national development strategies. As you know, there is we call it Nawacita, that's a mission from the president, and through that guidance from the president, we are translated into the 7 National Midterm Development Plan 2020 to 2024. The president has already launched the law number 11 year 2020 on job creation that has been enacted to support the reformation of business license by creating enabling environment and convenience of doing business in Indonesia. Of course, the implementation of the law number 11 in the year of 2020 on job creation is intended to increase the competitiveness of investment in Indonesia. Next. Yes. Omnibus law is as a transformation policy and regulation support green forestry because more than 80 articles, more than 1,200 chapters convert into one law. We call it law number 11 year 2020 on job creation. It's mean that this law is purpose to support the national economic recovery, and then also to maintain the environment. As the national development policies, so through this law, it can be achieved to multi-business forestry, and then investment climate, social forestry, job creation, production and export, and as well ultimum remedium. Next. The policy innovation to meet the community's needs for forest. As I mentioned that this policy will purpose to do the sustainability of environmental function, and then equitable forest development, and then social forestry and land as the object of agrarian reform, and then land and forest fire control, climate change mitigation action, and then new job for community, and of course exit of various impasses in land use disputes on or tenure conflict, business development, and forestry multi-businesses development. Next, the transformation of policy in forest utilization business can be see that will be opens up the opportunity to seize the transformational change in forest management from product-oriented forest management to landscape-based forest management through multi-business approach, and then also provide opportunities to achieve equitable forest management by opening the door to forest business, not only privately owned business enterprise, but also to individuals, cooperative, as well as state-owned business enterprise. And then changing conception of forest business license from license approach to risk-based approach. Environmental impact analysis is required just for high-risk business activities. And then environmental document is integrated with the forest management business licensing. And this transformation policy is to purpose for regulate the integration of upstream and downstream forest utilization business and to practices of enhanced natural regeneration, sustainable forest harvesting, and mandatory certification of forest management in the forest management business licensing. Next. We have a 5 pillar of sustainable forest management, that is forest area certainty, certainty to business, productivity, product diversification, and competitiveness. These pillars of sustainable forest management provide strong foundation to increase non-tax state revenue from forest product utilization by the license holder, and then to excite the domestic market to create more employment, and at the same time mitigating the climate change issue. So multi-business in forest utilization can help meet these 5 pillars of sustainable forest management into action. Next. The contribution of SFM toward the achievement of NDC target, that is SFM contributes to 10 activities of NDC target achievement action, and then SFM practice by the forest business permit holder, as mentioned by Pak Rwanda. We support through the netting, follow netting in 2030 through CILIN and then implementation of the real C, that is very important in achieving NDC target, as well as Indonesia follow netting in 2030. And also forestry multi-business support, the efficiency of forest use contributing positively to NDC target. The achievement towards sustainable forest management, we can see that annual deforestation in Indonesia is dropped sharply to the level of 0.44 million hectares in the year 2017 to 2018. That will be continue to decrease. This achievement research come from the social forestry by granting access to community forests, and then HACCP in oil palm plantation new permit moratorium since 2018, effective implementation of timber legality assurance system that effectively in national since 2013, and then rehabilitation of forest and land, and law enforcement related to the forest fire, encouragement of forest areas, illegal mining, trade in plants and wildlife, and unmanaged pollution, and then pit management through a moratorium on pit land use, regulation of water management, and forest and land fire management that improve through, among other, early warning system, aerial suppression by waterbombing, and so on. The challenges in sustainable forest management, next. First, regarding the implementation of law number 11/2020, becomes a momentum for licensing holder to strive to improve the performance of their business management by providing investment cooperation opportunities in forest utilization with stakeholders. Another challenge that is ensuring the fulfillment of raw materials from forest business licensing holders to carry out multi-business to support the competitiveness of the wood processing industry and other industries, and then supporting food security and new and renewable energy independence by building food estate, energy plantation forests in the multi-business forestry scheme. Another challenge also regarding the developing upstream, downstream, and market integrated forestry business cluster, both in specific economic areas and other potential economic areas. It also providing facilitation and capital support for license holders through financial management mechanism, through environmental fund management agency, and then ensuring business continuity by granting a long period of forestry business permit. Increasing the forest productivity with silvicultural system, we call it multi-system silviculture and sealing technique, and low impact logging or reduced impact logging. And then providing facilitation for business license holder and developing a new forestry business configuration by prioritizing the role of community and SMEs. Next, we see that there is opportunities in sustainable forest management, especially needs to carry out of forest resource potential mapping in the working areas as the basis for business permit application. Needs a planning adjustment for by revising business work plan based on forestry multi-business activity, and in the context of ensuring the area for implementation of area boundary business license. And then forestry multi-business must produce various products or commodities which are from the use of timber forest products, non-timber forest products, and environmental services. And increasing coordination among the stakeholders, developing the performance evaluation system of the permit of forestry multi-business in implementing sustainable forest management, and then reorganizing carbon storage and sequestration as one of forestry multi-business activities, which play an important role in supporting mitigation and adaptation of climate change in achieving NDC target in forestry sector, especially to support the Indonesian volume net sink at 2030. And the last one, carrying out the act of job creation and the implementing rules for outside forestry sector. I thank you, Bu Emma.
Thank you very much for very interesting presentation, Dr. Agus Justianto. Now I would like to invite Professor Riza Dibur. They are now in Jakarta, that will present his views virtually on the establishment of methodology for operational of Indonesia's volume net sink 2030. Professor Rizaldi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Emma, the Excellency, the Vice Minister, also the DG, all ladies and gentlemen. So let me share with you about how actually we developed the methodology in designing the operational plan toward follow net sink by 2030. So follow up to what has been explained by the DG, there are a number of questions that need to be answered when we would like to do and implement the activities toward follow net sink by 2030. So we need to know where, and then what type of action that we need to do, and how we do it, and who will contribute into the achievement of the net sink follow, including also the fund that need to be prepared, provided for achieving that. So this kind of answer to this question need kind of information. So we developed 3 types of spatial information to inform the stakeholders, including also the government, of course, how we should implement the action toward the net sink follow by 2030. So just go next, just quickly. We don't have so much time, so move into the next slide, please. So there are 3 types of spatial information. Next, the next one. So the first one, we call it the maps that can be used to identify the priority location for the implementation of the action. So this information, this spatial information, is developed based on the biogeophysical index. So biogeophysical index is represent the level of emission risk, including also the potential for carbon sequestration. So, and also the risk of emission from fire. So this 3 information is developed to define the priority location. Of course, if we would like to reduce the emissions, so we need to know where actually the area which is exposed into high risk of deforestation, high risk of emission, including also the potential for increasing the carbon sequestration. So that's the first one. So that's the first spatial map that we developed. The second one is actually the maps that can inform the direction of optimization of the use of forest area. So it's based on the environmental services index. So these are the second, so this just to ensure that the use of the forest lands is meeting the principle of sustainability. And the third information is the forest management typology. This information inform about what are the capacity of institution at the site level, including also the socioeconomic of the community who live in the site. So let me go further into how actually we define the area for the implementation of the mitigation action next. Go to the next slide, please. Just go quickly. So this actually, as I mentioned before, there are 3 types of information, biogeophysical index. One is actually representing the risk of deforestation, and the second one is showing about the potential of carbon sequestration, and also the risk of emission come from land and forest fire. So through this kind of 3 information, so we can look at what are actually the area that is exposed into high risk of emission, also the potential for increasing the carbon sequestration. So this just to represent for the map, showing actually the area which still have a natural forest, where the color indicates the level of risk that these forests are going to be exposed into conversion, whether it is through planned deforestation or unplanned deforestation. And then go to the next slide. The second type of information we develop based on 3 information. One is actually quality, forest quality index. So this map is based on what are the ground cover of the forest, including also the carbon stock. So this type of information indicate the quality of the forest resources. And the second one is information related into the presence of high conservation value, about the presence of the megafauna and the endangered species, including the essential ecosystem, like mangrove, savanna, karst, and so on. and as well as actually the role of the site in providing the environmental services. For example, water, air regulation, also reducing the risk of climate hazard like flood, drought, and so on. So this three information is being used to define the high conservation value. And also the carrying capacity index, so the last one, the carrying capacity index, as I mentioned before, is based on the value of the area in providing the environmental services I just mentioned. So there is, based on these three information, so we can provide what actual direction use of that area, of that unit, whether it should be protected, or it can be used for the production purposes, or it has to be rehabilitated, or could be converted into non-forest activities. So the appeal to the area that has been released by the government to be used for the development. So in the context of protection, so the areas that need to be protected in the past, actually all the forest area in Indonesia is already divided into function based on the conservation function, production function, protection function. But now, through this use index, by using this index, so there are some of the production forests have high conservation value. So it means that have to be protected. It cannot be used for conversion or also for timber production, for example. But of course, still could be used for non-timber forest product. And then in the context of rehabilitation, it means that they have high conservation value in that area. But the quality of forests are very poor, so they need to be rehabilitated. So these areas need to be maintained. It is in line with the government regulation number 23 and 24. The area need to be rehabilitated. We call it jangka benah. It is kind of a process how we can restore the area that has been occupied by the community, but actually the area have very important function in providing the environmental services. That's why they have to change the way they manage the land through the social forestry program. So, and then the next one, and this inform about the typology of the institution at the site level, because these are very important, because the capacity of institution at the site level who will play a role, a significant role in facilitating the process and support the community, for example, including also the process of doing a jangka benah. Jangka benah is kind of how to restoring the area which has been occupied already by the community, but we provide the access to the community to manage the forest area, but by changing the ways they manage into sustainable practices. So how we define the typology of the institution? So we look at the social capital. So social capital represent, so there are two categories, high and low. So social capital is being represented by the percent of the area that has been occupied by the community. The larger the area occupied by the community, it means that the social capital is high. So of course, the way we approach in managing the land should consider this condition. So there are two, high and lows, and then the second one is institutional capacity. We also divide it into high and low. So the institutional capacity is looked at based on the capacity of the forest management unit. Look at the human resources that they have, including also the infrastructure, including the presence of the program and the duration of this management unit there. So we divide into high and low as well. So by using these two information, so we can define what are the typology. If the social capital is high, and then the institutional capacity also high, so we call it the typology is type 1. And of course, what does that mean? The area that has a typology is 1, it means that the institutional capacity is really there for supporting the facilitation process, and also the community is quite abundant in that area already. And then, of course, this should be prioritized for the social forestry program, how we can accelerate that, because if in that area there are so many areas which are actually exposed to high risk of deforestation, and this should be prioritized how to accelerate the implementation of the social forestry program, for example. And then we add another information about the resource of the management unit in terms of the size. So we have also divided into 4, A, B, C, and D, based on the size of the forest management unit and also the presence of the concession there. The forest concession is also very important. So A, B is forest management unit is large, while C and D is small. And then A represents that management unit have very few concession, but B, the number of concession are very many. So of course, by having this kind of information, also will inform what the strategy that need to be implemented, and also type of the regulation that need to be used for pushing the implementation of the action. But using these three information and also in combination with another spatial information, so we can define what type of activities that need to be implemented in the different forest function. So just go to the next slide. So these are the process, so I don't want to explain this, but just to show how actually we can use this template. So the blue color indicate the template information. For example, the environmental service index information is actually inform what type of activities later on. If it is the area, it's active for the rehabilitation, and then the land cover, it is a forest. It means that the forest is already heavily degraded. So these areas need to be focused for the enhanced natural regeneration. So if it is, if says for example, based on the ecosystem index, the area is, the direction use of the area is for example, for protection, and of course we need to do the avoid of the deforestation. So you can, I cannot explain this in detail because it takes so much time, but this is actually the logic, how actually we can use this spatial in defining the activities, including where and who will implement that. So next, next, please. So this indicate what actually the size of the area. So this area is defined based on the target of the emission reduction. So for example, if we would like to avoid the emission from deforestation, what actually the area of forest need to be protected? And then we need to know where these forests are exposed into the high risk. So actually the priority of the action in addressing the driver of deforestation should be focused in that area. So in this table, you can see there are about 10 million of forest area, land which is still covered by forest. It is actually exposed to high risk of deforestation. Whether it is planned or unplanned deforestation, it is spread over in conservation forest, protection forest, production forest, including also in the outside of forest area. So of course, in the outside of forest area, there are 9.9 million hectares. This means they're actually subject to planned deforestation, because it's already released and released into non-forest area. So you can see there actually also showing the area that need to be allocated to meet the nesting in terms of establishing the timber plantation, enhanced natural regeneration, including reduced impact logging, as already explained by Pak Agus, including also the rehabilitation. Next. And this kind of information can be shown in spatial, where it is. So this actually how we prepare the spatial information that can help the stakeholder, including the national government, also the local government, including the private sector, what type of activities that need to be done, where it is, and what are the level of urgency that the action needs to be implemented in the area in terms of the time, things like that. So I would like to end up to that. Just actually the way how actually we prepare the spatial information that can help to design the operational plan toward the net zero volume by 2030. So thank you very much.
Professor Reza Dibur, we have very unfortunate that we have only around 12 minutes in this session. So I would like to invite Belinda Arunarwati Margono, PhD, to present her views on robust forest monitoring system for Indonesia's volume net zero 2030. Ibu Belinda, I would like to kindly request you to present it briefly because of time limitation. Thank you very much. Please, Ibu Belinda.
Thank you, Bu Emma. Honorable Vice Minister, DG of Planology, DG of Forest Utilization, and other who comes also into this meeting. So I think I would like to start my presentation with the question. Actually, from where the data that has been explained by Pak Rizal Dibur to present all the number and everything, from where the data? So I think my focus for the presentation is actually related to the from where actually the data used for the analysis. So first I would like to start with the presentation. Next. I think I would like to start from where actually the data come from. The main data that we use during this presentation is actually come from the land cover data set. So we do have the land forest land information for the entire land. We generated from the remote sensing data set actually. Next. There are a couple of systems that actually already existing in the Ministry of Forestry and Environment, but I would like to start with one of the systems that actually have quite a very high demand of the data. That is the land cover. This is the name of the system is National Forest Monitoring System. In Indonesia is Simontana, System Monitoring Hutan Nasional. What are we monitor actually? The first we monitor the potential of the forest itself and also the biomass. And the second we also measure the land cover, including the forest cover. And also the third is also the land cover change and also deforestation. So everything you've seen here is actually come from the system and other system that I'm going to explain later. And the fourth is about the vegetation itself or the deforestation alert system. It's not yet launched actually, the fourth one, but it's going to be soon. Actually, the system is operational and inherent with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and it's actually within the Ministry Forestry itself. It's not a project-based, and the guarantee that there will be the continuation of the system itself. And it's also the modalities for various needs, including implementation of the RED Plus, and also the net focusing. Next. This is quite big. I probably would like to just start with everything in green here is actually the historical information about how we develop our land cover information. We are not just started, we've been started since 90s. So we start learning by doing, and now we quite confident because we already have a couple of experience. We have it from 6 to 4 years period of monitoring system, and then improved by 3 years period, and then becoming annual. And then we also, the main data is actually Landsat, the medium resolution. And then we also add with spot data, and we also add with a couple of data set that actually provide the burn information. And then also we have the burn information, the burn area information yearly, but now becoming also monthly. And then the last, we also try to improve with the capability of having alert system for deforestation. We have from period 1 until period 6, so keep on going. That's what we call it learning by doing. And this is actually the rate of deforestation that maybe some people quite familiar with this information, but this is also all come from the data. In the beginning, the question is always how to make the data ready. But nowadays, I think it's not the question anymore, but how we provide the data with the good quality. We already have the accuracy assessment for all our data set. We use also the at least 5,000 point sample plot. We use a very high resolution to do some accuracy assessment. Also use some high resolution like Spot 6 and also Google Earth. And actually overall accuracy of all of our information, but this is only for year 2000 here, for 23 classes, because the existing system we have 23 classes is about 80%. And the overall accuracy, if we only consider about the forest and non-forest, is even more than 90%. So the quality of the data itself is quite good, and we are quite confident with that. And the under below is actually about the burn scar area. So we do have not only land cover, but it's also the burn scar area. So all about the forest fire is also come from this system. Next. Okay, this is just the demo. Since we do have our system since around 90, established it as a system in year 2000, so we can have this demo for you. So we do, if we start from year 90, this is the green is the forest itself, and every year is reduced and so on. But at least I would like to really mention here, but we do have a system, a good system, quite confident with that, and it's already with so many information and so many scientific base for this system. Next. This is how the system itself, all the data and information try to support the Volunet-Sync 2030. As I already mentioned here, the reducing deforestation rate, this is actually the activity. The main activity or the action, yeah, Pak Rizal Dibul, the action like reduce deforestation, reduce the forest degradation, planting the timber, planting the trees, and also the reduce impact logging, the enhanced natural regeneration, the rehabilitation, whether in rotation and without rotation, the peat restoration, the peat hydrological restoration, and biodiversity. With this, we use, mostly we use all the information about land cover information, but we do have also another data set for that. Next. I'm afraid that this is not the new slide, I think, because I do already add the correction of this. Actually, there is an integration between the land cover data that I mentioned from the Simontana, but we do have the bigger data set actually. It's not about the land cover, but this is also about the concession, about the forest area, it's about the peatland, it's about the burn scar and everything. So we do have the like the data repository, and also we do have the spatial database system within the ministry itself. But actually there is a connection between this data set with other existing system. This big data set actually name is SIGAP, Sistem Informasi Geospasial or Geospatial Information System. I'm afraid that I don't use the updated slides, so you cannot see the symbol of the new system itself. But the system will be launched soon. But at least I would like to introduce that Indonesia is quite confident to run this Indonesian Volunet-Sync 2030, because we do have a set of data, and we do have a lot of information that actually already maintained in a good spatial database. Even though maybe you will not see how the database in this presentation, but I can guarantee that all the data is actually there. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Next. Okay, thank you very much, because Bu Emma only gave me 12 minutes, so I hope I try to use the time very effectively. Thank you very much. Bu Emma, I give it back to you.
Dr. Belinda Argono. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Glasgow and also in Jakarta, and also all the participants, very unfortunate that the time now is come to the end of our presentation session. Then there's no time, there's no opportunity for question and answer. I would like to thank to all the speakers, and let's give a big applause to all the speakers. Now I will give the session back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Emma. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more keynote speaker because he has just arrived. I believe it was a long queue, Ibu. I'm sorry for that. So we do have Ibu Anggia Ermarini, Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of the House of Representatives Republik Indonesia, that will give her keynote speech that should have been delivered earlier today. So for Ibu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dr. Alo Dohong, the Vice Minister, and then Pak Ruanda, and other speaker that we already have followed the speech. And dear ladies and gentlemen, starting the C4 session in COP26 UNFCCC, which held in Glasgow, United Kingdom this morning. First of all, let us express, of course, to our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, O God Mighty, because of His grace and guidance, we can attend the talk show titled Introducing Indonesia Net Zero Value 2030 Ambitious Initiative for the World in the Good Health. Alhamdulillah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, development is every country's effort to create a sovereign, strong, and prosperous nation. As a country vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change and contribute to global greenhouse gas emissions, Indonesia is highly committed to reducing greenhouse gas, GHG, emission, which is in line with the 1945 Constitution Article 28H, which is mandated that the state must provide a decent living for its citizens, as well as provide an excellent place to live and a good environment. Indonesia has made a significant commitment to climate change by consistently carrying out the mandate of Law number 16 of 2016 in the ratification of the Paris Agreement to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mitigation, adaptation are two aspects of activities used to combat the effect of climate change, and finding the best way and compromise to share load and responsibilities required numerous negotiations. Recently, the issue of climate change has become a hot topic of discussion at the global and national level. Based on data from the National Disaster Management Agency, 95% of disaster hydrometeorological disaster, which are the impact of climate change. In 2015, there are 1,654 disaster events, and this increased to 4,650 events throughout 2020. In this case, Commission 4 of Parliament of Republic of Indonesia appreciates the step taken by the Indonesian government in responding to concern about increasing global temperature by compiling and submitting the updated national determined contribution and long-term strategies for low carbon and climate resilience 2050. LTS-LCCR 2050 documents on July 2021. Indonesia has set a target of reducing GHG emission by 41% with international assistance and 29% in its own through 5 sectors: volume, forest and other land use, energy, agriculture, waste and industry. Indonesia requires international technical cooperation, particularly in the areas of technology and financial investment, in order to continue exploring through the Indonesia Volume Net Zero 2030 initiative. There are 6 main mitigation actions in the value sector, namely activities to reduce the rate of deforestation and forest degradation, development of industrial plantation forests, sustainable forest management, forest rehabilitation, peatland management including mangrove, and increasing the role of biodiversity conservation. The main program toward 2030 value netting, including reducing GHG emission from deforestation and peatland to law enforcement, as well as implementing information system development and public campaign. To achieve this target requires effort and cooperation from all stakeholders, including the government, of course, the private sector, community in general, as well as community involvement and participation in and around forest area, including religious leader, traditional leader, community leader, and young leader. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Commission 4 of Parliament of Republic of Indonesia carry out its function as legislative body, namely the legislative function, budget function, and supervisory function, and relate to climate change and primarily the main mitigation and adaptation action in the value sector. Some of our support are as follows. 1, currently, Commission 4 of Parliament is drafting a draft law concerning amendment to the law number 5 of 1990 concerning konservasi sumber daya alam hayati and ekosistemnya. In the bill, materials relate to the regulation and of conservation implementation inside and outside conservation area will formulate it, including in protected forest, production forest, customary forest, and non-forest areas, in which there is wealth and biodiversity that must be protected and restored, but also not closes the possibility of being used sustainability and sustainability for the benefit of the community. After the enactment of Job Creation Law, UCK number 11 of 2020, Commission 4 of Parliament of Republic of Indonesia continues to encourage the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to continue to prioritize the main task of preserving forests and improving the quality of the environment. As we know, UCK has a big plan to increase the investment and create jobs. Still, on the other hand, regulation must be made in the derivative rules of UCK, including the implementation, so that incoming investment can still pay attention in the aspect of forest sustainability and environment quality. Third, Commission 4 of Parliament of Republic of Indonesia encourages to increase the budget of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry on programs that have a direct impact on improve and to the welfare and capacity of community in the around forest areas, so that it is expected can participate in preserving forest, improving environment quality, including forest and land rehabilitation program, as well as peat and mangrove rehabilitation program. 4, Commission 4 of Parliament encourages Ministry of Environment and Forestry maximize community involvement and participation in and around forest areas, including religious leaders, traditional leaders, community leaders, youth leaders in preserving forests and maintaining the quality of the environment. 5th, Commission 4 of Parliament encourage Ministry of Environment and Forestry and other relevant authorized institutions to continue to maximize the responsibility of the private sector in preserving forests and improving the quality of the environment in their own areas, as well as providing access and increasing community participation in and around their work area. 6, Commission 4 of Parliament urged the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, as well as other relevant competent institutions, to strengthen the material related to environment restoration obligation, in addition to criminal penalties and administrative fine due to crime of environmental destruction to provide the different effect. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are some of things that can be conveyed in the talk show already in season C form. Today, once again, we would like to say that Commission 4 of Parliament of Republic of Indonesia strongly support to the Ministry of the Environment and Forestry as a partner of the Commission, which is the national focal point of UNFCCC, which is responsible for the achievement of GHG emission reduction targets and climate resilient Indonesia, and has a direct role in GHG emission reduction in the volume sector. Hopefully, it can bring benefit to achieve the GHG emission reduction target and climate resilient Indonesia to save our earth, which is a gift from our ancestors, and we must protect our generation, of course. Thank you for your attention, and I hope we still have a time. No, time is up. Okay, time is up. But thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Anggi, for the keynote speech. Apology for the limited time because we do have another session right after this, so we try to make it on time. And thank you very much for the participants here in Glasgow and also in Jakarta and somewhere in Indonesia or somewhere else in the world. So after this, we are going to have a break, and then we will resume back at 11:40 with another interesting session about the Proper's highlight, which is the performance rating for companies in Indonesia. It will be interesting. We already have some speakers here, how to see how companies are also trying to comply with the environment standards. So thank you very much for coming, and please enjoy the coffee and snacks. Come back here at 11:40. Bye. check. So ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our session in 5 minutes. So if you're still outside, please kindly join us inside. We will begin our event on time at 10:40 a.m. 5 more minutes. So please kindly have a seat. We do have limited seat, but we do have online audiences from Indonesia, from anywhere else in the world. So please stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Tes 1, 2, 3, tes. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, saat
For those of you who have never been here before, this is the Indonesia Pavilion of COP26 2021, and we would be having a really interesting discussion on the companies' action towards environmental standards. So please, for those of you who are still outside, kindly come inside and join us. Have a seat. We do have limited seat, but we have online audiences there in Indonesia and then somewhere else in the world. Halo Bapak Ibu, selamat sore semuanya. Good afternoon everyone, and good day too, and good evening for anyone watching from other areas of the world. We are about to begin very shortly. This will be interesting because this is a true hybrid, because the moderator will be from Jakarta. Good that we have like big screens over here. And I would like to invite all the audiences to take a seat. Maybe if you can move a little bit into the left side so the new participants can come in easily, that would be greatly appreciated. And then here, this is our colleagues in Jakarta. Hello, Bapak. So they are already preparing. I hope they can hear me, or maybe not. I will just like wait for. All right, so we can begin. Hello again. I'm Lia Zakia, the MC for today. It's great to have you here all. This session will be about the PROPER. It's called the Company Performance Rating Program in Environmental Management, for those of you who are still new to this. So this is about the PROPER's highlight, year 2020 industrial performances and beyond. And this is initiated by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, especially from the Director General of Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control. So here we already have a keynote speaker, and then speakers from the companies that will share their experiences and challenges meeting those requirements, and then how they achieve what they have set to do. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think I would like to invite our keynote speaker, which will be joining from Jakarta, Professor Sudarto PhD, MAS PhD, Head of Advisory Council of PROPER, which will deliver a speech titled "PROPER Contributions for Climate Change Mitigation, Encouraging SDGs Achievement and Support to the NDC." I would like to say hello to Prof. Sudarto.
Yes, hello.
There you go. It seems like a little bit of delay.
Yes,
Selamat
hello.
pagi, Prof. No, sore, maaf. Prof. Sudarto, please kindly deliver your keynote speech to the audience, both in Glasgow, in Jakarta, and online. Please give a warm applause to Prof. Sudarto.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning in Glasgow and good afternoon in Jakarta. Can I have a slide, please? It is a great honor to be here to share my view on company's performance rating, or PROPER. Next, please. What I would like to share is, first of all, about the state of the art of PROPER, company's performance rating, and proper contribution to climate change mitigation, SDGs, and NDGs. Next, please. This is about PROPER, company performance rating on environmental management, initiated by Minister for Environment and Forestry since 1995. It is considered incentive and disincentive approach. Incentive meaning that the companies who awarded as a green and gold ranking will be naming, will be award, and shaming those who are awarded as red and black ranking will be followed by law enforcement, either environmental law, civil law, or criminal law. And the objective is to create environmental compliance and environmental excellence. Next, please. This is the proper mechanism. Below the red line, you can see that this is actually compulsory for the companies to deal with the environmental and social impacts caused by their activity. So they have to deal with air pollution, water pollution, hazardous waste control, and so on. If they do well, they will be awarded as a blue ranking or comply, business as usual. At this stage, actually, companies who categorize to do reactively. And if they are not comply, they will be given red ranking. And if they do not do anything, do not comply, as black ranking, meaning will be followed by law enforcement. Above the red line, you can see beyond compliant companies are obligated to implement environmental management system and life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment is obligated under the new law, Ministerial Decree number 1, year 2021. By adopting life cycle assessment, the company can create environmentally friendly product or service, can have energy efficiency, can reduce emission, can reduce the water consumption, and also waste generation, and also improve biodiversity. This is called eco-innovation. And then under community development, the company are obligated to do social innovation. I will explain further about social innovation. And starting from the year 2020, companies participating proper are obligated to report their response to disaster, specifically pandemic COVID-19. So if the companies meet the eco-innovation, they will be awarded a green ranking. If they also create self-reliant community, they will be awarded gold ranking. Next, please. This is instrument for creating eco-innovation. It's called life cycle analysis. So you can see the companies manage the environment from the beginning, from raw material, production, distribution, use, and waste. In any line, the companies assess what the energy being used, the water being consumed, and what are the impacts. And then any line, you can see the arrow. This is the things that they can do in reducing or mitigating the environmental impact, reducing water consumption, emission, energy efficiency, and so on. So from the cradle to the grave. Next, please. This is social innovation. So under the new law, Ministerial Decree number 1, the year 2021, if the company is determined as a candidate, gold candidate, they have to choose one of the community development program that meet the criteria of social innovation. Novelty related to core business or competence. This is related to the LCA. By definition, social innovation is to integrate social problem encountering by community with the program, policy, activity of the company. Respond to the community need, poverty, flood, coastal abrasion, stunting, improve social capacity. So the people involved in the program competent in organizing the social program. Effectiveness measured by SROI, social return on investment. Another speaker will elaborate this in detail later. And the status scaling, meaning there is a development in terms of the number of member of a group, the income, the network, and so on. And there is a plan to replicate the program. Sustainability, meaning that the group can finance by themselves. There is income generating, earned by the member of the group. Next, please. So this slide showing what the contribution of proper company participating proper from the year 2000 to 2020. So under the environmental improvement is called the component of eco-innovation, from energy efficiency to reduction of wastewater load. Next, please. Proper assessment in terms of the money being invested. We convert to the Indonesian currency, and in addition to eco-innovation is also community development. The amount of ComDev funding in the community. Next, please. So if we contextualize with nationally determined contribution, as mentioned by presentation before, emission reduction is 29% in 2020. So you can see how the contribution of private sector through proper is significant. Next, please. There are two efforts to in new energy system. One is developing renewable energy. So we have hydro, solar, ocean, wind, and so on. And also energy efficiency through LCA, done by industries participating in proper. So I think both effort being done by companies participating in proper. Next, please. This is the target of renewable energy in the year 2025, 20%, 20%. Right now is still 11.5. So I think the contribution of industrial sector will be significant. Next, please. This is the example of effort being done by companies participating in proper on energy efficiency, on reducing waste generation, is by Sito Muncul, by Jawa Bali Electric Generation. So next, please. And by fertilizer factory, one of the will be present later. Next, please. And this is the example of community development that can be framed from 4 dimensions. Every community development program has a contribution to the nature, to the environment, has contribution to the economic, has contributed to well-being and social. Next, please. This is the contribution of proper performance to SDGs. You can see all 17 pillars contributed by eco-innovation and social innovation. Next, please. This is related to SDGs. Next, please. So, under the new regulation, the Ministerial Decree number 1, 2021. Next, please. Next. The companies must show the evidence. What is the activity, the COMDEF, and then related to the pillar of SDGs, how much the budget and the achievement. Next, please. Yeah, let me end my presentation with a short poem. Rose is beautiful flower. It inspires us to love the nature. Let us collaborate together for a better and brighter future. Thank you very much.
And then now I would like to invite, now I would like to invite our moderator for our session, which is Bapak Agus Pambagio, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Bapak Agus Pambagio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Glasgow. Good evening, Jakarta, and good afternoon in Glasgow, or still morning. I don't know what time is it. There's 6 hours left, probably, yeah. So, this evening I will be a moderator, and the co-organizer only give me 1 hour 20 minutes, so I have to stick with the time. We have 5 speakers, 3 here, and the other 2 is in Glasgow. So to make it time more effective, I just want to, this is very distinguished person, so I believe 100 pages of paper can be presented in 10 minutes. Is it right? So I will invite Prof. Marta Fani Cahyandito. Okay, you'll be what the title is, a Professor Strategic Management, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Pajajaran, Bandung. The title of the presentation is Social Innovation, Shared Value Creation and SROI, Calculation in Proper Towards Green Leadership. So the time is yours, Pak, because it's very limited. So I will, do you want to, oh, okay, thank you. Give him applause, give him applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, Indonesia, and good morning, Glasgow. I'm very grateful to be able to convey several things about the efforts made by the Indonesian government and also companies in Indonesia to contribute to improve environmental conditions globally in a very honorable forum, the 2021 United Nations Framework on Climate Change Conference. I'm going to share about social innovation, shared value creation, and SROI calculation in proper towards green leadership. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and the Honorable Vice Minister, Acting Director General for Pollution Control and Environmental Damage, board member of PROPER, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Next slide, please. In Indonesia, since 1995, all companies are monitored and evaluated by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in the Social and Environmental Performance Assessment and Rating Program called PROPER. The big goals of PROPER are encouraging the realization of sustainable development, increasing the commitment of stakeholders in environmental protection and conservation, increasing the awareness of business actors to comply with environmental laws and regulation, and also to increase the compliance in controlling environmental impacts through the active role of the community and reducing the negative impact of company activities on the environment. The implication is that the Indonesian government conducts assessments and ratings by providing colors as has been mentioned by Prof. Sudarto, that indicate the company's social and environmental performance. Starting from the bottom, namely black, if the company causes environmental damage and pollutes water and air, if the company does not manage hazardous toxic waste and does not conduct an analysis of social and environmental impact, red, if the company doesn't meet the legal requirement, blue, if the company obeys the laws and regulations, green, if the company performs efficiency, reduce, reuse, recycle, replace, and so on, and implement CSR programs. And lastly, gold, if the company implements clean production, zero waste concept, and conduct CSR program. Black to blue is a category for companies that comply with the regulation, or we can say at the level of compliance. Green and gold are beyond compliance. The sanction, if the company does not comply with this rule, is law enforcement as contained in law number 32, year 2009, concerning environmental protection and management, which contains administrative sanctions, settlement of environmental disputes outside the court, settlement of environmental disputes in court, and criminal law enforcement. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry applies administrative sanction for companies that do not meet these standards. The implementation of administrative sanctions allows the ministry to immediately follow up on the violation and ask companies that violate it to immediately comply with quality standards in waste management. If companies that are rated proper black twice and have not shown significant progress in environmental management will be followed up with law enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia, especially the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, has always and continues to strive to maintain and improve the quality of the environment. And regarding proper, in 2020, this year, the Indonesian government issued regulation of the Minister of Environment and Forestry, number 1, year 2021, concerning the program for assessing company performance ranking in environmental management. With this regulation, to achieve the proper gold predicate, companies must implement 2 additional things. Namely, companies must perform life cycle analysis and social return investment calculation to provide authentic evidence to public that their social innovation activities really have a positive impact on society. Next slide, please. In this case, it is not enough for the company to only carry out CSR program or ComDev program, but these activities must also have the character of social innovation, where the social activities that may require a huge amount of funds, called social investment, are also expected to have element of social innovation, namely novelty, multiple expected impact, and social transformation. And this is where the SROI concept comes into play, which is to provide a calculation of how much social activities, whether in the economic, social, or environmental field, meet the requirements of social innovation, namely those that first one has element of novelty, the second one has multiple expected impacts. It means that the program must be designed in such a way that there is a multiple expected impact, and this is the challenge, so that the impact is not just ordinary, and that is the meaning of the word social innovation. Next slide, please. And the third one is that the company should be able to create social transformation, namely the mindset and behavior of the community in a better direction. For example, what has been done by a hydroelectric power company operating in a water reservoir. In the river around the reservoir, for example, illegal sand mining by the local community occurs. This results in deforestation and silting of reservoir. The solution, for example, there is an intervention from the company to set up a duck farm which fed from water hyacinth and snails that grow around the reservoir. Water hyacinth and snails are biopollutants that reduce the nutrient composition of the reservoir. So that by taking water hyacinth and snails from this reservoir, the organism living in the reservoir and the water quality of the reservoir will improve. The eggs produced from these ducks have also a high selling value in the market. And this program changes people's behavior. From environmental perspective, this company intervention helps reduce the rate of deforestation and sedimentation in reservoir and reduces biopollutants as well. Economically, the level of community welfare increases, and socially, community cohesiveness is getting better. This is what is meant by social transformation. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly on the 49th World Environment Day on June 5th, 2021, 2,642 companies as proper participants, industry associations, academics, and other stakeholders were invited to attend an online seminar organized by the proper secretariat of the Director General of Pollution and Environmental Damage Control, which aims to provide understanding and guidelines to preparing SROI reports that can encourage the realization of sustainable development. Since then, companies that want to get the proper gold have been rushing to implement SROI. And at the end of this year, it will be announced who will get the ranking. Next slide, please. To measure the success rate of social innovation, SROI analyzes the relationship between the input cost of implementing the program and the resulting impact that represent the benefits of the program for the community. The results of the SROI calculation can indicate whether a program in the community has a positive impact or not. In addition, the results of the SROI calculation can also be used as input for sorting out which programs have the most positive impact in terms of the financial and social capital formation of the beneficiaries. The application of SROI in the proper can be used as a tool for companies to evaluate the impact of a CSR and creative share value program on stakeholders, identify ways to improve performance and improve investment performance. SROI is an approach to understanding and managing the impact on social, economic, and environmental values created by an activity or organization. In simple terms, SROI is a way to monetize the value of social impact so that this impact can be measured in units or from a financial point of view. The results of SROI analysis is a ratio that shows the relationship between investment cost and the resulting impact. Next slide, please. SROI value is the result of the total value divided by the total input. Total input is the sum of all nominal valuations of resources issued by a company related to a program. Total value is the sum of all nominal valuations of the outcome. The outcome value is the sum of the indicators of change felt by all beneficiaries, and the indicator must be measurable in nominal terms. In simple ways like this, for example, in a village on the edge of a water reservoir, a hydropower company operates there, and after conducting social and environmental mapping, it was agreed between the company, the government, and the villagers that the village had potential that could be developed, namely a tourist area. Then the company makes a social investment that have elements of social innovation in the form of structuring village location into tourist areas. Funds issued, for example, $20,000 US, and this fund is used for land preparation, building access roads, making tourist facilities and infrastructure, including electricity networks, building food stalls, building toilets, planting trees, and etc. These all become the total input. Then we compare it with the outcomes that arise as a result of this tourist area. For example, income that arises from entrance tickets to tourist sites, toilet fees, purchases of food and drinks in stalls, a sense of shade and oxygen produced from planted trees, cohesiveness that arises from the community due to the existence of these new tourist destinations, products and services as well as fruits from village which are sold at this tourist spot, and so on. Suppose the total outcome is $25,000, then the SROI value is 25,000 USD divided by 20,000 USD, and this means that the SROI value is 1.25, where this result is positive. It means investing 20,000 USD creates a social impact of 25,000 USD. And if all companies as proper participants implement this calculation, then the so-called creative share value will be formed. This means that the social innovation program created by the company becomes more beneficial. This is one proof of the company's green leadership, so that the company's goal to contribute to the global world as a green leader will be stronger and more evident. SROI can prove that social investment, which becomes social innovation, created shared value, really has a positive impact on society, which at the end can prove and become an additional motivation for companies to become green leaders and contribute to the achievement of sustainability. So with the encouragement, the government regulation that have been issued, we hope that all parties, especially the industry, will try their best not only comply with the rules, but even be at the level of beyond compliance in dealing with climate change issues and achieving sustainability targets. And Indonesia continues to strive to be at the forefront of it. Ladies and gentlemen, thus I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. May God save Indonesia. Peace be upon you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Fani. I'm sorry I have to cut your time because the time is very limited. Now I give a turn Ibu Jessica Hanafi, PhD. She's in Glasgow, I believe. He will present he's founder of Indonesian Association of Life Cycle Assessment and Sustainability Professional. Her title is National Adoption of Life Cycle Assessment towards Sustainable Indonesia. Ibu Jessica, floor is yours. So 10 minutes, sorry, I have to straight on the time because we have 5 speakers here. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead. Give her applause first. Sorry. Okay.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Agus. Good morning, everyone here in Glasgow. Good afternoon. Good evening in Jakarta, Pak Dirjen, Pak Sigit Reliantoro. And I hope everyone here and everywhere are healthy. It is a great honor for me to be here at the UNFCCC COP26. I'm Jessica Hanafi, the founder and chairwoman of the Indonesian Association of Lifecycle Assessment and Sustainability Professionals, PRO-LCAs. A bit about who we are. We are recently established, driven by the increasing demands of lifecycle assessment in Indonesia, in the region and also globally, and the need for competent professionals in the area of lifecycle assessment and sustainability ecosystem. In the past few days, here leaders of the nations have discussed, made commitments and set targets on what we would do for the next 30 to 40 years on the climate. And the question in our mind is, how are we going to do that? How can we measure and monitor our progress? What kind of methods, tools, and data that we're going to use to measure our sustainability commitments? My presentation today is about the commitment from the Indonesian government to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for the national adoption of life cycle assessment in PROPER, the Environmental Performance Rating Program towards Sustainable Indonesia. Life cycle assessment is a science-based quantitative approach based on an ISO standard that measures the potential environmental impact of a product system. It considers the whole life cycle of the product and quantify not only the carbon footprint, but also other potential environmental impact, so as to prevent the shifting of environmental impact along different product life stages and also to other environmental impact categories. The journey of LCA Indonesia has come a bit later compared to the other parts of the world. Before 2010, there were limited research on LCA in Indonesia. However, since 2015, LCA started to be promoted in Indonesia by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the adoption of standards relevant to LCA. In 2018, private sectors started to be inquisitive on LCA applications, and there were a rising interest in capacity building. The motivation grew stronger for the companies as the Ministry of Environment announced a plan to integrate LCA in the Environmental Performance Rating Program, which is also known as PROPER. Since 2019, companies started to conduct LCA and slowly to implement it for making strategic decisions.
Infrastructures are being established to support the necessary means to ensure reliable data. Early this year, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry announced the regulation on environmental performance rating that integrates LCA into the rating system. This regulation is a breakthrough for Indonesia as the first country in the world that uses life cycle assessment to quantify environmental impact. This shows a strong commitment from the government of Indonesia to combat climate change through collaborative efforts from the government and private sectors. This new regulation integrates LCA into the company policy, governance, technical capacity requirements, strategic planning, inventory database preparation, environmental labeling, and quantitative impact-based environmental performance, especially for the green and gold rated companies. To ensure a structured format, Proper provides a practical guidelines for LCA reporting in alignment with the ISO standards that can also be used for other LCA reporting purposes. With the enactment of this regulation, companies are encouraged to develop a sustainability roadmap and governance, improve optimization through the identification of environmental hotspots and targeted improvement, the holistic quantification of environmental impact through LCA allows companies to identify opportunities for circular economy and carbon neutral initiatives, and also to raise consumer awareness through environmental labeling. Shown here, driven by Proper, Pupuk Kaltim is the first company in Indonesia that published their environmental product declaration, which is a environmental label type 3 that is globally comparable to other products in the same product category. Proper has 5 ratings, where blue is the compliance level, as explained before, and green and gold are the beyond compliance. Now, in 2021, there are 2,642 companies participated in Proper, where 435 companies are candidates for the Green Proper, covering 46 industrial sectors. As you can see, companies consist of various types. We can call upstreams or the cradle, processings, up to consumer goods, waste treatment, and even industrial parks. Out of 435 companies of green and gold candidates, 289 companies this year, which are more than 66%, have initiated to conduct LCA. There are commitments from these companies, as you can see on the top: oil and gas distribution, exploration, palm oil, coal power plant, coal mining, geothermal, water and packaging. Those companies who are strategic in these issues are all committed, making commitments. And once it is fully implemented, Indonesia with her industries will be leading the climate actions together. That will be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's really on time, quick, and it's very good presentation. Thank you. So I will invite another speaker, still in Glasgow, Mr. Leodan Hadin. He is a Vice President, Health, Safety, Security, and Environmental Policy Standard and Risk Management System from PT Pertamina. His paper is Positive Impact on Proper, GOE Environment Performance Rating Program, Achievement on Business Performance. Pak Leodan, time is yours for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Terima kasih Pak Agus Pambagio. Terima kasih Pak Agus Pambagio sebagai moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in Glasgow, and good afternoon, distinguished guests in Indonesia, and the Honorable Pak Sudarto, Proper Advisory Board Chairman, and Pak Sigit Reliantoro in Indonesia, all you guys, distinguished guys, attendants and participants in this room. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Leodan Hadin, and it has been conveyed by the moderator that I work in Pertamina Holding in FCCC department. Also in this room are members of my team, Mr. Suripno. He is a new Vice President, FCCC Policy and Standard and Risk Management System, and he is a leader of to prepare the policy, sustainability policy, and how to measure and assessing the sustainability rating Pertamina, and Mr. Putu is also here. He is HSCC performance manager. They will let us assist me in providing us additional information related to the topic that I will convey. Okay, the title of my presentation today is a positive impact. Okay, sorry. Yeah, positive impact of proper government of Indonesian environmental performance rating program achievement on business performance. As we know that on November 1st, 2021, 2 days ago in this place, our CEO, President Director, Mr. Nika Widiawati conveyed the Pertamina commitment to sustainability. Pertamina commitment is driven by awareness to not compromising the ability of future generation in meeting their needs. Pertamina already has a sustainability policy which has ambition to be a leading and reputable global energy company and to be recognized as environmentally friendly company, social responsibility company, and good governance company. Pertamina has a sustainability committee also that be led by CEO directly. We also consistently apply the principle of international sustainability standard and best practice, which are also the reference for global companies, of course, such as SDGs, National Determined Contribution, based on COP 21, Paris in 2015, International Association for Oil and Gas Producer, IOGP, TCFD, TCFD, climate-related financial disclosure, joined with UN Global Impact, CDP, World Benchmark Alliance, and joined with the GRI, IPK, SASB for disclosure standard. PROPER is a program of Government of Indonesia through the Minister of Environmental and Forestry. This program has been going on for more than 1.5 decades. Pertamina Group, through its operating unit, consists of 5 subholding and other portfolio subsidiaries have participated in the program since the beginning. There is almost no change in Pertamina Group participation in PROPER, despite in the change in the company organization to holding and subholding. We already know that PROPER consists of 2 performance criteria, namely regulation compliance and beyond compliance. In this slide, we see that 117 operating units and subsidiaries of Pertamina Group are participating in PROPER in 2020. This is almost 10% of the total companies in Indonesia participating in PROPER As you know that more than 1,700 companies, both state or private companies. And one thing that is quite proud is that 50% of the total companies they achieve beyond compliance are from Pertamina Group. Yeah. We can see on the right side of the slide that in general, the environmental performance of Pertamina Group has succeeded in achieving GHG emission reduction almost 6.7 million tons CO2 equivalent, energy efficiency more than 92 million gigajoule, water effluent reduction more than 8.5 million ton, circular economic for non-hazardous waste. We can reduce, recover, and recycle more than 10,000 ton. Circular economic for hazardous waste, we can reduce, recover, and recycle more than 180,000 ton. And the efficiency of water use is more than 29 million cubic meters. We can say that Pertamina Group involvement and commitment to proper has always been consistent, and it's included in the key performance indicator of its operation unit or subsidiaries. As we feel at this time, the company's business demand from a stakeholder, we must show more sustainability from the company. Sustainability is measured using the ESG rating, environmental, social, and governance. On this slide, we see that Pertamina, this ESG and relationship with the proper. In this slide, we see that Pertamina's 10 sustainability focus are very much in line with the proper criteria, especially for beyond compliance. Yes, this similar to ESG, proper also refers to 70 SDGs criteria to measure contribution to sustainability development. In 2021, Pertamina voluntarily wants to know about the environmental, social, and governance rating. The implementation of ESG rating measurement aims to determine Pertamina's sustainability risk because there is expectation from stakeholders. The implementation is carried out by one rating agency, namely Sustainalytics, a Morningstar company group. The result is that Pertamina is included in the medium risk category with a score of 28.1. Looking at the ESG rating result, Pertamina is ranked 15 out of 251 companies assessed by Sustainalytics worldwide. Especially for world and oil and gas companies, Pertamina is ranked 7. Especially for the aspect of climate and energy for oil and gas company, Pertamina is ranked 49 out of 100 companies measured by the World Benchmark Alliance. In general, this is so that Pertamina sustainability for one has been very good, and it's on the right track. One thing that we are all proud of is that the proper assessment criteria are very compatible with ESG because about 50% of the data and ESG criteria, especially those related to environmental and social, have been covered in the proper assessment that we have been carrying out so far. As a conclusion from this presentation, we have conveyed that financial flexibility and return a good ESG quality can help companies to expand financing option and develop a competitive advantage, which can drive out business performance. The second, companies' reputation. Companies can protect their reputation investing in communities through philanthropic effort, including engagement and community development, of course, and defining ESG agenda. And, three, a unified strategy of environmental and social sector line in a broader unified strategy leverage data and risk product across a variety of categories of environmental and social, including SDGs.
Excuse me, Pak Leodan, one more minute.
Solidify governance aspect. Companies can improve its transparency according to global practice, which provide benefit for the stakeholder. And the last one, employee engagement, attracting and retaining talents as company greatest asset, including empowering to support as part of ESG internal culture focus. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's our presentation, and we hope that you can get some benefit from here. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Leo. It's very interesting presentation. I'm sorry the time is very limited, so I have to cut your presentation very quick. So one more, Pak Sigit. I think I get difficulty with my neck because I saw the monitoring this presentation with Pak Darto. I mean, is it better if we have a screen in here? But okay, anyway. Now we have number 4 speakers. It could be Mr. Hanggara Patrianta. He is the Director of Operation and Production, PT Pupuk Kaltim, Indonesia. His paper is LCA, Base Product and Service Development. The time is yours, Pak, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Pak Gus, may I have your permission? I stand here.
Sure,
it's okay?
Sure. You can walk off here to make
okay, thank
people
you.
happy. All right.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen in Jakarta, and good little bit afternoon in Glasgow, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen in Glasgow, thank you very much. Thank you for me. This very good chance for me to present about the Pupuk Kaltim and our topic, my topic. Please, slide. Yes, I will present about the product and service development based on the life cycle assessment. At first, I would like to introduce Pupuk Kaltim. Pupuk Kaltim is state-owned enterprise company. This is a fertilizer plant located in, next slide please. Yes, located in Puntang, East Kalimantan, far away from Jakarta, and of course, very far away from Glasgow. East Kalimantan is one province in Indonesia, with Samarinda is the capital city. And if we know about the East Kalimantan, this is very identical with the tropical rainforest, orangutan, and black orchid. This is very unique flora and fauna in East Kalimantan. And then next, Pupuk Kaltim, Pupuk Kalimantan Timur, on the abbreviation is Pupuk Kaltim, is established in 1977. So right now we will 44 years December, on December. And we have 5 urea plants. The total capacity is around 3.4 million tons per year. And then we have 5 ammonia plants. The capacity is 2.7 million tons per year. Urea is bulk, solid, ammonia is liquid. And we have a NPK plant, we have a 3 plant, total capacity is 350,000 tons per year. And of course, we have a lot of supporting facilities like a boiler, we have a gas boiler, we have a coal boiler, and we have a jetties, warehouse, laboratories, and so on. Next. And how about our product? Our product mainly is urea. So urea to be distributed to domestic, almost all of the place in Indonesia, we have urea, including for the pupuk kaltim product. And then for the overseas, especially for the Asia Pacific country. So we export some of our urea to Asia Pacific country. But of course, we have experience to export to South America and Middle America and so on. Next. And we already adopt a lot of system management. And then the most important thing that we have innovation, that we have an integrated management system that consists 11 management system, including the environmental management system and then the energy management system. And then we have already implemented the green purchasing. We have already implemented the green office, green port, and of course follow the green industry standard. And of course, we using environmentally friendly supporting material for process. And this is very important that since 2019, we have a policy for the life cycle assessment. And there are three important things that in our policy about the life cycle assessment. One is we will conduct a life assessment study with the scope is cradle to grave. And then we'll reach with the target 100% of our company's total product being studied. And then the number two, we calculate the environmental impact on the production process. And of course, there is a program that we will reduce the emission by 0.03 kilogram CO2 per kilogram of product in terms of the impact climate change per 5 years. And the third, this is the important thing too, that after the result of the life cycle assessment analysis, so we will use this as a basis of determining environmental improvement for determining environmental improvement program in the aspect of energy efficiency, emission reduction, 3R of hazardous waste, 3R of non-hazardous waste, water efficiency, and reduction of water pollution units. Next. And this is our LCA, scope cradle to grave. So we already known this. So actually divided into 3 stages. This is for the upstream, raw materials and energy. And then from the core, procurement of raw materials, manufacturing production, we have utilities, ammonia factory, urea factory and waste management, product transportation, product usage. And then the downstream, of course, we assess the emission to atmosphere, solid waste, liquid waste, side product, and other dumps. Next. And this is, we have a roadmap too. Since 2019, we have assessment for one plan, Plan 3, and then 2020, Plan 1A, and then 2021, that's already finished for the integration of our plan. So Plan 2, Plan 3, Plan 4, Plan 5, and Plan 1A. And then for the next year, 2022, we will assess our NPK plan. It will be finished. We make a program in 2022. Next. And this is the results of assessment, LCA assessment. In 2029, Plan 3, and then in 2020, Plan A. You can see on the slide, but the most important thing that after we resume all of the results, so we have a 4-point hotspot. So hotspot of a global warming, photochemical oxidation and acidification is founded on our factories. And then hotspot of terrestrial toxicity and eutrophication is on farmer, is an end user. We found in end user. And then the number 3, hotspot of resource use and land use is on supply. And number 4, hotspot of photochemical oxidation and human toxicity is on supply. Next. And of course, by using that assessment, we have a program to reduce the emission. I already noticed that we have a 31 program to reduce the emission, but I would like to mention this maybe 3 or 4. First is, we call it no isomodi PAM. So this is actually the abbreviation of PAM with no impeller, seal, motor, and diaphragm. So it means by looking of the name, so it is no energy consumed for this pump. So this program is reducing the excess of air pollutants in the form of particulates and save energy used in our MTK plant. So you can see this reduces the energy consumption, GHG emission, and then particulate emission, and then ammonia emission. And if we are looking about the financial, so we can calculate this saving up to around 244,000 US dollar. Next. And this is about the product. Our product, we have, except urea and ammonia, for the fertilizer, we have eco-friendly products. We have 3 eco-friendly products, Biodex, the brand name is Biodex, Biotara, and EcoFert. This is a biodecomposer and organic fertilizer, or bio. So this is eco-friendly because this is bio, not a chemical. So like a biodecomposer, Biodex, this is contains active superior microbes. And then for the Biotara and EcoFert, contains active superior microbes with organic carriers and minerals. And by using these eco-friendly products, we can reduce the using of inorganic fertilizer by 20% of the standard dose. So it's very, very good for using this. So of course, for beneficial for the environmental, reduction of the terrestrial toxicity, and the reduction of river eutrophication, and reduction of GHG emission. Next. And this is one of our services. We call it PreciPalm, Precision Agriculture for Palm Oil Plantation. Plantation. Yes, this is a application that using a satellite image. So by this application, we can identify the needed of the fertilizer by identifying the color of the leaves of the crops. So it is shortage of nitrogen, shortage of phosphate, or shortage of potash. So by using this, of course, we will increase the fertilization efficiency and optimizing agricultural productivity. And if we calculate about the GHG emission reduction is around 6.67 ton CO2 equivalent per year. Next. And pupuk team, our employee living in one complex, so many, organic waste on there. So we must manage our organic waste. So by composting, by using our product Biodex, Biodex is added during the composting process to speed up the duration and to improve the quality of the compost product. So we can make our environmental clean, our complex clean. And in 2020, the compost produced is around 52 tons, or equivalent about 10,000 USD. And if we calculate about the GHG emission, it's around 1,000 ton CO2 equivalent per year. And of course, if we beneficial for the environmental is reduction of resource use, terrestrial toxicity, eutrophication, and global warming. Next. And this is still talking about the organic waste, not only in our complex, but surround our community, surrounding our plant. We have a collaboration with our community. This is one of our community development program. So they already process, right now, the organic domestic waste is around 100 ton. And then they can produce organic fertilizer around 65 ton. And for the solid compost, and around 6,000 liters of organic liquid. It can be sold, so it will increase group income from our community. Next. And this is still composting about the organic, but this is a different concept. This we use a black soldier fly, and the result is solid compost. And we, of course, this is we collaborate with Bontang governments and located in the integrated waste management in Bontang. And yeah, you can see that the benefit in environmental is reduction of resource use, terrestrial toxicity, eutrophication, and global warming. And yeah, by this, we can sell larva of the maggot. So this is another income for our people. And we calculate about the GHG reduction is around to 21 ton CO2 equivalent per year. Next. And this is Bontang is seaside city. So many seafood on there you can try later on. And we found that before this program, a lot of cell of the shrimp and crab formed it in along the coastal line. So by this program, we can clean the coastal line, we can recycle the waste, and then of course beneficial for the environmental. Next. And this is, I think, the last slide, Pak Agus. Yeah, we are very proud about this because Pupuk Kaltim has published the first environmental product declaration in Southeast Asia. This is the first. We are very proud for this. Thank you very much, Pak Agus. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Pak, for the nice presentation. It's surprising me that you are producing the chemical fertilizer become bio-fertilizer. Okay, good. Thank you. Now, I want to introduce the last speakers here. Is Mr. Setiadi Wicaksono. He is a Senior Manager Strategic and Corporate Development. His paper is about decarbonization towards an energy company with a sustainable environment. Well, the time is yours. You're free to stand up, or it's up to you here also, if you want to. Thank you. Give him applause first, because we are sleepy now.
Good evening, participants in Indonesia, and good morning, participants in Glasgow. It is an honor for us, PT Bukit Asam, to attend the COP 2026 UNFCCC. As a coal mining state-owned enterprise, we would like to share our movement in decarbonization towards an energy company with sustainable environment. So, my presentation will be divided into 4 sections. I will start by introduce the PT Bukit Asam. After that, I will explain on how we move into the energy business. Then the next session is on responding the climate change issue. I will explain on how we do the carbon management and our roadmap in the decarbonization. Next slide, please. So this is PT Bukit Asam. It's already a long journey. The first coal mining started in 1876, still in the traditional way. And on the 1981, PT Bukit Asam established. And after that, on 2013, we have a new vision to become the world-class energy company that cares about the environment. Next slide, please. So this is our operation. We have 3 ports. The first one is in the Teluk Bayur, and the second one is in the Kertapati, and the last one is in the Tarahan port. We have the abundance core resource and reserve. It is around 3.18 billion tons for the mineable reserve and around 8.58 for the resources. Usually when we heard about the coal mining, it is associated with the non-environmentally friendly. But towards our commitment in, in doing the good operating company, become the energy company that cares about the environment. Next slide, please. We accomplished some achievement. For example, for the proper, we have already got the 7 years consecutive for the gold proper since 2013 until 2019. And for the CSR, we also got the awards for the community economic empowerment. Also for the emission, on 2021, we got award for the group for non-banking users, green for corporate emission reduction. So this is what we commit to the environment and society, some acknowledgement from the regulator. Next slide, please. So after we know about the Bukit Asam as a coal mining company, I would like to share about our journey into the energy business and the chemical business. Next slide, please. So we have a dedication for the country. We have a new tagline called Beyond Coal. So now we are not only engaged with the mining sector, but we have already transformed into the energy company, including the renewable and the chemical. So by doing this, we want to create the added value from coal and other potential business. They might not directly affected with the coal mining itself. This is the long-term planning for the Bukit Asam until 2050. So we have 4 pillars in here. I would like to highlight the middle one, the energy business and the chemical business. In here, next slide please. So for example, on the energy business, we have already developed the renewable energy. On the commercial sector, we have already engaged with the Angkasa Pura to develop the solar-proof PV, 241 kilowatt peak. To support the Eco Airport program. Previously. And then we also have the plan to develop the solar PV on our post-mining area. It's in Tanjung Enim, in Ombilin, and also in Bantuas. Next. So not only commercially, we also contribute on the society. We developed some of solar PV in Sumatera Barat, in Lampung, and also in Sumatera Selatan. We provide the green energy in there, but not only the green, we also contribute on increasing the productivity of the agriculture itself. As Prof said before, that the social impact in here is also become really significant. As you see in here, we can increase the harvest into 3 years. 3 times compared to before the implementation of solar PV in here. Next slide. Another sector in the coal to chemical, we collaborate with PT Pertamina to develop the coal to DME as a part of the direction from the government of Indonesia to reduce the dependency on the LPG. We try to develop this one in order also to improve the national energy reliance on local energy utilities, in this case coal. As you see before in my presentation, we have the abundance of coal reserve in here, 3.1 billion tons. It is quite big, and we have to utilize it into the downstream project, including the DME. So according to research on 2019, it's not only good for the replace the LPG, but also has a good impact in terms of reducing the emission compared to the LPG. So according to the research on 2019, it can reduce the emission into 36% compared to the LPG. So we get two benefits in here. The first is the dependency on the local resources, and also to reduce the emission. And the next section, it will be the carbon management. Next slide, please. So we have already do the carbon management, as you see before. One of the pillars is the carbon management for the Bukit Asam. Year by year, we already increase our contribution to reduce the emission. And on the year of 2020, we have already reduced for around 117,000 tons CO2 equivalent. And I would like to describe more about the eco-mechanism mining and the electric mining. So next slide, please. So this is what is interesting in here. So by doing the electrification on the mining sector, we can reduce the fuel consumption around 7 million liters per year. And it's equivalent for around 20,000 tons CO2 equivalent. And then by doing the e-mining reporting system, we also succeed on reducing the 1.2 million fuel. and it equivalent with the 1,600 ton CO2 equivalent just by doing the digitalization on the reporting system. Next slide, please. So this is the next program for the PT Bukit Asam. As you see before, we now succeed on reducing the amount of 117 ton CO2 equivalent. For the next 5 years, we plan to expand our program into the reforestation for the watershed area. So we have already calculated about the potential CO2 reduction in here. It will be saved around 228,000 in 2027. So it's quite a big amount for the emission on the Bukit Asam itself. Next slide, please. So on the long term, Bukit Asam is already also has the roadmap for the decarbonization. As we see in here that we support the net zero carbon target from the government of Indonesia in 2060 on doing the 3 pillars on the carbon management. The first one is the environmentally friendly mining operation. The second one is on do the CCUS or carbon capture, utilization and storage. And the third one is the reforestation of ex-mining land. So we have also already engaged with CDP on doing the the maturity for the emission to the publicity. So this is the indicative timeline for the roadmap. The point 1 and point 3 it's already happened now, but in the future we still also try to improve our program in there by doing the the study on potential new field on mining decarbonization and also for the reclamation. One of the example is in the watershed area, as I said before. And for the second point, for the CCUS, it is an interesting point for us because we know that the CCUS is one option to reduce the amount of emission significantly, but at the same time we realize also that it should be commercially proven first, and also the technology should be mature first. So we'll do this, study on the 2 times. First one is 2023, and the second one is in 2028. And we hope that by years, the CCUS technology will become more mature and commercially proven. So that will end my presentation. Thanks for listening to me, and we hope that we can succeed together for the net zero emission in 2060. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and I apologize because in my note there's no company on you, so it's from Bukit Asam. I apologize for that. Thank you. Now is my fault. The time is running out. It's already 7 o'clock, so I was exceeding the time. But should we deliver a question or not? I think it's time's up, ya, Pak Sigit. Okay, I think for now, just not conclude, but make a statement that proper program could be implemented in any kind of industry and business. We proved it. A lot of fertilizer, and then mining, and then other social things. So proper is good for better environment-friendly products and for better life for people in the future. So thank you. I apologize for not really proper when I be a moderator here. But again, we have to raise with the time limit that the coordinator give it to me. So again, once again, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for 2 distinguished speakers in Glasgow and 3 distinguished speakers here with their very interesting presentation, and I hope it could be implemented soon if it by others business, because this is just an example. Thank you very much, and I give it back to the MCs.
Thank you.
you, Pak Agus, for the chairing of the session. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite all the speakers to come to the stage, both in Glasgow and in Jakarta too. Here, then, Ibu Jennifer and Pak Leodan, please come to the stage. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry has a token of appreciation to give to you. I would like to invite Ibu Sri Parwati, the Director for Peatland Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to hand over the token of appreciation. Monggo Bapak Ibu, ya di tengah. Yeah, maybe the photographer can come in and then take picture. Hold on, Ibu, jangan dulu. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Yeah, and then next one. Okay, wonderful. And maybe a picture of Ibu also together. And Pak. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, please give big warm of applause for this session. And we're going to have a break for, 6 minutes because we need to start our next session at 12:10. So if you would like to grab a coffee and would like to come back, please do so. And see you again next time. Bye. And so in 5 minutes, we are going to have a session on youth actions on climate actions. We have interesting insights from Indonesian youth on how they try to lead the way in changing, changing the world, saving the world from climate change. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently having a session shortly, so for everyone who is still on the outside of Pavilion Indonesia, we would like to invite you to join our next session. What? All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we are having a special discussion with our young leaders over here with the title of Indonesian Youth Climate Actions, A Promising Future Generations. And today we have Mbak Lia Zakia, a PhD student at George Mason University of USA, to moderate this session. So I would like to invite Mbak Lia to the stage. Mbak Lia, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Atika. Hold on. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Indonesia Pavilion. And I believe this is still streamed online. So hello, everyone who watching this from Indonesia or somewhere else in the world. It's already evening in Indonesia, and I hope you still can joining. And we do have very interesting session for this lunchtime actually, but please hold on to that until 10 past 1, because this is interesting. We have young people over here that will talk about their actions in tackling climate change and trying to lead that change. So we do have 4 speakers already, and 3 of them are here already with us, and then 1 is joining from Jakarta online. And I would like to invite them to the stage after this. But for a background, this is initiated by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the ministry has several programs that try to empower and then also provide platform for young people to speak, to voice themselves, to take actions, and to be the inspiration for the other youth and also perhaps adults too, on how to tackle climate change with their innovations and then aspirations going forward. So without further ado, I would like to invite all of the speakers to come to the stage. The first one, I would like to invite Mustika Indah Khairina, or Nina. She is one of the participants of Green Leadership Indonesia. Please, can you come to the stage? You can sit nearby me here. Yeah. And then the second, I would like to invite Ananda Muhammad Akbar, atau Nanda, yeah, also from the Green Leadership Indonesia. What is Green Leadership Indonesia? We will find out after this. You can also sit over there, yeah. And then we have Rafa Jafar, which is not here but in Jakarta. Rafa, can you hear me? Maybe he can later, yeah. And then one more speaker. We have Adinda Saraswati Akbar, or Dinda, which is a student here in UK, and she has been writing books and then also try to be the champion for the sustainability and climate actions in Indonesia. So here are the speakers. I would like to sit down and then start the discussion, and hopefully the participants online still can joining us. So the committee, please let me know if we can already have connection with Rafa Jafar, one of our speakers in Jakarta. All right. Okay, so check. All right, so first, I think we have Mustika. Yeah, how are you? Good, thank you. You can take the mic here, please. Yes. So I believe Mustika or Nina, yeah, you have some presentations to share, and then we can do some question and answer after that. So for the audiences, I would like to introduce who is Nina. You know, Nina just flew here a few days ago, yeah, to attend this, to speak to all of you. And she is one of the 120 youth who have participated in Green Leadership Indonesia. This is a flagship leadership program initiated by the Institute Hijau Indonesia to empower and to infuse a social and ecological justice perspective to young people aged 19 and 29, very young. So she is a recent graduate who obtained her bachelor and master from Monash University Australia and the University of Malaya. And she was the national president of the Council of International Students in Australia. And through her role, she formally advised the Australian government on their strategies for education. And right now, she's on a mission. Her mission is very interesting, to turn her family's farm into a climate resilient community led space. That's a dream. We share a dream, actually. So Nina, the floor is yours. So if the committee can help to share Nina's presentation, please. You have maximum 10 minutes.
Is this the clicker?
Yeah, can we have Nina's slide on the screen, please? Kak Dino?
Tes.
Ya, bisa. Oke, itu.
Oh, gitu. Tes.
I don't think this is her slide, so that's someone else's slide. Yeah, maybe you can start introducing yourself while waiting for the slides.
Oh, okay. So is this part of the presentation too? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests and moderator, and also fellow speakers. So my name is Mustika Indah Khairina, or most people call me Nina. And as described by our moderator here, Wulia, I'm currently on a mission to turn my family's agricultural land into a climate-resilient, community-led space. So, to be very frank with you, I wasn't always or taking active action in order to tackle climate crisis. But last year, I was given the task to manage my family's agricultural land. And so for the past 1 year, I've been trying to navigate this space about agriculture, about climate crisis, and there are a lot of jargons that was really unfamiliar to me. My gateway to the climate justice movement was through permaculture. And through permaculture, I learned things like carbon sequestration, regenerative agriculture, or regenerative farming, and other buzzwords. Yeah, and other buzzwords that are associated with the climate crisis movements. Next, please. Oh, thank you. And so I realized that it was not only me who was struggling with all these buzzwords and jargons. In fact, many of us here, this is a recent study in the UK, that says 2/3 of British adults admitted that they use sustainability buzzwords without knowing what they mean. So agroforestry, regenerative farming are one of the least understood words, and I'm still honestly trying to understand them myself. And so I realized that when I was given the topic, the title is Transforming Youth Lifestyle for a Greener Future, I knew that, well, I had to do things differently. I had to really dissect this topic one by one. Because obviously, if you're here watching this, either live in Jakarta or here in the present in this room, clearly we all know that in order to create a greener future, we need to transform our lifestyle as part of our strategy to save the climate, to save the planet, and to tackle climate crisis. I apologize for this rather gruesome analogy, but this is what I mean by I wanted to dissect the title that was given to me. So 4 keywords that were given to me is transform, youth, lifestyle, and a green future. So let's start with the first word. Transform literally means to change something completely and usually in a good way. So 2 questions came into my mind the moment I heard transform. The first question is, what exactly do you need to transform to? And second is, who needs to transform? Acknowledging the rich biodiversity that Indonesia has, I thought, well, do we really need to transform? Because our ancestors have lived quite sustainably. One example is I brought here. Does anyone know this? Can you see? Well, this is called lerak. Some of you might have heard of the word lerak. It's actually a plant or a seed native to Indonesia, and we use this, well, as a detergent, really, to clean a lot of things. And mostly we use this to clean batik, or now many other things, including as shampoo or even for body soap. And so I thought, well, some of us obviously do need to transform, but perhaps what we need to also do is not just transform, but return to our original Indonesian culture, Indonesian lifestyle that acknowledges the beauty of our nature, our diversity, and use it to save the planet. Next word, youth. Now, usually when you look up the word youth, what comes up is statistics or categories like, I'm a millennial, Nanda is perhaps a Gen Z, and these categories are often also reduced to statistics. But when I hear the word youth, this is what I see. This is, an online, the Green Leadership Indonesia, we do all our programs for the past almost 6 months now online. And for the past 6 months, what we do is share our ideas, our solutions, our knowledge, our imagination about a brighter future for Indonesia. So I meet friends from all across Indonesia, from Sumatra, Kalimantan, Java, Papua, Sulawesi, and I see real faces, real connections, real people. And so when I hear the news that says, this flood happening in Jakarta, or in Samarinda where I used to live, or other disasters facing the place and the communities, I see my friends who are struggling, who share all of their stories to us through the Green Leadership Indonesia. So next is lifestyle, defined quite literally as a particular way of living, the way a person lives or a group of people live. Now, my decision to use lerak is just one decision, part of my lifestyle, while trying to lead a more environmentally friendly lifestyle. But that's a lifestyle of me as a consumer, whether I use this or whether I buy this lerak. we know lifestyle is made up not just me as a consumer, right? It's made up of a lot of decisions that we take every single day, and the decisions that we make in every single role that we take in the community. So not just as consumers, but as family members, as citizens, as a student, or a worker. So lifestyle is so much more beyond that, and youth is so much more than just, a potential consumer. And the last word, green future. I put the question mark there deliberately because actually there's no definition yet, or not in the Merriam-Webster or Collins Dictionary at least, about green future. And so I started thinking, is a green future really a future that I want? And secondly, what does green future actually mean? Does it mean, well, having all the greeneries around me? Or, any other definitions that is provided out there on the internet? So if you've forgotten the past, 8 minutes of my presentation, that's okay. I just want everyone to remember this last slide. So when I explained, Indonesia's rich biodiversity and with the analogy of this larak, right? That's our reality right now. Our reality is Indonesia is endowed with a lot of natural capital, or natural resources, natural potential, whatever you call it. And that informs our imagination of what we can do. So with this larak, I can wash my clothes, I can wash my batik, but our imagination, our ideas, also inform our reality in the future. Is it a greener future that we want, or is it a socially just and ecological just future that we really want? And is it transformation that we want? And is it just through youth? Or is it just through a lifestyle? So transforming youth lifestyle is just one strategy among so many other strategies that we can do to create a greener or a more social and ecologically just future.
to put forward real actions to prevent future impacts. And the third one, why is this all necessary? Why is climate actions necessary? We're not talking about the personal problems that can be solved individually, but we're talking about the problems that affects us all, and it gets worse as we speak. So, before I continue the elaborations, let me share a bit about my lovely country, Indonesia. Indonesia has a unique variable in terms of its relevance to the issue of climate change, right? This refers to the numbers of islands, as many as approximately 17,000 that are being reported to the United Nations group of experts on geographical names in 2020, and a total sea area of around 6 million square kilometers. So furthermore, this geographic factor is causing a diversity of cultures and people's behavior around the region, right? So, Indonesian national determined contribution has committed to push the boundary and bond to achieve an ambitious target through integrated collaboration among stakeholders. And one of the stakeholders, of course, youth participation as a part of the community. And so, this is where young leaders become relevant on the matter to cooperate with other stakeholders. This crucial conference is a proof that everyone wants a better future for the environment. So, there is a significant role of leadership to initiate the future programs or initiatives that are designed to make a change. And this concept is supported by the results of National Climate Change Survey that was conducted in September 2021, stating that 82% of Indonesia's young generations have concern about climate change. And besides that, 74% of them worried about the pollutions that are increasingly threatening our environment right now. So, after we have that awareness, then comes the personal perceptions of a better future, right? We have our own perspective about what climate action is, what climate change is, and then we decide and choose what are contributions to the future. So, what are the opportunities? What are the potentials? My first keywords is momentum. Not only is it a huge task, but it's also not just yet another international summit. COP26, I think, will hold a unique urgency. As momentous as Paris was, we must go much further than that historic summit in order to keep the hope of holding temperatures rises to 1.5 degrees. And we all agree that we want the best possible outcome for our only planet after all. So this is the moment to put forward a massive interdependence movement, including state, businesses, civil society, scholars, and even media. And meanwhile, in Indonesia, there is a new community consisting of youth leaders, namely Green Leaders Indonesia. And myself, and Kak Nina, we're both part of it. So, Green Leaders Indonesia is an educational program that prioritizes social and ecological justice, and is held for 6 months, approximately. So during that time, we received a lot of insights and knowledge about related to sustainable from various aspects, green perspectives, and were also designed to create a vision of Indonesia in 2045 and published it on media as a campaign. And as the final project of these programs, there were 120 young leaders who were given the freedom to make plans for their contributions to be carried out in their respective neighborhood. The task is titled GROW, or Green Innovation Week, which finished by this October 2021. The purpose of this task is to change an awareness that has been grown into a personal commitment to contribute to the surrounding environment. And furthermore, this commitment is also being published to start a multiplier effect or a domino effect and create another movements widely. So my next keywords here is intersectionality. So as we're talking about the problem of climate change and how to overcome it, I believe there are very diverse variables, and in my opinion, here is the next point of the process that become the role of youth leaders in terms of accelerating climate actions. And once again, as you can see on the screen, here are our commitments as a young generations to contribute to this issue, which is divided into 10 sectors. And of course, you can access it on our YouTube channel, Green Leadership Indonesia. And where the beautiful part is, we're just even a small part of many amazing programs in Indonesia and youth leaders in Indonesia that wanted to be a part of the change itself. I need to acknowledge the hard work of all of us, but then my point is, playing our role is one thing, but to be able to collaborate with one another is what we need. If you can maintain this phase, if you can maintain this development or expand it, not only we're contributing to the global goals of keeping 1.5 degrees within reach, but in 2045, I believe Indonesia will be blessed with generations that have the capacity to adapt and prioritize the environmental justice approaches. And it's the massive opportunity since 70% of Indonesia's population in that period of time is in the productive age. So that's all the highlight point of my presentations, and I would like to finish this session with a message for all young fellows out there saying that we matters and we can make a difference. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So Nanda talks about the importance of momentum. Later we are going to talk about how to keep the effect of that momentum going forward so that we can implement what Nina said, lifestyle that integrated into different types of roles that we have in our societies. Yeah, I think that's like the goal of it. Yeah, because usually we go here, we got very excited, we come back and then go back to normal. So that's we don't really want that. So later I would like to hear the young people's voice on how we're keeping that momentum. Thank you very much, Ananda, for sharing. And the third speaker, I would like to invite Rafa Jafar, which will be joining us online, well, already joining us online, hopefully. If I can get his picture or his video on the screen, that would be great. Hello, Rafa. Could you hear us?
Hi. Can you hear me? Hello?
All right. While waiting, I would like to introduce Rafa Jafar. Rafa.
Hi. I can't hear anyone right now.
With us today. So Rafa, if you can hear me, you can begin your sharing for maximum 10 minutes. Okay? Hopefully. He can. All right. Okay. Wonderful.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Because I don't know if this is a technical problem, but I can't really hear you guys. But if you can hear me, thumbs up. Okay, that's great. Okay, hi everyone. I suppose thank you, Leah, for the amazing introduction. Can someone share my presentation, please? Today, I will be sharing to you guys and the people from Glasgow a little bit about a story on how me as a youth from Indonesia can support climate justice, can create some solutions and help the issue of climate change. And coming from a background of technology and electronic waste, I will be talking more intimately about household electronic waste, and especially specifically in Indonesia. Next slide, please. I would like to establish an understanding first what e-waste is. Maybe some of you know and some of you don't. E-waste is electronic products that are unwanted, not working, and nearing or at the end of their unuseful life. Basically, these are broken electronic devices, broken phones, broken laptops. They just can't be used anymore. They're called electronic waste, e-waste. Next slide. Now, when we look at from the data from Global E-Waste Monitor 2020, if you look at the bottom right, in 2019, we produced 53.6 million metric tons of electronic waste. And that is because high levels of disposable income, urbanization, industrialization, and because we're just consuming so much, not caring about how we can recycle it. Next slide. Now, the sad part is, from all of this 53.6 million metric tons, only 17% of them are recycled. 17%. Now, what happens to the rest 82.6%? Undocumented, exported, and discarded. Next slide. Now, more about this 53.6 million metric tons. They're actually equivalent to 57 billion USD. So imagine the valuable metals we're wasting. They're all just undocumented, being thrown away. No one knows and no one wants and no one has the urge to recycle it and to use it again. Next slide. Now, this is one of the most dangerous sectors that e-waste needs to avoid, but keeps on going there. It's called informal recycling centers. It's illegal and harming the environment, and it happens around the world. If you look at the top right, there's this thing called integrated circuit burning. It's one of the dangerous phases when you do an informal recycling, because they can release halogenated dioxin. It's very very dangerous to the environment, and of course, it can cause climate issues. Now, next slide. So a little bit about the toxic content inside an e-waste, and I'm very sorry, there are some words that is still Indonesian, but what I can give you guys an example is that from the battery itself, it contains lithium cobalt oxide and carbon, and then it can contaminate the environment if you throw it away. And from the screen itself, there's aluminum oxide, silicon dioxide, and more components that is dangerous to the environment. And in the casing itself, there's also a lot of toxic content. So this is just an idea on what a single phone has and how dangerous it can be for our health and the environment and the climate itself. Next slide. So what needs to be done is actually e-waste needs to go through this thing called formal recycling process, where they go through a complicated way, but is safer, and then the materials can be reused again. This is what e-waste needs to go through. But the problem is, very little amount of e-waste is going through the process. On the contrary, a lot of e-waste ends up in the informal recycling centers. Next slide. And of course, e-waste is contributing to the climate crisis agenda. This is a data from World Economic Forum 2020 that humans around the world, we finish up the span of resources for 1 year in only 234 days. So the question is, what about the rest 131 days? We're gonna borrow the resources from the next year and then borrow it again and then borrow it until we run out of resources and we can't live anymore. So we're consuming more than the planet can provide, including the materials materials that produces electronic devices. We're just consuming, using, never thinking about how it will be and when it ends of its life. Now, next slide. So I can conclude that e-waste is a global future issue. We're over-consuming. It contains dangerous toxic, a lot of illegal recyclings. People don't know what to do, no facilities. And the big question is, who is responsible? Now, next slide. So basically, your e-waste needs to be disposed immediately and recycled appropriately. Being thrown away immediately to avoid toxic being spread in our houses, and recycled appropriately, not by informal sectors. Next slide. So the big question is how to connect between household consumers to formal recycling centers without going through informal recycling. This was the big idea on how I thought about how can I create change in this sector. And from this kind of framework of thinking, I founded my own community. Next slide. I founded eWaste RG. And right now we're one of Indonesia's leading grassroots nonprofit organization in the field of electronic waste. And we're fighting for systemic change. We're fighting for sustainability. Campaign, collect, circulate. We believe that everything starts with education, with campaigning, and then continuing with collect. We provide drop boxes, and then circulate. We make sure that these devices don't go to informal sectors, but they go to formal recycling sectors. Now, I'm going to explain more. Next slide. So this is how the e-waste management flow we have on eWaste RJ, starting from dropper, and then they can go through our warehouse, Dropbox partners, and after that, we will send it into recycling center. Next slide. Now, until now, basically 2021, we have over 20 points in 12 cities around Indonesia. This is what we're working on the past 7 years. So I actually started this movement when I was 11 years old, when I was still in elementary school, and this is what we have right now. So the idea is actually simple. It's to provide people facility boxes on where to throw their e-waste. Because the number one problem I want to highlight is that people don't know what to do with them. It's not just people don't know where to throw away the e-waste. At the same time, there's just no facility on where to throw your e-waste. So I'm providing that. So every time people ask me, hey, where can I throw away my e-waste? You can drop it at our drop zone. Next slide. So after it's collected, we're going to distribute it into a recycling company. And from there, it's going to go through a phase of disassembly and material recovery. A lot of question comes to me, why don't I recycle the e-waste? Because I'm not a recycling company. I don't have the certification, and it needs giant machines. And the recycling company that we're partnering with has certification from the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. So it's safe, it's sustainable, it's green, and that's how you recycle e-waste the right way. So that's my job, to connect from these consumers who doesn't know what to do with their e-waste to these recycling centers, recycling companies through our drop boxes. Now, next slide. So from the past 6 years, since 2016, we have collected around 7 tons of e-waste. And the question that I keep on asking myself is recycling enough? Is recycling enough to finish this issue? Because certainly, I don't think it is. And when I found out, next slide, 7 tons is just 0.001% comparing to Indonesia's e-waste production. We produce, just Indonesia produce 1,618,000 tons of e-waste every year. That's in 2019. So 7 tons is nothing. So then I ask myself, then what am I doing? What am I doing recycling all this e-waste when we can't even reduce the amount of e-waste that is produced by the people? We're just always consuming. Next slide. So going back again, recycling is never enough. We're doing too much consuming, less recycling. And there's just not much industry that's playing in the field of e-waste recycling. There needs to be a lot of mapping out the stakeholders. We need more actions and collaborations. Next slide. But the most crucial part is, as a consumer, we need to play our role by creating a new lifestyle and a new mindset. Reduce, consume no more than the planet can provide. Be a wise, smart, responsible consumer of electronics. If you don't need 2 phones, then don't buy them. If you don't need an iPad, or if you don't need the things that is unnecessary, then don't buy it, because that's just gonna end up in your house. It's gonna be broken and it's gonna be e-waste. So be a wise buyer, be a smart user. Turn off your lamps when it's in the middle of the day and just turn it on when it's night. And of course, be a responsible consumer. Throw your e-waste at the right place. Dispose it immediately, recycling it appropriately. And that is through e-waste RJ drop zone. So next slide. What we want to create is a circular economy. This is the final goal on everything. So starting from the design, production, distribution, consumption, repair, recycling, everything is going to be sustainable. Because right now the circular economy is still kind of weird, in especially in my country. They don't go through a lot of good recycling processes, and this is what we want to create. And if you're asking, how do I contribute? Play your part. Are you a producer? Are you a consumer? Are you a recycler? And I can assume most of us are consumers. Then going back again, be a wise, smart, responsible consumer of electronic devices. So next slide. This is just a little bit for the people that comes from Indonesia. Let's contribute to the movement of e-waste RJ drop zone. You can go to our website, and then you can just follow a few little bit steps. And it's actually as easy as throwing away your trash. So it's very simple and it's easy to do. And I really urge everyone to do this. Next slide. And thank you for the opportunity. I am Rafa Jafar, founder of e-waste RJ. Help us preserve a sustainable technology development in Indonesia. Thank you, everyone.
We're very proud of him. He's very humble, very kind, and very brilliant. Starting since 11 years old, trying to solve the world's problem. But he soon realizes that, recycling is not enough. We need to change the lifestyle, not only the lifestyle, but also the mindset. We keep buying and wanting more, but actually, the planet just can't keep up with our demand. So that's great. Thank you very much, RG. What a brilliant young people. So next, we do have our last speaker, which is Adinda Nanda Saraswati, a current first-year politics student at the University of Edinburgh. She has joined multiple UN conferences hosted by the United Nations Environment Program and UNFCCC. Prior to all her participation, she has published her book at the age of 16 and wrote public letters that went viral. She is also undertaking sustainable development course at the university as well. So for Adinda, the floor is yours.
Excuse me, can you please show the slides? Okay, thank you. So good afternoon to Indonesian delegates, my fellow presentees, and everyone. My name is Adinda Nanda Saraswati, and I'm here to represent the youth community as well as the University of Edinburgh. Next slide, please. Where's the... Oh, yes. So I believe the introduction is not enough. So as you can see, I have joined COP25, COP24 in Poland, and the 4th UN Environment Assembly hosted by UNEP. And so the point here I would like to make is I'd like to share my experience from the past 3 years of having this honor to participate in these conferences. And I have attended these conferences as a high school student, and I have learned so much from perspective and experience that any youth like me can rarely obtain. Hence, with these new opportunities come the new ones. So yes, this happened 2 years ago when Cambridge University approached me through my school and asked me for an interview. And from one of these points, I did say this. We millennials contribute to the cause that interests us in our own ways. And I highlighted these ones, the first and the last point, is because I use these methods to pursue, to know more about sustainable development, the UNFCCC, and climate change. And also, as a matter of fact, though I'm currently studying politics, I chose sustainable development out of all the courses provided by the university. So how do you define independent research? In my opinion, independent research is the strongest reason anyone can ever have to get them closer to their objectives. It is an act done when someone is doing something such as browsing through the internet, opening their books, or even consulting to people who are related to their cause to earn knowledge, no matter how little it is. And it is the reason why campaigns start, people share, and information spread. And this is how I got these phrases. I do not work in Indonesia's Ministry of Environment and Forestry, maybe yet, but one graph from the updated NDC, which stands for Nationally Determined Commitment, that captured my eye was the pyramid. And this pyramid can be found from the adaptation of the updated NDC. So this graph is constructed purely by the ministry, so you can ignore the university logo. And the updated NDC mentions that Indonesia's adaptation target is supported through funding, capacity building, technology transfer provided by the international community before and after 2029 period. And also, independent research is an important part of the SDGs, which is number 4. So for me, quality education is not just providing free education for boys and girls in the most secluded other parts of the world. And we all need to be the inhabitants this planet need. We need to be self-aware, we need to be curious, and we need to be unbiased when we're processing information. We are born in interesting times. Interesting because there's this thing called the internet. So if you are curious, you will be able to relate to what this activist said. The difference is, whether you are young or not, we can already see the effects of climate change and Mother Nature getting back at us for what we have done. So why I chose this? For me, protest is definitely not a way to get recognized or to voice your thoughts. And it is difficult to measure the successfulness of a protest compared to a campaign because there are no key roles, it's just pure violence. And campaigns, we can come up with feedbacks because they are different and they're varying. So the picture from the COP26 info says that the conference shuttle and the bus X19 that takes us to this very venue cannot function last night because of campaign. This is also an example of why campaigns sometimes do not work. So without institutions you can lean on, institutions that have been tested by time, you can misinterpret and commit these mistakes. Even the founders of Extinction Rebellion said that this is a mistake. So I have read a lot of academic papers, and when it comes to climate change, we do not have many reasons not to be optimistic. From many of these readings, I encounter phrases such as, we are on track, people believe, we see things in the long term, not the short term, and we have enough resources. So if these reasons that I have presented are not enough to make you think that independent research has power, then we only have two options left, which is business as usual approach, which is a big no, or geoengineering approach. It's a really dangerous practice that we do not know how much investment it needs and how many lives it can potentially cost. So I'd like to end my presentation here with a quote that does not only apply to the youth community, but for everyone here in the room. There can be the earth without humans, but there can be no humans without the earth. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ardinda, for sharing. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was like 4 presentations from our speakers today. Wonderful Indonesians that are sharing their actions. You know, they have different areas and they have different roles. And they're still, you know, experimenting and then keep learning. Like, you know, amazing what can they be in a few years time. So I would like to open the floor for the participants. If you have any questions or comments for our speakers today, we still have 9 minutes left until the end of the session. While waiting for you, maybe you're still trying to digest what your question might be. I have some interesting questions for Nina, yeah? Because you've mentioned about, you know, bright future. Because it's not only green or try to only survive, but also to thrive, and you have a bright future. What do you have in mind when you think about having a bright future for you and your peers?
Test. Okay. Thank you for the question. So, when I imagine the word bright future, or as the title suggests, a promising future generation, right? I imagine, well, all of us here looking beyond categories. I think certain categories are really important, like identifying people, but I'd argue that there is a monopoly of category at the moment, that we tend to look at things just on the surface level. And so when I imagine the future, the bright future, I see us looking beyond that category. Like when I see, well, fellow Indonesians who maybe do not come from Java like me, or other people outside of Indonesia, that I always try to strive to understand the layers behind them. So all of us are like an onion, right? So humans are like an onion. Every living being is like an onion. Our environment is like an onion. There's so many layers that we still haven't peeled yet, we don't know yet. And I believe that the future relies on us being more humble and understanding with one another, with nature, always open, like what Linda said, it's to always be curious. Because, you know, all of these things, categories, are noises. What we tend to fail to see is the signal. What is the signal that, you know, nature is trying to tell us? If there's a problem, what is the signal? And so we try to ignore the noise and instead identify the signal by trying to, you know, create that understanding with another, fellow humans, living beings, etc. So that's the kind of bright future that I imagine in the future. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so try to understand what you're saying is beautiful actually. So to be authentic to ourselves as a human, which is, you know, part of the nature, we're not different from the nature, and that we are, you know, deepening our connection with ourselves, also with others, not only other human in the same category that you said. You want to discard all those walls and to be one, and then to strive for the better future, and then blocking out all the noises, which is, you know, you have to have more stuff, or you have to, you know, get higher in positions and stuff. That's very beautiful. Can we achieve that?
Yes, I'm optimistic, really.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Please give a round of applause for Nina here. And I would like to continue to Nanda. You know, you're talking about momentum. I think that's a very important word. We have a lot of momentums to use. We can use momentum each day, right? When we wake up.
what do you think of that type of momentum, especially here, everyone here at COP? What type of momentum that we can use and keep it, keep the effect forwards, even though after we come back to our home countries?
That's it. Okay, thank you for the questions. And I think when I say momentum, as I mentioned in my presentations, we all know that this COP26 is a global momentum to change towards a better future. And as I mentioned before too, we have Green Leaders Indonesia, and Indonesia to be specific. So I think momentum is just a starting point towards a better or cleaner or cheaper or anything that will make us not worrying about our future as a youth. And that's my point of view of these presentations. And I think the important variables to be able to keep these positive changes is to consistently want to know something new about climate change itself. Like what are the impacts, what are the projections, or what are the hopes, etc. Because every day we learn something new, right? We learn something exciting, we learn something hopeful, and that's what makes us motivated every day and drive us to do something we want to do. And climate change is a dynamic issue that causes various impacts to us. So as a student, my standing point is, I think what's really important is to keep up with what actually we're facing on and remind others of it.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So you're mentioning something about, I don't want to be worried as a youth. I still have a long decades to live. I might be, experiencing this if, the world leaders right now not addressing it correctly and fast enough. So that's really, that's speak from the heart of his mind. And I'm sure also a lot of young people out there, me too, I'm not that young as like them, but I also feel the worry. Now I would like to ask RJ and also Adinda about, this worry and hope play in play here. How worried are you and how hopeful are you with all of this happening in here in terms of climate change and your future? Maybe Adinda first, and then later we can tap into RJ.
Sure. So I have to start with two sides of the argument. So one side of the argument comes from, should I be a pessimist when it comes to environmental issues, climate change, and also the blah, blah, blah Greta Thunberg world leader speech. Can you speak closer to the mic? Okay. And also, the other side of the argument is whether should I believe that through the power of collaboration, collective action, can this climate change will not be reversed, but we still can achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase. I would say that the university has provided me resources such as academic papers that makes me optimistic that we can do it. Like what I said in my presentation, we are on track, and also yesterday I attended Ibu Siti Nurbaya's presentation. She said that we are on track. Indonesia is on track. But at the same time, the other side of the argument is that the media keeps on sending bad news without any real accuracy. So if they say that we are not on track, this is the data that our effort is insufficient. The question is this data still up to date? Usually it's expired. That is what I learned. And this is not just from the local news, okay? This is from articles such as The Economist, The Guardian, news like that. They always say that this data, while presenting outdated data statistics, and also when you're broadcasting, when you're reporting some news, you use your own perspective. And these perspectives vary. And I wouldn't say that there are wrong or correct perspectives, but we have to, like I say, be unbiased when we're processing information. So with me, I would say that these news that I read every day is is taking away the hope that I have from the readings I've read from the university. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a few from Adinda, and I would like to call in RJ if he's still joining. RJ?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I
Play like we wanna which role do you wanna play, right? It be a victim as well, but we can make this as a change. So how worried are you and how hopeful are you of the future of young people, RJ?
Okay. Talking about worrying, especially in Indonesia, we lack understanding what the problem is, and that's a huge issue because we don't even know what's the problem. Then how can we create the right solutions? So when we're talking about how I'm really worried is that we can't even identify what the problem is. So we need a lot of exhilaration on understanding the issue and then jumping on to take actions, which is kind of a big step when you think about it. But what makes me kind of optimistic and how the hope that we have is I believe in intergenerational collaborations. I believe that youth, Gen Z, has the energy. Millennials, they have the commodities, and Gen X boomers, they have the experience. See, it's how we collaborate between these generations into creating more actions. And it's really what's important because right now we don't have to have any boundaries. We have to collaborate within each other, different sectors, different generations, and it's really how we can be very optimistic on finishing climate issues. So I think that's my answer to your question, Leah.
Here, you have one question? All right, okay. If you can say it very quickly, it'll be great.
Okay, this is for RJ specifically. It's quite specific. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Belum nyala. Press dulu sampai itu.
Hello? Okay. Can you hear me? This is a specific question for RJ about the talk you gave. I'm just interested in the e-waste of big industries and big companies, and with technology increasing in the world, there's a big dialogue on increasing technology and more phones. There's wanting more computers and phones and going generally more electronic. So I'm interested in how much e-waste these companies are producing and whether they have a massive part in the recycling, because I think the household can do a part, but then also the big companies are so big. And I'm just wondering what you think about that.
Yeah, RJ, you can address that directly.
Okay. Thank you for the question. That's a very good question. Now, so you're right, especially in Indonesia, and I think in other countries too, electronic waste is divided into two sources, from household and from industries. Now, actually, recycling e-waste that comes from industries are easier because they come from one source and they produce a lot at one time. Comparing to household, it's spread all over the houses in Indonesia. So it's harder to track and it's harder to collect from many points. So actually, it's easier to track e-waste that comes from industries because they come with big amounts and just they come from one location and it's easier. The amount is way more, but it's easier to recycle because the challenge is not actually how many we can recycle, but how can we collect them into one point as it spreads all over Indonesia. And household becomes more tricky, becomes harder, becomes more expensive, because you need more accommodation to collect this e-waste into one point, into these recycling centers. So, but going back again, when you talk about the amount, usually I collect e-waste from household, and I collect from about 500 kilograms into 1 tons before I send it into a recycling center. But when it comes from industries, they can have 2, 3, 4 tons at one time. Depends on what kind of industry they are. If they have a lot of computers that they're using, then yes, they can produce more than 5 tons. But if they're a more smaller industry, then it depends. But my point is, it's easier actually industries, because they come from one source comparing to household. And that's my answer. Thank you.
I hope that answered your question. And ladies and gentlemen, by that, I think we need to conclude our session today. It has been great. So please give a warm applause to all the speakers here. And I would like to invite them to stand up on the center of the stage to take pictures. As a sign that this session is concluded. Thank you very much for all the participants that are coming here today and then also online. See you again in 5 minutes. Yeah, we will have another session many sessions. On business leadership, supporting ambitious target achievement on greenhouse gas emission reduction. So there will be many company representatives that will talk about their action on climate change. So thank you very much again. You can grab a coffee and then also snacks as well. And please, can we have a picture? Thank you. Yeah, wonderful talk. Really, that's I think like the answer to everything. If we not get more so we won't be needing stuff, ya nggak sih? Itu sih sebenarnya. Jadi aku ini kok mikirin apa sih, mitigasi apa? Ini just like consume less stuff and be content with ourselves. Exactly. Oh, wonderful. Sekarang berarti kegiatannya apa? Kenapa? Fokusnya adalah ke Enggak, maksudnya like in your life. Where are you right now? Malang. Oh, arek Malang, kamu Surabaya. Aku dulu sempat sekolah di SMA 12. Serius? Aku di SMA 5. Ada juga di SMA 5. Oh, dekat rumah saya SMA 12. Oke. Yuk foto yuk. Mas Harfan boleh nggak foto? Harfannya nggak ada. Oke, yuk. Ayo Tika ikut. Oh ya. Tadi.
Yes, sí.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Sí.
Hah? Habis ini jam
Sí,
2 menit lagi mulai.
Sí.
Oh ya. So ini oleh-oleh. Oh oke. Ya sebentar. Oh ya Pak Adi monggo. Gimana? Ya ini.
Sí.
Indonesia is a vast archipelago of 17,000 islands, having more than 100 million hectares of terrestrial and 5 million square kilometers coastline. Indonesia has very rich and unique biodiversity, also highest biodiversity in the world. It's often called the mega biodiversity country. Indonesia has more than 47 ecosystems distributed from the alpine into the deep of marine ecosystem. It's a home abundance of world's flowers, mammals, reptiles, birds, amphibians, and fishes. Indonesia has committed to conserve the biodiversity in all levels. "54 national parks are covering more than 27 million hectares, considering the richness of the ecosystem and species, as well as the genetic and their uniqueness in the world. 7 ASEAN Heritage Parks have been designated, namely Gunung Leuser, Kerinci Sebelat, Waikambas, Kepulauan Seribu, Bantimurung Bulu Saraung, Wakatobi, and Lawrence. Gunung Leuser National Park, which covers more than 800,000 hectares, is the first national park declared by Indonesia, and also become ASEAN.
This is recorded and then streamed online. So hopefully for everyone who are still watching online, I know in Indonesia it's already in the evening. Hopefully you still can tune in while having dinner maybe. Please enjoy our session and please give warm welcome to Bapak Efran Shah, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Bapak.
I thought we are still at the lunchtime, but yeah, I think I saw people queue at the area and the restaurants, so I hope they are coming here soon. But anyway, there is a direct link to Manggalawana Bhakti and of course record. My name is Efran. I am a senior advisor to the Minister of Forestry. I think Minister Siti Nurbaya got at least 7 advisors, including myself. And today, with your permission, I will try to facilitate discussion and learning sessions from your experience. What we're gonna touch upon is, well, yesterday it's about similar thing. We are talking about leadership of business in supporting Indonesians' honest target for emission reduction, in particular CO2. So the topic is around how we contribute to our own NDC so that the achievement is guaranteed, and if possible we go beyond if you are all cooperate. That is the point. And with me, there will be many prominent speakers. I'll call upon one by one. Each of them will describe their experience about 10 minutes. As such, we can give ample rooms for question and answer and discussion. If no one asks, I'm ready and prepared myself to give you questions. The idea is to clarify what you are doing or what we are doing together. I think that is a simple point of our meeting today. There is target 2030 and 2060. We are leading to at least cutting half of business as usual. Okay? Forestry and land use have their own commitment, which is bigger in terms of reduction compared to the energy sector, because we are developing countries and the fact that we have not reached the peak of our development. I think you are all aware our significant difference with your partner here in Europe is they got time 70 years after the peak of their development to fulfill commitment. We, if inshallah by 2030 we did something significant and the peak is reaching around there, it's too short time for 2060 to reach our commitment. So what does it mean? It's been working hard, and you are not supposed to be shy to be ambitious. That is the point, first point that I'd like to register. With such introduction, it is a privilege for me to invite first Pak Iman Rahman, representing Pertamina. We already heard the commitment of the boss on the first day, so I believe it will be in line and it will strengthen such commitment. It's quite, if I recall, it's quite large and ambitious area to work in depth. please, Pak Iman. We are listening to you for 10 minutes. Well, if you pass 1-2 minutes, I pretend not to see. Thank you, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been introduced by Pak Efran. Thank you, Pak Efran. I'm Iman Rahman. I'm a director of strategy, portfolio, and new ventures of Pertamina. Yeah. It's my pleasure to share with you all of you today how we are going to navigate our effort to embrace the energy transition in accordance to accelerating energy transition and reducing end-to-end emissions. Pertamina commitment have been delivered by our President Director on Monday that to implement ESG aspect has increased the Pertamina ESG rating today. Pertamina received an ESG risk rating by Sustainalytics of 28.1 and was assessed at the medium risk of experiencing a material financial impact from ESG factors. This risk rating expected a significant improvement from the previous reaching of 41.6. So our ESG score have been increased significantly from 41.6 to 28.1, from severe risk to the moderate risk. And also I think with this score, if you see in the right hand side, with this score, Pertamina occupies the 15th position out of 252 companies in the oil and gas industry, even in the 8th position in the integrated oil and gas industry. Pertamina in the same cluster with the global international oil company such as Repsol, ENI, PTT Thailand, and Total Energies. I think this also positioned even better compared to BP, Exxon, and Chevron. This rating improvement confirms Pertamina's seriousness in carrying the ESG agenda in the integrated manner, especially to contribute to sustainability of the environment and social in the world we live in. If you see in the presentation in the left bottom, that Pertamina already have a sustainability committee that be chaired by our President Director, Ibu Nike Widawati, with the member of the chair, including myself as a strategy and portfolio and new venture director, also finance director and logistic and infrastructure director. Along with our strong commitment to ESG implementation, Pertamina, as you see in the slide presentation, that determined 10 sustainability focuses that develop best the UNFCCC's peer benchmark as well as international aspirations. Amongst the 10 focuses, environmental protection as well as health, safety and security plays a major role, considering the inherent risk impact that our business project towards the earth. Therefore, we have and will always incorporate health, safety and security, and also environment as our core culture in activities. We also have targets related in zero accident, zero fatality, provision of energy, of community, zero unethical conduct of business, etc. Regarding effort to overcome climate change, Pertamina has reduced carbon emissions from energy production and consumptions. Pertamina has also protect ecosystem and biodiversity in its operational use. I think these slides deliver an insight to deliver an overview of energy megatrend that has been occurred since 1850s until now. In this illustration, it can be seen that demand for energy increased significantly in 1900, accelerated by the rapid growth in global transportations, followed by the increase in welfare throughout the world, all these major events, forced by coal and oil utilization around the globe. However, if you see that in the last decade and the future projections, there will be a shift energy fulfillment, which is anticipate environmental changes and reduce greenhouse gas impacts. The development of new renewable energy is one of the worldwide priority, including the global energy industry. As the second quarter of 21st century begins, the energy industry faces stronger scrutiny for increasing environmental conscious public, investors and policymakers seeking to concurrently meet climate goals and fulfill energy demand. Commendably, progress on investment has best made forward greater reliance on cleaner energy sources across economic sector and to address energy transition. The culture of innovation and technology adoption has been identified as one of the key factors to spearhead the energy transition. This slide shows you that we are excited to embrace that the energy transition in accordance to the society's shared goals of limiting the global warming and achieving energy security. It reflected in the target set by the Indonesian government, which portion of renewable energy, if you can see in the middle, that the energy mix for renewable energy will be increased to 23%, the one in the green, in 2025, and become 31% in 2050. Pertamina, a state-owned corporation, extends its leadership in Indonesia's energy industry by stepping up its effort to contribute to the progress energy mix. I think if you see in this slide that commitment of Pertamina can be seen that how we're gonna deploy our capex for the next 4 years. Yeah, the total capex until 2024 is about 92 billion US dollar, which is 9% of it will be dedicated to the power, gas and renewable energy in the right hand side. And also I think in terms of energy mix, in the left hand side you can see that our NRE from 2019 consists of 13% will increase to 17% in 2030. As a group, Pertamina has set a target of 30% emissions reduction in 2030 compared to 2010 baseline. We currently evaluating a more ambitious emission reduction target. Consequently, every line of the business in Pertamina, including upstream, must contribute to achieve our existing and future target. In 2020, Pertamina has succeeded in reducing GHG emissions by 27% compared to 2010, which is we are targeting as Indonesian target to reduce by about 23%. Several strategies to reduce the GHG are including: one is a flare gas utilization in upstream and refinery. Secondly, energy efficiency in order to optimize waste heat recovery in upstream and refinery. The third one is fuel gasifications to switch liquid base fuel to gas to the gas fuel. The fourth one, and also other activity in commercialization, the CO2 venting to customer in upstream or other process optimization in geothermal activities. To drive a new and renewable energy growth in Indonesia energy mix, I think Pertamina, prepare 8 strategies. Yeah, we can be so in the presentation that the first one is optimizing the potential and increasing installed capacity of geothermal, double up from 1.8 gigawatt in 15 operation area in Indonesia. But the next 5 years, the capacity will be doubled, as I mentioned to you earlier. Secondly, the commercializing green hydrogen derived from the Pertamina geothermal field with total potential about 8,600 kilogram hydrogen per day. The third one is Pertamina is taking a strategic role in Indonesia integrated ecosystem in the battery and energy storage. I think if you see in the news that Pertamina collaborated with other 4 state-owned enterprises, including PLN, to set up a joint venture regarding the battery ecosystem. The fourth one is upgrading our refineries to produce green fuels. We have started to develop our refineries, existing refineries, to produce biorefinery, biofuel, bioafter, and so on. And also the fifth one is developing bioenergy in forms of biomass and bioethanol. And also the sixth one, we continue to scale up the utilization of new energy for power generation, including the solar power plants. We're targeting about 5.5 megawatt and target to reach about 2.25 megawatt next year. And lastly, I think allowing us to also reduce our existing carbon footprint, as we are gas and oil company, but by implementing carbon capture, carbon utilization, and also storage in enhancing production in several existing oil and gas fields. I think finally, the most effective way in the global collaborations, the most effective way is by have a global collaboration with binding target and firm transition planning. We do hope with upcoming COP26, it will strengthen the commitment to increase joint collaboration and also give a clearer view on energy transition plan. As I quote some Liverpoolian football said that we never walk alone. So I think we can work together in the area of research and development to accelerate energy transition. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
What I heard from Pak Iman is a reinforcement for what have been said by the President Director of Pertamina. It's clear now to us that Pertamina has identified the area where they want to do action in terms of mitigation. But kindly be reminded that one of the participants on the first day reminded us that it's important to take care of and to develop the appropriate ecosystems, because some of these are quite new initiative to our country. Some of them even never heard about this. So this is an education process to all, and at the same time we are achieving. The second thing that I took up from your story is that all of this exercise from business perspective, somehow the art is you have to still recuperate benefits. So nggak boleh rugi kan, walaupun we are doing all these things, but you still have to be untung. The benefit is still there for you to survive for your longer journey. I think that is what I got from the story. Of course, the figure can be revised depending on the situation. But I can conclude that Pertamina is with us, in terms of going towards that NDC. Can we move on? I hope you agree what I said, Pak Iman, ya. Can we move on to Pak Evi Haryadi? Pak Haryadi is Planning Corporate Director, and his boss also committed big things to us. And one important thing, that achievement of action of mitigation will be performed without mati lampu. So it's very also another art of the story. Pak Evi, please, Pak. I hope we don't need to be very serious. Yeah? This is not a scientific forum. So just relax. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderators. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and warm greeting to all of you. It's an honor for me to participate and to present our presentation titles, Indonesian Power Sector's Decarbonization, Medium to Long-Term Initiatives. Next slide, please. There is all, okay. That's, I'm Epi Haryadi, now is Director of Corporate Planning of PT PLN Persero. On behalf of our CEO, I would like to present the presentation here. Next, in the first slide, we see here that has been explained and present with our CEO last day, last Monday. This is how we illustrate our roadmap of net zero emission journey by 2060. We try to illustrate here by the graph of the buildings. We see here there is a rooftop. No, excuse me. There is a rooftop here is the aspiration of net zero emission, and supporting by a 3 pillar here. There is a 2 pillar of the related to the supply and 1 pillar related with the demand side. And also there is a foundation of this. If we see in pillar number 1, it's a shift away from high carbon power generation. It's related with the supply side. With the short term between 2021 to 2030, that has been right in our short-term 10 years development plan. We call it RUPTLs. We have some initiative related here is renewables, desalination, coal plant retirement, biomass co-firing, and also there is energy efficiency and grid loss improvement, and also gas expansion and clean coal. And in the long term, between 2031 and 2060 goal, we try to achieve our carbon neutrality with more development in renewables, with the battery storage and also the interconnection. We are also doing initiative related with hydrogen co-firing, carbon capture and storage, and additional coal plant retirement. In the demand side, we also try to do the new business related with induction stove, electric vehicle, rooftop solar, energy as a service, and also there is RAC. This is a renewable energy certificate, and also the carbon credits, and also the emission trading scheme. And in the foundation, we also have, we must building new internal capability and technology. This, we call it the sustainability center. It's including the research and development, governance, and also the capacity building. And here, we can see if we don't do nothing, it's a business as usual. The emission of the energy, especially related with us in PLN, will be around 900 million ton CO2 equivalent by 2060. In 2060, we will produce around more than 1,200 terawatt hour zero carbon here, and we need to reduce this become to zero in 2060. But we need for new investment around more than 500 billion US dollar. Mostly this is new capacity in solar, geothermal, hydropower, and wind energy is around more than 200 gigawatt. And also this can be reducing our 900 million tons a year of CO2 equivalent. And we also using capture through CACIS, carbon capture storage here, that could be need 350 million US dollar. And in the next is the first pilot of the short term between 2021 till 2030. There is two initiatives, one related with the unconditional initiative, and the other one is conditional initiative. For unconditional initiative, there is 6 initiatives here. The first initiative related to the renewable one. We try to build 23.8 gigawatt by 2030, and now we have achieved around 2.9 gigawatt renewables by 2021. And the second one is the de-dieselization and coal plant retirement. We convert around 1.2 gigawatt solar PV, and also retire 1.1 gigawatt fossil-based plant. And the other initiative, the third one, is biomass co-firing. And in related with this initiative, we mix the coal power plant with the co-firing biomass around 2.5 gigawatt by 2030. The fourth initiative related to energy efficiency improvement and grid loss reduction. We will make an improvement around 2% in energy efficiency, and we try to reduce 0.3 to 0.4% in grid loss ratio improvement. The others is a gas expansion. Now we have achieved around 5.4 gigawatt gas build, and we try to expand our gas power plant to be 11.2 gigawatt by 2030. And the others, clean coal technology, we also build and replacing our coal power plant to the new technology of the clean related with ultra supercritical, around 17.1 gigawatt. We also try to make some plan related with conditional initiative for reducing NDC by 2030, related with early retirement with write-off, is with using early retirement of all 5.4 gigawatt coal and gas plant. And also we try to make a pilot of 13.5 gigawatt of coal and gas power plant, and also hydrogen co-firing with the pilot one. For initiative 1 till 6, we need capex around 75 billion US dollar. And for the conditional, we need support around 73 billion US dollar. Okay. In the second pillar related with the supply and the medium term and long term, between 2030 till 2060, we have 4 major moves to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. The first initiative related with renewable with battery storage and interconnection. We see here that we will build 210 gigawatt of renewables, mostly in 95 gigawatt is solar, 60 gigawatt of hydro, 7 gigawatt of wind, and 25 gigawatt of geothermal. We also will build around 50 gigawatt of storage and 17 gigawatt of interconnection. And related with hydrogens co-firing, we try to build and co-firing around 120 terawatt hours of our gas power plant. And related with carbon capture and storage, after we piloting the project in short term between 2000 and 2030, in the long term between 2030 and 2060, we try to using carbon capture and storage in 30 gigawatt of coal and 30 gigawatt of gas. And another conditional initiative is early coal plant retirement. That must be some supporting from another country or another funder that try to early retirement around 5.2 gigawatt coal power plant. It can reduce from 20 years to 12 or 15 years. For initiative 10, 11, and 12, we need around 500 billion US dollar because there is incremental cost to move from BOE to carbon neutral. And at cost of around 30 and 40 US dollar per ton of CO2 mitigated. In conditional one, we need support around 5 billion US dollar capital with low cost of capital. We need it around 3.5%. This also related with the last, the Monday signing MOU between ours and ADB. This is one of pilot and also the futures plan that we are make a cooperation with them. And the third pillar is related with the demand side. We try to enter the business related with the electrification and decarbonization. There is 6 initiatives in the demand side. One related to induction stove. We try to reach around 15 million electric stove users by 2030. And related with the electric vehicle, we will support build out EV charging infrastructure in Indonesia. We think we can reach around 35,000 BEV and also PEV by 2024 and can reduce around 15 till 20x kiloton CO2 equivalent per year. And another is we will also come to business rooftop solar. That is a plan with that have a plan around 36 gigawatt rooftop business by 2025. It also could make some indirect abatement potential by 2025. It could be reducing around 5 million tons CO2 per year. Another, we also now have one of our subsidiary related with the energy as a service to customer business. And we think that we can get around 7.5 million tons CO2 per year in indirect abatement potential by 2025. Another initiative is related with renewable energy certificate and carbon credit trading. Now we have some renewable energy certificate and also carbon credit trading in our system, and we hope by 2022 we can get 500 gigawatt of RSC sold, and it could be make abatement of the carbon around 9.2 million ton CO2 per year. And another is emission trading scheme. It support to set up of national ETS in Indonesia, and also it could be now we have around 60 power plant that using this kind of scheme, and we hope by 2020 it become around 54 power plant. This is the foundation. If you see in the first slide, we try to illustrate about the building. There's a rooftop, 3 pillars, and the foundation. This is the foundation of our roadmap of net zero emission by 2030. We try to do the foundation by PLN Sustainability Center. This PLN Sustainability Center consists about 3 complementary pillars, including Center of Excellence, Transformation Office, and also PLN Corporate University. In Center of Excellence, they have a role to incubate and catalyze new technology to research and development. They're also doing in-house research on priority technology, especially in for example, CCS,
They are also doing partnership with licensor, university, and research labs. They also incubator for early stage technology company. And also we recruit expert talent in battery and renewable energy solution, and also the future technology that will be the technology for the future. The second pillar is a transformation office. This transformation office have a role accelerate implementation of decarbonization initiative. The dedicated program management office to drive decarbonization, and also the transformation cadence to drive execution, and then bottlenecking decision making. And the last but not least is a PLN Corporate University to build internal capability within PLN. They train talent in the next generation technology and businesses. And we also have PLN Renewable Energy Academy and SSE Academy for on-demand capability building for management and frontline. To achieve all of our roadmap by 2030, the PLN cannot do alone. We need some support from every stakeholder that we have. First, related incremental electricity cost to customer. Because of there is incremental electricity around 3.3 cents per kilowatt hour in 2060, we need support in subsidy and compensation. And also we need supporting in financing. Of course, we need lower cost green financing to support around 500 billion US dollar cumulative. And also immediate funding is around 5 billion US dollar here. In case of technology, we also need mega project investment and technology sharing from the leader of BAS, CAS, and hydrogen. And the last is we need also policy support, such as removal of EV import tariff and introduction of subsidy. That's all our presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, we wish PLN good luck. I think they know area where they want to do the moves. There are 4 big moves, and but 500 billion US dollar is not a small amount. Yeah. So I think we should try to help them and do some fundraising of investment. If any of us see donors who are interested to invest on that, I think it is all our national interest to support our lovely PLN. Yeah. So I thank them and I wish them good luck. The next one is from a private entities. May I call upon Pak Basri Kamba, Director of Asia Pacific Rayon, ya, dari grup RAPP, April I think. Pak, silakan Pak. 10 minutes lah. You'll do it.
Very good afternoon, Bapak Ibu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also very lovely evening to our distinguished friends joining online from Jakarta. My 5-slide presentation is very simple. It's about a collaborative and decisive actions between us as the private sector and the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry to support the ambitious target achievement of greenhouse gas emissions reductions of Indonesia. But before that, I would like to brief you about APRIL, Asia Pacific Resources International Limited. We are one of the largest and most advanced efficient makers of sustainable fiber, pulp, and paper products in the world. Our mill is located in Riau, which is about 1 flight from Singapore, with offices in Jakarta and Singapore. We make products that are used every day all over the world in liquid packaging, printing and writing papers, tissues and shopping bags, food packaging, magazines and books. As a leading global producer of sustainable fiber and bio-based products, April joined others in the global community in doubling down on its commitments, not only commitments, but also actions to sustainable business and to achieve a positive impact over the next decade. Last year, like we explained on the very first day of this event, we announced April 2030, our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature and people with growing our business sustainably. So April 2030 includes a series of concrete, time-bound and science-based targets structured around 4 pillars, 4 commitments, which is climate, landscape, inclusivity and sustainable growth. Today I'd only talk about the first one on the climate positive. This is not only innovation, but a very daring innovation. Under the climate positive pillar, we are implementing science-based solutions to reduce product carbon emissions intensity by 25% over the next 10 years, including advancing the use of renewable energy sources. We understand that the world has the critical window to work collectively and make this truly a decade of decisive actions. Bapak Ibu sekalian, to immediately kick off the company's shift to renewable energy sources, April is installing a 20 megawatt solar panel at its operational site starting in 2021. It's not only at operational site, but also on the capped landfill. This is the first ever in Indonesia, right, with the support of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So at the moment, this 1 megawatt has been installed during the Independence Day of Indonesia this year. So the capital is around 870,000 for this 1 megawatt. This is the first one. When completed in 2025, it will be one of Indonesia's largest private sector. I should underline the word private. Indonesia's largest private sector solar panel installations, contributing to the country's NDC target for the greenhouse gas emissions reductions. We will be also the first company in Indonesia to install solar panel on closed landfills. We estimate that when fully installed, it will provide 2 to 3% of our total energy needs, powering our employing houses, estates, offices, nurseries, and communities. April 2030 is about taking ownership of our agenda and proactively defining how we evolve of our sustainability commitments to make them even more relevant to these graceful challenges of our times. This solar panel energy project initiative to reduce dependency on non-renewable energy source, positive contributions to the environment by reducing greenhouse gas emission and air pollution. Also, this is an effective open land usage. When completed, April will be able to reduce 400 kilogram of coal consumption per megawatt hour, and also 997 kilogram of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour, and 30 kilogram of sulfur dioxide per megawatt hour. And then by using this PV power plant per year, we can avoid the use of 1,500 ton of carbon dioxide and 54 tons sulfur dioxide per year, or equal to some 38,000 trees planted. By the end of 2020, April utilized approximately 80.2% renewable energy to support the company's operations, and we target to improve to around 90% in 2030. The adoption of solar panel is an example of a commitment to energy transitions and the use of renewable energy sources across our operations. It will become a permanent part of our energy mix. The installation of the solar panel project marked another major step for our company to deliver a positive impact to the planet. We are making these commitments from a developing economy where the responsibility to achieve sustainable business growth and deliver essential progress for the environment while supporting government agenda is greater than ever. I have 1 minute slides so you can see this 3 months project of this 1 megawatt solar panel. So next year we are going to install another 4 megawatt. So it's on grid. No batteries needed.
April 2030 yang diluncurkan pada bulan November tahun lalu, April akan bisa menghindari penggunaan 400 kg batu bara per megawatt hour dan juga akan mengurangi emisi karbon dioksida sebesar 997 kg per megawatt hour dan juga SO2 akan bisa dihindari emisinya 30 kg per hour. Di tahun 2025 nanti, April akan menjadi perusahaan swasta yang mempergunakan panel surya terbesar di Indonesia.
Bapak Ibu, this 24 megawatt commitment is not just a statement by us. As usual, we'll prove it. When we say it, we do it. 4 megawatt next year, another 12.5 megawatt on the following years. So thank you. So for us, when we do business, it should be good for the community, the country, and the climate, and then our customers. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih Pak Basri. Thank you Pak Basri. Thank you very much. It always amazes me when I see a track of solar panel. I often seen that in broadcast by China. They have the large one, terrestrial as well as floating on the lake or even on the river. Yeah, I think it's amazing. And then Pak Basri just gave us good news that soon we may enjoy the same view in our beloved country, tanah air kita Pak ya. Jadi mudah-mudahan berhasil. I hope you honor your commitment and you make it happen. So we'll be together with you on this. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is a respected lady that I admire very much. I'm sorry to admire her. Ibu Febriani Edi, the President Director of PT Vale. On the first day, she talked to us about sustainable mining, but please, the context of this story, when you say sustainable mining, some people may take it negatively, but she managed to explain to us what does it mean. So you will continue the story, Ibu, silakan.
Terima kasih Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants of COP26 from Glasgow and from Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity. It is an honor for me to present to you our plan to reduce our carbon emissions. So let me start with brief introductions. As I realize not many of you know PT Vale. We are a nickel mining company integrated from the mine until processing and smelting. Today, these two pictures shows the distinctions. This is the humble beginning that we had back in 1970s. and this is today our plant. So over the 50 years, we have grown into one of the prominent integrated nickel mining and smelting company. Today, we employ roughly 9,000 workforce in the island of Sulawesi, particularly in South Sulawesi. So just want to remind that today there's a lot of interest to nickel because of electric vehicle. But to produce electric vehicle, it involves a long supply chain process from upstream until the end products. Because the electric vehicle was triggered by the need to reduce carbon emission, we believe the entire supply chains must be sustainable and particularly low carbon. So this is what we have done today. The production capacity is roughly 70,000 nickel. This represents 3 to 4% of the world nickel supply. So pretty large operations for one single plant in South Sulawesi. And today, our plant is powered with 3 hydro dams. The first one was built in 1978, Larona Dam. And then the second one was built in 1999, Karibi, and the last, Balambano. And the last one is 2011, Karibi. So total, the 3 hydro dams has a power of 365 megawatt. Just a bit of indications, 365 megawatt is the power required to lighten the entire island of Batam. So it's very large capacity. With these 3 hydro dams, we were able to reduce our emissions, carbon emissions by roughly 1 million tons per year, without which you know that will be a significant amount. We also, since 2019, launched our commitments to follow Paris Agreement, which is cutting down our carbon emissions by 1/3 by 2030 and achieving net zero by 2050. Since we announced that, we also decided no longer to invest in coal-related assets. So recently, we decided to cancel coal conversion project in Kilan. The project is actually, from economic point of view, will give us additional profit of $40 million per year. But because of our low carbon commitment, we decided not to go ahead with the project. Of course, we need to continue to find a way of improving our efficiency, but not through adding carbons. So RACO today, very proud to say, it's one of the plants with the lowest carbon emissions per ton of nickel produced, at least in Indonesia. Obviously, we would like to maintain this legacy going forward. So now this is the roadmap that we have built to achieve 2030 target reductions of roughly 30% carbon emissions. So basically, we started in 2019 with a quick wins project. Any equipment that we can electrify, we electrified. So one of the auxiliary equipment is boiler. So we changed the boiler into electric boiler, therefore it can use the capacity from our hydropower plant, reducing carbon emission. The second option was to maximize the use of biodiesel as much as possible to fuel our mining fleet. And then the third one is energy conservation, obviously. And then in 2020, we move ahead with looking at the existing hydropowers from 365 megawatt generated power up to the point that we actually consume the power. There are a lot of loss of power in the middle. So the effort was to try to see how can we optimize the energy utilizations at our furnaces. So that was optimizing existing. And then this one modular screening station is our own invention. We study from cement industry. It's not common in laterite mining. We have concluded the pilot projects and installed the first one. It will be commissioning in November this year. If it works, we will replicate and change the way we do mining going forward. What is special about this is, after mining, we normally have to screen the ore. And the way we screen the ore today is we use water because laterite is very sticky. So this technology from cement industry doesn't use water. And why is it so important? Because if you use water, you add moisture, and therefore you need more energy, more carbon to dry. Therefore, we move ahead with modular screening station. And then stockpile was improvement. Essentially, after you screen the ore, you have to put it in the stockpile for 3 to 6 weeks for natural evaporations. But in this case, the design of the walls will be to maximize the drying process. So these two, 19 and 20 was a quick wins, short term, what can we do immediately? And then 2023, we move ahead and look at more options for study. Basically, now our plan was to study the major conversions of our energy fuel from, we still have fuel and coal that we use in our major equipment, which I will explain later on. So essentially, The next big project is the one that is highlighted red here. We still have our dryer and kiln today operating using fuel and coal, emitted roughly close to 2 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. Therefore, the focus will be in these two equipments. So today we are doing the study. So the target is by 2025, we will convert to gas, at least for the dryer. And then 2028, again convert to LNG for kiln. These two project combined basis will reduce 28% our carbon emissions out of the 30% target. So these two must be successful, otherwise we cannot deliver our commitment. And after that, we will go ahead with net zero. To be honest with all of you, we don't know yet how to get to net zero. But our point is, the world cannot wait anymore. We need to take actions immediately. We need to bring the result. For that very reason, Vale choose the proven technology only to reduce the emissions at least for 2030 target. So gas is a very common option. It is more expensive economically, but we choose to go ahead because this is the only way we can move ahead quickly. Therefore, and the next one is we have also decided for achieving 2030 target, it cannot be delivered through carbon offset. It has to be an absolute reductions in our emission. So, I explained before we have hydropower. A lot of people asking, you have hydropower, why do you still have a lot of carbon? So this is our processing plant, process that we have to go through. The hydropower electric is only powering this equipment, furnace, but we still have dryer and kiln. These two emit roughly 2 million tons of CO2 a year. Therefore, the focus of the study was these two, as I explained before. So, sorry, I just want to... Anyway, okay, so in order to build a roadmap to actually tackle the carbon emission, we must know where the emission come from and how much the emission is. So from our point of view, out of the 2 million ton of carbon emissions that we need to tackle, 1.8 million comes from processing plants. So this is the major focus of carbon reductions. The next, obviously, is the mining. The mining is only 10%, which is 200,000 tons of carbon dioxide a year. Today, we are banking on two options. The first is the one that I just explained, modular screening station. This is a copy from a cement industry. So hopefully, finger crossed, November commissioning, no problem. We will copy paste this across and it will change the way we do mining. And then of course the mining fleet itself, this year we will have 2 pilot electric trucks. If this works, this will also copy paste across the board. So these two we hope will change dramatically the emissions coming from the mining. Lastly, I talk about the carbon roadmap and what we want to do. I think it's important also to mention about reclamation, rehabilitations, and reforestation because we are a mining company. But I would like to emphasize everything that we do here for reforestation, we will not account the carbon reductions for 2030 goal. It's a separate thing. So for us, so far, we have opened 5,000 hectares. We have covered back, rehabilitated back 3,000 hectares. We have still some homework to be done, but all of the activities that we do is based on this nursery that we built in Sorako. It's quite a decent size. The capacity is 700,000 seedling a year for indigenous plant. So in addition to existing operation, we also commit with Government of Indonesia to rehabilitate outside the boundary of our operation 10,000 hectares, mainly in the South Sulawesi area, covering 14 regencies, planting 7.5 million trees. This will be done in the next 5 years. The budget is roughly $30 million, and this is phase 1. After this, we will do the second phase again. So the total will be 10,000 hectares reforestation outside the boundary. Lastly, this is the legacy, the dream that we want to pass on to the community. We have made a promise to local government that we will build a botanical gardens. This is a 5-year plan. So the design of the botanical garden is a leaf because we want to represent the environment and ecological development. So what we'll have inside this botanical gardens is a museum for education purpose. Now there will be a recreation facility for community. And then we have botanical and zoology conservation park. So we want to have to use this for education purpose, and also we will add on the local culture piece of it. So together, we hope that we can bring this back to the community and create a legacy that everyone would like to see. That concludes my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, the similar story talking about efficiency. At the same time, we should accomplish emission reduction, and always the benefit to come with, and the challenges are similar, high technology involved, and then you need investment, new money. At this junction, supaya jangan ngantuk, can I provoke something for you big guys? PLN, Pertamina, yeah, and many of you, I hope Freeport also. Do you think it's time to have a small club? Small club. You are telling us the same story. It means you may be competitor, I don't know, and I don't care. But for this, no, I said I'm provoking you, okay? For this, you are all together. It goes to higher efficiency and emission reduction. Why don't? We already have a singer here, you just need a club, you know? Ada Pak Tony kan, why don't we have a small club? But please do not misunderstand me. I mean, it's for sharing the valuable lesson learned, because this is the first time people doing this in the country. You need to put it in the record and into the history of the development and evolvement of the private sector at one day, and we have to put ourselves in the museum that Ibu Febriani about to set up. So let me know and tell Ibu if this is viable. Make a small network. Ini jaringan maksud saya Pak, bukan klub minum-minum. Ya, we have a club. It cannot boys club. It should be Ibu ada. Ya, a club which is powerful to communicate what you are doing together, because adding it up, it give a big amount, and that you can be complementary to the government fight in the international diplomacy. That is my point. Okay, so think about it and let Ibu Siti Nurbaya as the national focal point for climate change know, and let her instruct me to setting up the table if so required and desired. Sorry for provoking, but just something to think over your plane flying back to the country or spending 3 more days at the quarantine. Well, I think we're gonna invite our last speaker. Is it Pak Jempino Ngabdi ada? Okay, you are in the program. So, Freeport, it sounds familiar. So you are all here. I'm very worried if we are coming out from the room, nothing concrete happened. So it should be something happen that we indicating that we are all together. I hope Pak Jempino Ngabdi will support me, and PT Freeport is with us. Freeport Indonesia, please.
Slide, please. Thank you, Pak Efransha, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be part of panelists on efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emission. My name is Jempino Ngabdi. I'm an Executive Vice President of Freeport Indonesia. I'm also sitting on a board as a Vice President Director. Before I go further into our efforts on reducing the carbon emission, I would like to briefly introduce Freeport Indonesia. Freeport Indonesia operates one of the largest copper and gold deposit in the world. We are owned 51.2% by the government of Indonesia, and the remaining by Freeport-McMoRan, which is a world-leading copper producer. We operate Glasgow Mineral District under the state-of-the-art engineering, infrastructure and technology, which allow us to execute high volume and low cost production through 2041. We operate under special mining license up to 2041. Our principal product is copper concentrate, and we are dedicated to responsible copper production and continue to implement rigorous environmental management. Our product, which is copper, is critical to the technologies necessary to deliver clean energy, such as solar, wind, and electric vehicles. Low carbon economy. Low carbon economy is expected to intensify the use of copper, where it is estimated by 2030 that copper could support a reduction of global carbon emission by as much as 16%. If you look at the following slide, you can see that our mining operation is in Papua, Indonesia, in remote and highly challenging geographical areas. We operate in an area ranging from portside at Arafura Sea to the Jayawijaya mountain range with elevation up to 4,000 meters above sea level. From that point, you can see the Carlton Summit with the ice cap. It's a stunning place to be. Our underground mining operation is at 2,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level. On the economic benefit side, Freeport Indonesia has been a significant contributor to Indonesian economy, contributing to over $70 billion to Indonesian GDP from a period of 1992 to 2020. And going forward, until 2041, we expect to contribute a further $80 billion to the economy. As we are both the major consumer of energy and producer of copper, which is essential for the energy transition, we know that we have responsibility to reduce our own greenhouse emission by improving energy efficiency across our operation. I'm pleased to let you know that Freeport Indonesia has established a 30% greenhouse gas emission reduction target by 2030 versus our 2018 baseline. In 2020, we estimated that our GHG emission was 26% lower than 2016 on absolute basis. This is primarily due to the transition of our Grasberg open pit mining to underground mining, where our production is significantly reduced, so there was less energy requirement as a result. One of our company strategies is to reduce CO2 emission from our operation and to focus on energy and asset efficiency. Approximately 70% of our CO2 emission coming from our coal-fired power plants, and 30% coming from diesel generators and mobile equipment. And to meet our increasing electricity demand as we ramp up our production, we are constructing a new 129 megawatt dual fuel power plant, which will reduce GHG emission compared to coal-fired power plant. We will initially use biodiesel as energy source for our dual fuel power plant, and considering to switch to natural gas once reliable supply of natural gas become available. We are also evaluating the alternative to convert our existing coal-fired power plant to natural gas and other sources to reduce carbon emission. As we move forward, we plan to look for opportunities to electrify additional equipments in our operation. Our Grasberg block cave will be the largest underground block caving operation in the world once it is fully developed. We took initiative to utilize an autonomous electric train system to move ore underground tunnels rather than using traditional diesel-powered trucks. It is operated remotely by operators at the surface control room located 4 to 5 kilometers away from where the action is. And this has contributed approximately to 80,000 tons of CO2 reduction per year versus the utilization of about 50 to 60 diesel trucks to do the same task. We are also using autonomous loaders operated through remote control to reduce our workers' exposure to wet mud spills risk. As a recap, I would like to reiterate that we recognize the near and long-term challenge of climate change, and we are dedicated to responsible copper production. Freeport Indonesia has set a target of 30% GHG emission reduction by 2030 versus our 2018 baseline. We are dedicated to sustainable environmental management and create value for the benefit of all stakeholders. And with that, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Jempino. I have been reminded by the organizer that the pavilion has to be vacated for the reason of preparing the next sessions. So we don't have time for questions, but unless you have the burning question and going to be jumping up and down, I better let you, please. I can sense that. Ibu, the lady in red, please. Yeah. This is the only question that I can allow. Okay, please.
Just short. Thank you very much for the great presentation. I'm just wondering how the company can measure accurately the reduction of carbon emission by using the primary observation, or by applying some assumption, or by other measure, like mathematical modeling, etc. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think this merit immediate response. Otherwise, I think Ibu will not leave the place in peace. Yeah. So I think you need to answer this immediately. She is questioning whether how you measure it. Is there any things from baseline to the new things, to the new targets? Dari mana kita mulai? Pertamina?
Actually, the method.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, just the keywords, Pak. Langsung dari situ, Pak.
Thank you for the question, Bu. I think I'd like to introduce first, Pak, because between state-owned enterprising, currently we form a PMO for decarbonization. So the member will include Pertamina, PLN, BTPN, Mine ID, Dainalum, and other Perhutani. So we have a club already. What's the agenda is to have the same calculations.
Yeah.
How to calculate?
So it's quantitative, yeah? It's quantitative, okay.
And we are advised by a consultant, and we discuss also with your environmental department.
Before going further, let me remind everybody, you have national registry system. Unless it goes there, at the national level, we cannot detect. So please make sure you are registered in the system. Pak Zulkifli, can I? Okay, delegated.
Thank you, Ibu. I think the answer is the same like Pertamina, that we have a lot of discussion with the consultant and also others like SOE ministry, and we calculate all of them based on this assumption and calculation. Of course, we must make a measurement about that. Without this calculation and also some independent like a consultant or another body, we cannot clear how big we can reduce
the
emission.
Well, you already have Meteran. I think it will be easy to detect.
We also calculated on annual basis, 12 months, and then our emission is actually based from 2019. We'll talk to you some details because in 2019 is 0.55 equivalent.
Yeah, but who will calculate, Pak? Who will measure? Your consultant or?
Yeah.
You have.
We have the consultant, but it's very, very quantitative.
So then it urges how important you have a club. So in that club, you register your baseline.
Yeah.
I was started in Glasgow like this, and now I'm like that, or something like that.
Okay. Who else?
So no instruments, no instruments or equipment used to measure directly in the air.
Or not in the air, but in the source of emission, I believe.
In
the source of emission, yeah. No, kalau in the air is kecampuran with so many others then, huh?
In the source.
Yeah.
Any instruments on that? Installed on that?
Different technology is different instruments, yeah. Is that anybody can help? Freeport? Ada how to prove that you do all this mitigation action, carbon reduction? Come here, Pak Tony.
Okay. Thank you for the question. But basically, you know what we are doing. You know, technology. For example, technology. We use lots of advanced technology. Not only about the carbon emission that we count. Also, when we develop the mine, also the modeling of the mine. We also use the advanced technology, and of course we are helped by the consultants as well. For example, like when we replace the big trucks, 300 tons trucks, how many hours that is we are using the trucks, and how many gasolines or then how many diesel fuels are being burned and then emitted. Of course, there's a way of modeling and calculating that, and we compare with our train, which has been electrification using electric. So it's not that difficult to also measure. So that's the comparison, for example, like that. And also it will apply to other equipments as well. Thank you.
I am afraid we have to end here. I'm sorry. Otherwise they'll invite security to vacate the room. So let us be in the safe side. I thank you very much. And my dear lady, do you mind that? Yeah, do you mind that you approach? You want to say something, Bu? Just. Okay, please approach personally. Thank you very much. Sorry ya, Bu ya, kelewatan.
Only I want to know how the indigenous peoples participate.
Okay, this is another dimension. Yeah, please kindly approach the dimension of social and indigenous people is very important. It's always highlighted in the theme of this COP26. Thank you. Appreciate my apology for any oversight. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful, Pak Efransha and all the distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for coming in. And then now we are having a short break. Please come back at 3 p.m. for another session on renewable energy development, connecting climate actions on forestry and energy sector. Apology. We need picture, Bapak. So, Bapak, excuse me. Bapak, foto dulu ya. Sorry. So please, for all the speakers, kindly go on the stage.
Pertanyaannya masih ada. Oke, this is the symbol. Lestari. Ya, thank you, Pak. Indonesia nggak pernah bisa masak.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. Please come back again at 3 p.m. for another session on renewable energy development, connecting climate actions on forestry and energy sector.
Jam berapa?
Jam
3. Saya lagi.
Iya, Bapak. Makanya Bapak istirahat dulu. Habis Bapak hari ini.
Yes.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Indonesia Pavilion, and welcome for those of you who haven't been here before. We are about to begin our next session very shortly. Actually, all the speakers are already here, so please kindly have a seat so that we can begin our session very shortly. So for those of you who are still outside, please kindly come in and join us in our discussion. You can get a cup of coffee outside and bring it inside. I know it has been a long day perhaps for some of you. This is our 5th session for the day. So this session will be talking about renewable energy development, how to connect climate actions and forestry and energy sector. We have distinguished guests and speakers for today's event, for this event, and this is an interesting discussion, very relevant to Indonesia's case, especially because we do have a lot of forests, and then as well as, we need a lot of types of renewable energy. And before we begin our discussion, I would like to invite our distinguished guest that will be giving the keynote speech, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, which is now the Commissioner of PT TBS Energi Utama, that can deliver the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us to give warm welcome to Prof. Bambang Brojonegoro.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, everybody, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to this session related to the renewable energy and basically local communities. So I would like to put the perspective why we should care first about, of course, renewable energy, and secondly, why renewable energy should be inclusive by involving the local communities. The first reason, of course, about the renewable energy, I would like to re-emphasize, although you might have heard during this COP, many, a lot of times. In Indonesia, I think the biggest impact of global warming is basically the disaster. Of course, Indonesia is very well known, located at the Ring of Fire, a lot of threats in terms of earthquake, volcanic eruption, and tsunami. But 99% actually of our disaster is not really related to this type of this, not related to the issue of the earthquake or tsunami, but more on hydrometeorology. And of course, when we are talking about hydrometeorology, we are talking about not only flood, we are talking about landslide, we are talking about La Nina, El Nino, other type of things, and more importantly, okay, sorry. Okay. But more importantly, the extreme weather that we have experienced. Since I've been 55 years old and most of my time I live in Indonesia, I know I've never seen tornado in Indonesia. I only saw tornado when I did my PhD in US, in Midwest. But currently, at least on the last, let's say, 1 or 2 years, maybe we do not call tornado, but I could see we have like small type of tornado happening not in the remote areas, on the ocean areas, but right in the urban area. Sometimes it's very close to Jakarta, close to Bandung. Another type of extreme weather happens in East Nusa Tenggara, the province that we are going to discuss, especially in this session. Maybe for the very first time, of course, here Ibu Dwi Korita is the chair of the meteorologists, but in my memory, this might be the first time Indonesia experienced the extreme impact of a cyclone. Usually when we are talking about cyclone, it happens in Philippines, it happens in Vietnam, in China, but suddenly it happens in Indonesia, not on the very eastern part, but little bit inside on East Nusa Tenggara, and the impact is very devastated. So as you can see, the economic losses, of course this is in Indonesia rupiah, around 23 trillion rupiah losses per year. Of course, you know, compared to our budget, it might be small, but still we are talking about substantial amount that will affect local economy. And in terms of fatalities, in the last 10 years, the total fatalities is 1,200 people. So, you know, the extreme impact of climate change is already in Indonesia. So, where does the greenhouse gas emission come from? Of course, we know in Indonesia, and of course, Ministry of Forestry and Environment is very much in charge. Food and land use contributed around 50% of our greenhouse gas emission. And that's why the government, maybe the Director General later can explain to you about the effort to reduce deforestation. But at the same time, we have some kind of economic problem. The Indonesia population still growing, the economy still growing, so the need for food is still quite big. So estimated there would be additional 7 million hectares needed to expand the production. And of course, it might be conflicting with the idea to reduce deforestation. So, aside from food and land use, the other source of emission is coming from the energy, especially from the power generation. Why? Because our power generation is still very much dominated by fossil, especially coal. And you can see the figure over here, and of course on the right, the greenhouse gas emission in energy sector mostly come from energy industries, in this case power plant, number 2 from land transportation, and then the third coming from the manufacturing sector. So our focus now in how to reduce the most or the biggest contributor, which is the power generator. Indonesia, of course, you know, the largest archipelagic country. We have, you know, sometimes we have, we are proud to have 17,000 more islands. 9,000 of them basically have some population. But of course, when you see the countries like this, the largest archipelagic country, then if you are in the energy sector, you know very well how tough is to provide electricity to everybody, especially if we are talking, let's say, about 9,000 islands with the population. So making the national grid, of course, still now is almost impossible, you know, because the only integrated grid we have right now, only Jawa, Madura, and Bali, is called Jamali. But the others basically have grid, but not well integrated, and many a small grid, microgrid, and of course, many still on the off-grid. So it's a challenge to provide the electricity. And then, you know, of course, many years ago, there was a solution. Use the diesel power plant, because it's the easiest to provide electricity, especially for the remote areas and remote islands, long time ago. But now we realize, since I was finance minister, I know how expensive to buy, to provide the diesel. And then from anybody who is in the energy sector, you know how tough, how difficult to secure the supply of fuel. I mean, we are not talking about supply the fuel to Jakarta. We are talking about, let's say, supply the fuel to Miangas Island, which is the island closer to Philippines rather than to Indonesia. It's very expensive, very complicated. So, and then plus, now everybody realizes about the emission produced by the diesel fuel. So it means we have to substitute the diesel fuel if we want to be in the green economy. So the question is, how can we replace that? And this is the topic of this session. And then another challenge for Indonesia. We have around 5.8 million hectares of degraded lands in Indonesia. Degraded lands means you have limited ability to produce food, to store carbon, and to conserve vegetation and biodiversity. While biodiversity actually is one of our biggest assets. As you might know, Indonesia has #1 biodiversity if you consider the land and the ocean. If only on the land, we are #2 after Brazil. But if you combine land and ocean, we are #1. And of course, this will become issue if we cannot do anything about the degraded land. How about restoration? Yes, you can do restoration. However, it's very costly. The estimated cost would be close to $3,000 per hectare. Of course, it's not economically viable for both local government as well as central government. So these are some issues that we are facing today. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but we have to face it today, and we have to find a solution beginning from now. That's why I call it, we are trying to find solution to tackle food, energy, environment trilemma. Why food? Because again, land degradation means you have limited ability to produce food. Why energy issue? Yeah, you know very well about how to provide grid system to largest archipelagic island like Indonesia. And why environmental issue? You know very well. We use the diesel, we still have the issue of deforestation, food and land use. So we have to find solution. But the solution that we prefer is the integrated solution rather than one solution for each problem. So our proposal that will be discussed in detail by the panelists today would be to propose bioenergy crops. What type of bioenergy crops? There are two, at least, that we have studied and at least have been piloted in several areas in Indonesia, namely Kaliandra and Gamal. Apologize that I don't have the English version of this or the Latin version. I'm not the botanist myself. So, the idea is these bioenergy crops could be cultivated as a restoration crops in agroforestry system that produce not only bioenergy and food, also functioning as a method for low-cost land restoration. Remember, land restoration is very expensive, and we are trying to find less cost restoration method, and at the same time doing environmental conservation. So this is the proposal that will be discussed, and the real proposal would be the biomass power plant. Why biomass power plant is proposed in this case? Biomass power plant brings cheaper and greener solution for remote region that's still supported by diesel. Okay, so don't compare biomass with coal. Of course, you know, from at least from a price perspective, it will be coal all the way. But we are talking about diesel that now spread all over Indonesia, especially on the remote areas, remote regions. So this will be one of the solutions to substitute the diesel, and of course at the same time reduce the emission towards zero emission. At the same time, the crops, the bioenergy crops, Kaliandra or Gamal, in this case it will be discussed more on Gamal, can make soil more fertile, at least improving degraded land, store more carbon in land, and benefit, this is important, this will be like, I would say, the pleasant bonus for local communities, because when you are talking about power plant, usually is a business of upper middle class, you know. It's a power plant, and this is community. Community usually only acts as customer. Yes, they are customers. They need electricity, and they need power plant to produce electricity. But in our proposal, they are not only consumers. They are consumers, and at the same time, they are part of the producers. Of course, they are not the owner of the biomass power plant itself, but they provide the feedstock. They will grow the bioenergy crops. For example, in Timor, East Nusa Tenggara, they grow the gamal, and once the gamal is ready at a certain period of time, they will sell the gamal trees to the power plant to be used as a feedstock. Of course, when you sell, you get the money. So local economy will try to be dynamic with the existence of the bioenergy crops. And at the same time, they get electricity, because of course they need electricity to improve their productivity. And for degraded lands, there will be 2.8 million hectares of degraded land suitable to grow Kaliandra, and for Gamal around 1.6 million hectares all over Indonesia. So you can see the map of Indonesia at the bottom. On the left, the potential for Kaliandra. On the right, the potential of Gamal. If you know where Timor is, so Timor basically is here. Then you can see Timor can at least fulfill their needs of energy, aside from what PLN has been built over there, a coal power plant. But to substitute that, to complement that, then we can promote the biomass power plant, use the gamal. And hopefully, it's not only producing electricity, improving electrification ratio, but more importantly, giving the economic activities to local communities. So hopefully, this is the solution to solve the trilemma of food, energy, and environment. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And please enjoy the panels. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum. Selamat petang, selamat malam di Jakarta. Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Francia. I'm a senior advisor to the Minister of Forestry. It's an honor to listen to I used to attend his lecture, Professor Bambang, which has time to spend with us, and he just touched upon few things at the same time. Connecting grids, number one, and then addressing environment through bioenergy with aiming at the biopower plant. And I think this is something new to embrace in a larger scale. I know small scale, there are many attempts here and there to do that. There's Kalyandra and Gamal involved. It's known to many of our communities. So this is, it looks like a small thing, but it will bring a big impact, touching several aspects at the same time in the context of achieving emission reductions. So I think we have to pay attention to this, and we will start our story by listening to an expert that will talk about the grid first and the value of rural electrification under such context. So may I invite Mr. Basilio Diaz Arroyo dari Kemenko Farfes to talk more about this idea.
Thank you, Moderator, Senior Advisor of Ministry of Environmental Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to talk to you today, for our friends from all over the world, and for our friends who are in Indonesia. Good evening to you. It's late, not really late night, but good evening to you. Well, Professor Roger Negoro already explained us some overview on how Indonesian intervention is. Now I'm getting more into detail, and two speakers will come after me. They will try to talk more in detail on the issues we are talking about today. I think starting this morning, even 2 days ago, 3 days ago, all of the speakers who are from Indonesia, all of us talking about what Indonesian commitment is. Okay? So we try to increase the utilization of new renewable energy in Indonesia. We try to reduce fossil energy, and then increase the utilization of carbon capture and storage. I think most of the speakers that have been talking before me already addressed this issue too much. And also the commitments that have been made by Indonesia, either in today's or this COP26 meeting, and even in previous COPs meetings. So we have already made our clear statements, and I think my president has already made these commitments for several times. And also, even the G20 Rome Leaders Declaration, we can see one point is there stating accelerating the transitions towards clean and sustainable energy and sustainable mobility for all. So we see that these statements almost appear everywhere in all international forums. Well, now look at Indonesia. Okay, so we see in Indonesia the oil consumption is still high than the production. Okay, from this picture you can see oil production has been continuously decreasing sharply, while consumption has been relatively increasing. Impact increased import and deficit of trade balance. So this, my president already mentioned several times that, excuse me? Okay, yeah. Yes, that, you know, that we have this issue of balance of our export and import of oil, but by looking at the primary energy mix in Indonesia, is still dominated by fossil energy. You can see from this slide. Coal is still dominant, 38%, and then oil is still 31%. So this is the figures we are trying to reduce in our commitment that has already been mentioned several times. Well, we have an abundant new renewable energy potential, but the utilization is still low. For example, we have solar energy. We have a potential of 400,000 megawatts. Utilization is still low. hydropower 90,000, bioenergy 45,000, wind 60,000, geothermal 23,000, ocean or tidal is 18,000, nuclear is 11,000. But for nuclear, we are not still embarking yet. We still have many sources. We are planning maybe to depart on nuclear, maybe something around 2040s. But on the tidal, yesterday I met with one company who was surprised when I told him that we have a potential of 18,000 megawatts. He was like, wow, it's too big. Well, that's what the potential we have in Indonesia. And then I think many of you, or some of you, have seen this roadmap, but for those of you who haven't seen this roadmap, we have our plans already in place. So what our commitments are, I think later on my DG from environment will elaborate more on our commitment, but at least we have plans already in place when we want to phase out coal, when we want to enter into new and renewable energy. So everything is already clear, and we want to reach net zero by 2060. That is our commitment. Well, also for retirement plans for steam power plant, for those who haven't seen this slide, well, this is the plan that I mentioned before. We have plans already that starting from 2031, we start to phase out coal. By 2040, all coal start to phase out. By 2056, there is no more coal power plant. So this is the commitment we are making. Of course, between now until 2028, 2030, we still have problems of adjustment. But of course, as a big country like Indonesia, with 17,000 islands, as Professor Baban said, of course, we need to work out, we have to exercise, we need to do some exercises, how to implement this plan in place. Well, this is the summary of mitigation actions on energy sector. We can look at early retirement plan of 5.5 gigawatts, and also early retirement of other coal-fired power plants of 3.7 gigawatts to be replaced by renewable energy. So you can see how our commitments are already in place. Well, this is the government programs for new and renewable energy development. Indonesia government aims to add 38 gigawatts of new and renewable energy installed capacity by 2035. Solar energy is prioritized. Later on I will show the figures. And then new and renewable energy efforts, acceleration. So primary, find energy substitution, then fossil primary energy conversion, increasing new renewable energy capacity, and utilization of non-electric new renewable energy or non-biofuel, and implementation of the presidential regulation regarding the price of new and renewable energy, and the revised ministerial regulation on regarding rooftop and solar power. Well, these are some examples I want to show you. Fossil primary energy conversion. We have this plan of de-desalination program. De-desalination program was launched in November 2020 with 2 gigawatts potential to be converted. So the criteria is there already. And we have a ministerial decree in place for this conversion. Regarding the primary final energy substitution, we have biodiesel to ensure that the B20, B30 program runs as targeted. Development of B40 and B50 programs will be come after. And then, of course, we also have co-firing programs and also some technologies called RDF utilization. These are some of the technologies that we are starting to use today. While increasing the capacity of focusing on solar power, we have a target of 3.61 gigawatts. The target would be, we can put it on government offices, social, business, industry, households, and this will reduce the emissions about 4.58 million tons of carbon. And for large-scale developments, we have 4.68 gigawatts in Java, Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and others. And this will reduce up to 6 million some tons of carbon. And of course, we have these floating solar power, and some companies are already coming to Indonesia, looking at the possibility of investing in these potentials. And for geothermal, I think this is also another potential. It needs a lot of money, and of course, as we already said for several times, in order to achieve this commitment, we need the collaboration with international partners. So that's why we welcome international partners to come and join with us to achieve the target that we have decided. Well, there are some utilizations of non-electric electricity or non-biofuels. We have biogas, bio-CNG, electric vehicle. It's on the way now, under construction, and energy efficiency is on the way. And rooftop is also one of the approaches that we are now trying to introduce, since the price of photovoltaics are getting lower and lower. So that's why we are also using this approach of how to increase our capacity. So rooftop is also one of the programs that we are introducing. And for large scales, we have, for example, in one island called Sumba Island, we're trying to install around 2 gigawatts in that islands. It's next to Bali. For those of you who maybe have been to Bali, it's next to Bali, but still 1 hour 50 minutes flight from Bali to reach that island. And also in Kalimantan, and then also in former tin mining areas. We have, like in Bangka and Belitung, we also have some potentials there for those who, environmentalists who like to, reutilize these former tin mines. You are welcome. The potential is there for you. And also in other mining areas, if you are interested, you are welcome. So these are some examples of, existing construction. We have a project kickoff, a ceremony, Cirata floating solar power plant. So some investments are on now, and some are coming. And then the potentials that I already mentioned, we have Sumatra, 7-point-something megawatts, Kalimantan, and then Java, and then other areas. So these are all potentials that are for you to invest, and you are welcome, and we welcome you for this type of investments. And of course, for hydropower, all technology, potential is there. We have like Kayon River, we have 5,000 megawatts potential there. Mantarang River, capacity is 3,430 megawatts capacity. Sembakung River, capacity 500. Bahau River, capacity 300 megawatts. Potential is in there, and we welcome you for investment. And these are some examples of waste to energy. So government, since we have more than 500 cities, and we have big cities with big problems, and then the government, from central government, we try to introduce some solutions, and the tipping fee can come also from central government. So we have 12 cities. Some of them are already one is already in operation, 2 or more are in construction. We have these below in pink are the ones is ready for bidding, maybe opening this month or next month. So for those of you who are interested in waste to energy, you are welcome to participate in the bidding. And I still have 2 more cities, the Semarang City, and then Tangerang Selatan. This one, those one may be, they are only prepared by early next year. For net zero, for target net zero, as I said before, we have made commitments. I think my DG from Forestry will go on this slide. And green investment of our government is coordinated with other authorities to establish several innovative financing instruments and platforms through SDG Indonesia 1, which is a blended finance platform managed by state-owned energy enterprises, PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure, to facilitate philanthropic involvement in climate action. We have Indonesian Environment Fund, we have Indonesian Investment Authority, it's also another sovereign fund, And then we encourage broader participation of the financial sector. And now we will have a green sukuk in place, and maybe next year by G20 we will also announce our blue sukuk. So you are also welcome to invest in these two financial instruments. Well, we as a central government, we have, like as I said, 500 municipalities. We also try to assist them. We have mechanisms in place, we have laws in place, regulations in place, so we also try to assist our local government as well, either through their own financial structure or even through the central government assistance fund. And this is a biomass, as Professor Bambang mentioned. So we today, my friend who will speak after me will also introduce specifically on this biomass program in West Timor. And the unique of this program is that we try to involve communities. So how we can we make communities part of this investment, so that they can also feel the interest of being part of this solution. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think by this I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Pak Basilio, I thank you. I think you draw a very bright future for us, and it is not a prospect. There are something concrete immediately coming, and among others, you managed to touch upon the content, higher content of fossil fuels in our mixed energy. So, in that sense, I think I should immediately invite Pak Dirjen of Planning to talk about biomass. How do you feel about it? And taking the opportunity, please also brief us about Indonesia Netsing, Volu Netsing. I think it's something new that you should share to everyone. Pak Dirjen, persilakan Pak Ruanda Sugardiman.
Good afternoon, everybody here in Glasgow, and good evening in Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Efransa, Profesor Brojo Negoro. Terima kasih, Pak Basilio dan pembicara yang lain. Thank you very much. This is my opportunity to explain you all here in Indonesia also how we can achieve the Indonesia Volu Netsing 2030. As we understand, Indonesia has an NDC in 5 sectors. First is energy, waste, industry, agriculture, and forestry. From this 5 sectors, energy and forestry has the greatest portion of GHG emission reduction target. It's about 97.6%. So forestry is 17.2 from 29, and energy is 11% from 29%. This is our target to reduce our greenhouse gas emission. In our mitigation scenario, there are 3 scenarios: the current position, and then the transition, and then the third scenario is about how we can achieve with the Paris Agreement. So from that one, so from low carbon scenario compatible LCCP with the Paris Agreement, so you can see here in 2030, all of these 5 sectors got the highest part, the peaking on 2030. But you can see also in this here, in 2030, forestry has a capacity to sequestrate the greenhouse gas. And also, you can see here, the energy sector has the decreasing of the emission from the energy sector. So from this design, from this scenario, we believe that Indonesia, with the NDC, we can achieve the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission. So from the activity NDC and mitigation action for FOLU, there are six activity at least: emission reduction from deforestation, plantation forest development, sustainable forest management, forest rehabilitation, peatland management, and the whole of the conservation. Regarding the bioenergy, we can deal with this area: plantation development and also forest rehabilitation, where the bioenergy can be developed in the future. So the energy transition, transformation energy from fossil to renewable energy based on the carbonization process, reducing carbon emission toward net sink, and then the synergy between sector, especially the energy sector with the FOLU, forest and non-use sector. From that we can facilitate building national energy general plan that stated here. So basically we can facilitate the permit process for forest area utilization, borrowing or cooperating with the utilization of environment services or reuse for the renewable energy. Talking about the renewable energy potential from forest area support the carbonization, there are at least 5 potential for the renewable energy. The first is the bioenergy potential. This comes from the wood chip and etc. You can see from this presentation, and from geothermal potential, from the hydropower, from wind power potential, and also for solar potential. So this can be used from the forest area to support decarbonization. Yeah, in our forest function, there are at least 3 forest functions: the protection area, production area, and conservation area. There are potential geothermal, about 29.5 gigawatt. So from that we can take from the forest conversion, for example, 27%. From protection forest, you can use 42%, and the production area is about 18%. So this one is in all of these activities can be done in the forest area, and the non-forest area is about 13%. So bioenergy development support through the forestry multi-business. This is stated in the presidential regulation number 23 year 2021 about forest management. There are stated at least in the 4 chapter. First in the chapter 132 and 149, 162 and chapter 231. All of this chapter is talking about how the business permit in the protection forest and the conservation forest can be developed for the bioenergy development policy. Yeah, the bioenergy development. This is the cycle. This is the cycle bioenergy. So from that one, in forestry, it already has the industrial forest. Here is about 11 million hectare, and natural forest about 18.7 million. So that from this we include in our plan, operational plan, Indonesia FOLU Net Sink 2030, how we can use that this scenario to build in our plantation forest development, sustainable forest management, and forest rehabilitation. So from this previous slide, the 11 activity at least we can use for bioenergy development. So Professor Brojonegoro has already said about the species for bioenergy, Kaliandra and Gamal, Gliricidia. So actually there are many species that we can use for bioenergy. This can be very possible to build, to plant in the forest area. So this is the big possibility how we can develop our bioenergy to support Indonesia for the net zero 2030. And how the development of the energy in the forest plantation, it is still very small development. So with this Indonesia for the net zero 2030, this very big opportunity to improve our renewable energy from forests. That I can share to you. Thank you. I back to Pak Efransa. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. And let me recall that under the NDC target, 17.2% is to be charged of the reduction, total 29%, with our own effort, is charged to the forestry sector and Folu, and other land use, while 11% is expected reduction coming from energy. If we manage to do this, that we fulfill our international commitment, and we go much larger. I heard the figure of 50%, but at least 41% with the support of international investment. I think we need to remember that figure, and we have to continue our story. This is all in the sector of energy. So for the second time, I think today, Mr. Evi Haryadi, representing PLN, one of the most important agent of change in this context of energy and reduction of emission. He will talk about shifting the fossil fuel-based energy strategy to the renewable energy. So this has to be explained in a very clear way. Ada nggak di sini Pak Evi? Aduh, aku nggak lihat, maaf karena pakai topeng. Maaf Pak.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable keynote speech, Pak Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, distinguished participants that come to our session here. I would like first a good afternoon and a good evening for everybody that's come to this session. I would like to first the present deliver our presentation. That's the title of the Indonesian Renewable Energy Development, PLN Decarbonization Journey, the role of renewables. Once again, I try to explain to you that in the first session, before this session, that PLN have a roadmap for to meet Indonesian 2030 NDC and 2060 carbon neutral commitments. We try to build our roadmap based on this graph. We can see here that our intention to fulfill net zero emission by 2030 is supporting with the 3 pillars. 2 pillars is connecting with the supply sides, A and B, and 1 pillar is connecting with demand side. And also there is the foundation here that's supporting all the 3 pillars and also the rooftop. In the first pillar, the A pillar is a short-term pillar, is 2021 to 2030. A goal that in our plan it will be over deliver of the NDC 29% of the energy related with our sector is around 11%. There is some initiatives is included in here in these pillars is renewables and also desalination, coal plant retirement, biomass co-firings, energy efficiency, gas expansion, and also clean coal technology. This all initiative has been stated in our 10 years short-term development plan. We call it IUPTL. The second pillar is long-term 2031 till 2030 goals to achieve carbon neutrality in 2060. In this second pillar, in the B pillars, the initiative include here is we more install renewables with the battery storage and also the interconnection. We also have some initiative related with hydrogen co-firing, carbon capture and storage, and also additional coal plant retirement. And the third pillar here is related with the demand side. This related also our new business and also new technology included here. We try to come to a business related to induction stove, electric vehicle, rooftop solar, energy as a service, and also we try to sell the REC, renewable energy certificate, and a carbon credit, and also emission trading scheme here. To support all of these three pillars, we also build new internal capability and technology. We call it sustainability center, that including research development, governance, and also capacity building. In this slide, we want to explain to you how the PLN have the commitment with renewable energy. In the left side, you can see the pictures of the 40 megawatt Tonsia Lama hydroelectric power plant in North Sulawesi. This is the oldest hydropower plant in Indonesia. It was built in 1912. It's still operating until now and distributed electricity to North Sulawesi and Gorontalo. In the right side, you also can see that how we will develop our renewables. From 1973, that only around 279 megawatt installed. It could be around more than 4 gigawatt now in 2020. It shows us the PLN have serious intention to build renewable energy since its inception. This is one example that how PLN harnessing the hydropower resources for energy. Here in Musi River Hydro case example that's located in rural Sumatra is one of the run-of river hydroelectric projects. We harness the flow of Musi River to generate clean energy for the grid. This project has been created around 50 permanent jobs and also generated around 800 megawatt hours hydropower. And not just only that, it also generated new income stream as well as a reforestation program. It's around 0.6 hectare of land. If we see in the right side, this is Indonesia hydropower potential in gigawatt, mostly in 3 big islands. In Kalimantan, there is a potential of hydropower around 26 gigawatt. Sumatra is 25 gigawatt, and Papua is 22 gigawatt. The rest is in Sulawesi, Nusa Tenggara, also Java and Maluku. Total potential hydropower is around 83 gigawatt. This slide shows how the PLN, the transition from 2020 till 2060. There is two graph here related with the install and purchase capacity mix projection, and also the install and purchase generation mix projection between 2020 till 2060. This graph show that the renewable install capacity grow by 20x time by 2060. The capacity mix transition is increased from 12% to 60% by 2060. The fuel mix, the solar is around 43%, hydro 23%, wind 17%, geothermal 11%. We also implementing CCS capacity with the remaining coal and gas generation. In total 250 million ton CO2 annually. And also related with the gas power plant and also coal power plant, we doing a co-firing. With the gas power plant, we do co-firing with hydrogen, and for coal, we do co-firing with the biomass. And another is also we install battery storage to address the intermittency. Is around 50 gigawatt for 4 and 5 hour intermittency. We also build the interconnection to match the supply and demand. Next, this cannot. Oh, sorry. Yeah, in this slide, we can see that this is our RUPTL, the new RUPTL, the greener RUPTL 2021 and 2030. We have stated here we will build around 41 gigawatt new power plants with 51.6 or 52% is renewable. The three initiatives is related with the new build RE plant, biomass co-firing at thermal power plant, and also diesel conversion. We call it the dieselization program. For the new build of renewable energy, now we have commissioned around 280 megawatt renewables capacity out of 475 megawatt. It means we still outstanding around 257 megawatt that will be commissioned in this year. And now the construction progress is more than 80%. In initiative of biomass co-firing, we have commissioned 19 out of 25 location as per 21 cumulative target now. And still there is 6 location remaining biomass will be finalized in implementation in 2021. And related with the diesel conversion or the dieselization program, we have identified 200 location with up to 200 megawatt in phase 1 be converted from diesel to renewables. Now start to bidding process in progress, yeah. And we have still remaining around 250 megawatt phase 2 project that has been mapping now and studied for feasibility study. For the details of 281 out of 475 megawatt of our additional install renewable capacity target, this is the place that 281 megawatt is included the hydropower plant, geothermal, and also micro hydro. This is our final presentation, how PLNs change renewable resources to the energy sector. Thank you very much for your attention.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Evi. Well, I remember the Minister of Finance, Dr. Sri Murulian, you mentioned that you should be retiring more and more in the future, and as such, but this is for the first time, our PLM disclosed a clear roadmap to achieve and support the Indonesian NDC. I think this should be applauded, and it's something good for us. So PLN join the club. Well, I have 2 speakers left, and apparently we are under pressure of time. Pak Dimas Adiwibowo, Head of Business Development PT TBS Energy, will talk about the private sector's role in rural electrification. But I just recall Prof in the keynote talking about it should be inclusive. So I hope Pak Dimas will touch upon how we address that when it comes to work on the ground. Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, thank you, Ervansya. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Pleased to introduce, we are TBS Energi Utama, a local public company from Indonesia. It has been a great pleasure for us to be a part of COP26. As we know together, based on the Paris Agreement in previous occasion, we have agreed on the commitment. So I think it's about time that we as a private sector have put more effort and also to go for execution to have a realization on how to achieve the NDC and also the carbon emission. So I think without further ado, we can continue with the presentation. So TBS Energi Utama is actually the private company in Indonesia that we start our business from coal mine business on early 2010 and until now. It has a coal concession in the East Kalimantan, and we have and also in 2015-2016, because we have a coal as a fossil energy, we developing our coal-fired power plant in North Sulawesi, because we saw at that time the demand is really good to also provide electricity for the PLN and also for the local government. And the other thing that we have is also a plantation in East Kalimantan. And for our power generation, this year we have achieved commercial operation date in 2021, and also this year we have another company for the hydro project around 6 megawatts. So I think in 2021 it will be a year where we start our journey to move into more renewables projects. And this is our story so far. In the beginning, as I mentioned previously, we start with a mining company. And then around 2016 and 2020, we have the opportunity to build and develop a project in North Sulawesi, in total 200 megawatt, whereas it's really positioning our group and our project for the needs of the North Sulawesi. And starting also around 2020 and also until now, we have doing some organic growth, but also acquisition in developing some renewables projects such as wind project and also for the hydro project. And moving forward, we are doing our conscious strategy to create also some alternatives in the energy, such as the electric vehicle and also floating solar PV for the CNI. And after that, I mean, it's about time that we are continue our journey to achieve and to meet the net zero carbon status by 2030. So in 2030, we are targeting our net zero carbon target, whereas we have previously shares in the Python Energy, one of the largest coal-fired power plant in Indonesia. In 2021, we divest our shares in the Python Energy and reinvesting that into a green business. And between 2026 and 2030, we are phasing out of the coal mine business, and we are expecting also more divestment before 2030 to achieve our target to get the net zero carbon. So this is the net zero emission, our target, whereas in 2021, we are baseline carbon emission calculation. We need to calculate how much, because we currently have the coal-fired power plant, and we need to measure how much the carbon emission that we need to set off later on, and also to announce commitment to achieve net zero emission. And also, like today, we are participating in UN Global Compact, so I think we would like to be the catalyst also for the Indonesian company to move forward to achieve the target on the net carbon. And also in 2020-25, we are investing our fossil fuel base to innovative nature-based solution such as the renewable power, manufacturing battery, and also electric vehicle. We also at the moment on the process also and in process to have an investment in the two-wheelers electric vehicle and the battery swap from different manufacturing around the country. And also we are assessing and also exploring opportunity to start and initiate pilot and investment in community-based renewable energy through biomass, and which will be shared through presentation after my presentation. And 2026-2030, we are phasing out on the coal mining business, so also exposure on the reduction of fossil fuel. So I think this is our game plan on how to achieve, and this is a real action plan from our group to move and to give a real action towards the target. So this is the sustainability phase that we would like to pursuing. Steady and divestment from fossil fuel business. Of course, in Indonesia, we still need coal-fired power plant to energize the electricity in the country. But again, we have to make a steady divestment also on this. And also, we want to reinvest our strategy into innovative renewable energy. And at the moment, we are doing calculating our baseline for the carbon emission to understand our current impact to meet the net zero by 2030, and also our commitment to transparency. I think this is very important. Before us, we know that a lot of company from the state-owned and also from the private sector trying to achieve some target, but without commitment to transparency and without any progress in reporting, it will be need to be open. And also financing opportunity tied to sustainability performance target. We would like to explore further on that. And also, again, in overall, above all, we are supporting the government of Indonesia to achieve their climate change target and also on the NDC. So we are continuing our journey to reinvesting our fossil earning into non-fossil, such as we understand together in 2021, because of the pandemic and other cases, the average Newcastle coal price is beyond the all-time high coal market until $254 ton, and also with that cash flow that we generate in 2021, we also operating our each 100 megawatt of our power plant, and also divesting our power energy to invest in the green future for the renewable power, and also to manufacturing battery, EV, and ecosystem. So this is the real action that we did in 2021. So we are quite aggressive in pursuing our target. We are in the partnership with the Indonesian-based mobility company to explore further on the electric vehicle, and then also the battery swapping platform. We are in the process and transaction also with one of the leading battery swapping network. and also with the solar developer company, we did the organic and also organic growth, and also on the acquisition, they are one of the largest CNI solar PV developers, and we are to show that we are in the aggressive investment to meet our target in our group. Okay, this is just to show our target on the pipeline for the renewable energy, and we would like to opportunity to finance the project investment toward the sustainability linked KPIs. And this is the project showcase. In one of the area, we are focused on the eastern part, just like what we did with our coal-fired power plant in North Sulawesi, but now we are also focusing on the eastern part of Indonesia. There are 3 projects that we are currently under study, such as the hydropower plant, biomass power plant, and also the wind turbine. And in the hope that eventually it will reduce the annual emission reduction by almost 30,000 metric ton per carbon dioxide. Okay. This is our prominent leadership based on our group. We have Pak Bambang here also with us, and also as a realization, we will have key sustainability personnel also for us to join. And lastly, on the end of our presentation, we would like to be the catalyst for Indonesia transition into the sustainable energy to achieve the net zero carbon, and also to commit to recycling our earning into green investment. We target renewable energy and also to strive to transform into the wheels electric vehicle ecosystem to wheelers, and also to get the financing opportunities. So we welcome you, distinguished guests from the financial sector or from the stakeholders in the global institution to support us to bring zero emission carbon for our project. Thank you very much.
Well, I wish you good luck, Mas. Good luck. And then next time we meet up, I'd love to hear more. I understand this is focused on the strategy and figures of achievement. I would like, and we would like to hear more about people involved on the ground in particular, and how you mobilize human resources in order to achieve such ambitious targets. So our time is up, but I still have one important speaker, Pak Jaya Wahono, who is the President Director of Green Power Indonesia, is here, and he's also the Vice Chair of Kadin. This is the new pengurus ya Pak ya? Sure. Yeah, please, please Pak. This mic is
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, Professor Bambang Brojo. Thank you for coming to this presentation today. So I would like to take your invitation, Pak, to explain about what Professor Bambang Brojo Negoro mentioned about the inclusivity of the biomass power plant. Next. Oh, I do it myself. All right. Okay. So this is the situation that we have on many of the diesel gensets power plant that is operated by PLN. It's centralized, there is no backup. I mean, that's the main, and if there is something happen, if the fuel is not on the island, then it will be shut down. So it's very prone to disaster, prone of disruption. And then fuel logistic cost is very high, and then diesel fuel is actually imported. So we are relying on something that is still imported, while we have many domestic fuel available on many islands. And BPP cost, or the cost of generating electricity, according to PLN documents, it's about 20 to 25 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's very high cost for PLN to operate and maintain diesel gensets. But why they are doing that? Because it's quick, it's conventional, that's something that they already been doing for many years, and I think this is the time for PLN to change, because there's a pressure to change. So what we want them to change into? this is the decentralized or renewable-based microgrid system. So many of the island all over Indonesia has to build microgrid. They have no choice. Just like Professor Bambang Brojonegoro mentioned in the keynote speech, we cannot connect all the island from west to east. There are 9,000 of inhabited island scattered in the area covering Europe or North America, the size of Europe and the size of North America. Imagine the farther east to the farther west of Indonesia is about like Los Angeles to New York. So we cannot connect that in one grid because it will be costly and it's going to be prone to disaster. So decentralizing is the way to go. This is a trend all over the world. This is what we want to put in Indonesia. There is a backup power plant because it's going to be combination of biomass, solar, battery, or even mini hydro in the area. So this is the way that we will have much more reliable power supply to the population. And the cost is much lower. You can see it's between 12 to 18 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's going to realize about 50% saving to PLN. It means that state budget will be much efficient. So is this just imagination or reality? Actually, this is already real project on the ground. This is in Siberut Island of Mentawai. We built this back in 2017 and inaugurated by Professor Bambang Brojonegoro himself back in 2019. This is a biomass power plant in the middle of jungle in Mentawai Island. It's 250 kilowatt in this specific location and bring electricity to about total 1,300 households. Yes. So this is the area. You can see this is the first time ever they have electricity. Because before this, there is no PLN. There's only one diesel genset for one household. So this is the biomass power plant that generates electricity for all households in the area. Professor Bambang Brojo came and visited. Thank you, Prof. Back in 2019, September 17, and witnessed by the governor of West Sumatra province, region of Mentawai, and also the PLN, regional Sumatra, Pak Wiloyo, and also Director General of Renewable Energy. So this is the model that is endorsed by the government, and we will replicate to other islands. So this is the island that we are focusing. It's Timor Island. We are bordering with Timor-Leste, our neighbor, and there are about 1.5 million people living in this island, not counting the Timor-Leste. So the whole Timor is about 2.5. So this is an area where the electrification ratio is lower than national average, and this is a potential for us to show how it works. This is the opportunity that we want to bring to the population. Just like what Professor Bambang Brojonegoro mentioned, there's opportunity to alleviate poverty, carbon sequestration, and energy resilience at the same time. 50,000 villages. Imagine that, 50,000 villages all over Indonesia can be generated with more reliable and cheaper alternative than diesel fuel. My last slide, hopefully after pandemic, we will recover quickly. And I believe renewable energy is one of the key to stimulate growth in the least developed region, because we're thinking about jobs. That's how we built the power plant. And cost efficiency of PLN in the distributed power generation is our target as well. And energy self-sufficiency. Without energy, we cannot develop because right now, our national electricity consumption is about 1,000 kilowatt per capita per hour, per year, which is much lower than our neighboring countries. Thailand, Malaysia, even Vietnam. So we have to catch up. And government is aiming for universal access of electricity by 2025. But I think we need to go beyond, not just universal access, but we have to provide reliable and equitable electricity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mas. Are you okay? I'm afraid that we have to end here because of the pressure of the organizer. We are running out of time. Unless you have, somebody here have a very burning question and will be jumping up and down if I will not allow. And if there is such question, I will get prepared Pak Basilio to respond, whatever questions. And perhaps we go to our sister from Africa. You're going to speak in French or in English? Oh, please. Okay. Just one question that I can allow. Pak Arif, is that burning? Okay, please.
Thank you. I'm from Kenya.
Kenya, yes.
There's a lot of information that Indonesia and Kenya share.
Yeah, make it closer to you.
Okay. So my question is about the biomass
Biomass.
Power plants. I saw that you are interested in using Caliandra.
Caliandra, yes.
And Kamal.
Yes.
That's the Glycidia. But what I know is that the Caliandra is also used to feed livestock. It's also
Livestock.
a feedstock, yes. So are you going to compete with the livestock while you are generating power, or you'll have your own plantations purposely for power generation? I was just interested. Thank you.
Who is dealing with Caliandra? Okay, Pak Dirjen duluan.
By the way, the feedstock for the cattle is only the leaf, not the what do you call it, the branch. So the branch is for the biomass, and the leaf is for the for cattle. So it's actually complementary. It's not competing to each other. And we plant biomass along the food crop, like corn and other type of food crop. So Gamal or Glycidia is actually nitrogen fixer, so it will help to grow the food crop as well. So it's helping for the food production. Thank you.
Okay. So complementary role. Okay, just one more because I allow a lady then and a gentleman should come. So lady first then. I am so sorry because we are running out of time. Pak Arif, far away from Bali Island, please. You have to be introduced. You are a bamboo man. You are from Yayasan Bambu Indonesia.
Scream off. Oh, no. Thank you, Pak. Yes, Arif Rabik dari Yayasan Bambu Lestari from the Environmental Bamboo Foundation. Old friend of Pak Jaya also. Wanted to ask and also reflect on the Drax bioenergy situation and company of UK, an amazing bioenergy project that unfortunately in the end resulted in net deforestation in certain provinces in America. What is the solution, or what is the buffering needed so that biomass energy doesn't have this constant fear of net deforestation? Thank you.
It sounds like a difficult question. Huh?
Thank you. Arif, I know you will ask that kind of question. We can discuss more on GLF, Global Landscape Forum, on Sunday, November 7 at 9 o'clock in the morning. I want you to be there, okay? So because we will discussing about that specific topic in Global Landscape Forum in conjunction with the COP26. So in short, there are three things that we need to do to make sure that our biomass power plant will not cause deforestation. Number one, we are focusing on land restoration. Okay, so there are many degraded land, marginal land that are not used by anything, especially in this third part of Indonesia. And that land is actually an asset. It's our national assets. If we don't utilize that, we lose that. You know, so we need to utilize the critical, degraded, marginal land all over Indonesia. That's number one. Number two, we make sure that the capacity of the biomass is within the carrying capacity of the surrounding area. So we are not sourcing from many kilometers away from the power plant. It's only about 15, 20 kilometers away. So those areas will be dedicated for the biomass power plant. So there are no competing sources of the biomass, and we actually helping the local community to find the market for their biomass. Otherwise, they will have to send to cities, which is very uneconomical. And number three, because we are using the technology that is not using only one type of species. We actually can use the agriculture waste, right? So thinking about the corn hubs, so it's not used by anything, so we can use it for biomass feedstock as well, or other agriculture waste that is available in the area. Thank you.
Let's applaud. I thought you both are friends, but it doesn't sound like that to me. I thought you are adversary. Thank you very much. My apology, we cannot entertain longer, but we have time. I think it will be a hot discussion. Thank you, and again, my apology for the oversight, and I thank you very much for your participation. Please come again. I will be here tomorrow morning to entertain you. Please, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Pak Fransha. And I would like to invite all the speakers to come to the stage to take some pictures. And that was the end of the session for this one. But we do have one more session. It's about climate change communication and coaching, which will talk about, interesting ways how to communicate climate change to different types of publics, policymakers, the general public. So it will be an interesting one to join in. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the session on Indonesia's renewable energy development, connecting natural resources and energy sector. We will have a break for another 13 minutes. The next session will start at 4:40 p.m. So please do join us. That will be our last session, which will be followed by nice coffee or tea and heavy snacks. See you again soon.
Sí. A ver, ¿puedes llamar tú a Alejandra? Check, check. Check. Yes. 1, 2. Hello? Yes, 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 yes.
So we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Can you make a test? Yes.
Sí.
We're now getting back to things like parties.
Check. Check 1, 2. Check.
Nyari si Mbak.
Check. Check. 1, 2. Testing. Yes, 1, 2. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, 1, 2. Yes. 1, 2. Test, test, test. 1, 2.
Yes, 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 yes. Hah? Mic-nya ya?
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ibu, itu ada kok. Oh, ada sih. Di dekat sini. Hah? Apa dekat sini? Di sini kan aku kan berdasarkan kan uji korika.
Where are we talking?
You will be sitting here. Yes. I would like you to meet Ethan Spanish from Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Oh gosh, it has been a long day, isn't it? Finally, this is our last session in Indonesia Pavilion, our 6th session. So it's been busy here, but here we are, day 3. we'll be talking about climate change communication, and let's make it an enjoyable and lively discussion. We've been through a lot today, and then there's still a lot of days remaining. So if you need some refreshment, some snacks and coffee, you can get it outside there, and then bring it inside. That is fine. And we will begin our event shortly. And maybe I would like to invite Ibu Dwi Korita to sit here, Ibu, so that we can reserve that for the participants who will be coming in, because we do have limited seats. But however, this session is being streamed online there. So I'm not sure whether the Indonesian participants are still hundreds or thousands over there, because it's literally midnight right there. But yesterday we still have like around 100 participants or so in this hour. So hopefully that are still out there. Hello, apa kabar? Selamat malam semuanya yang di Indonesia atau or from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will begin our session, well, now actually, while waiting for our Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry to come in, because he's still in the meeting with the Minister, but hopefully he can jump in later when he finishes his meeting. So welcome again to all participants. This session is on climate communication and coaching, closing the gap between theory and action. I'm Lia Zakia, I'm the MC, usually the MC, but now also the moderator, so I will try to catch my breath after this for a while before we begin. But thank you so much for coming. We already have very interesting speakers right now, and after this I will just sit down and then let's discuss something, and this will be kind of like a talk show a format, so not very a lot of like statistics and numbers and like a lot of words in there. So this can be an interactive discussion. So we welcome your inputs and questions and comments on how we can do better in communicating and coaching climate change. Probably a new term for you. We will find it out later. We already have a very distinguished speakers here, and first I would like to introduce Ibu Professor Insinyur Dwi Korita Karnawati, MSc PhD. Ibu, so many titles, Ibu. The head of the Agency of Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Indonesia. She's a very first lady heading that department, and I've seen you speaking. I'm your fan, Bu, so I'm a fan of yours, so it's great to have you here. Later you can share about, how BMKG, that's what we call in Indonesia, share about climate science to the public and policymakers and try to make change. And then the second one we have my current boss and my lecturer and my advisor at the George Mason University, that I drag him to come here, please speak at the Pavilion of Indonesia. Dr. Edward Maibach, the director of Mason Center for Climate Change Communication, as well as professor at George Mason University, USA. And I will talk about his background later on. Thank you for coming. And then the third one, we have Mr. Ethan Spanner. Hi, Ethan. He's the director of international program from the Climate Reality Project, based in DC, and he has been leading several international programs with thousands of climate reality leaders across the world, trying to train people to be effective climate communicators, making global connections, global networks for climate communicators. So that's great. Thank you for coming. We also have Ibu Amanda Katili, my former boss, my forever boss actually, in Indonesia. She used to be in the Ministry of Environment in Indonesia, and also the head of expert team in the President's Special Envoy for Climate Change. 2015 until 2019, and she's also the director of Climate Reality Indonesia and the Climate Coaching International, ya Bu ya, the member of Climate Coaching International. Thank you for coming. And we have Alison Barrett. Hello, thank you very much for coming. The project director of the Climate Connection British Council, which has done some work in Indonesia as well, globally, but also in Indonesia. That's why Alison will be here sharing some information about the climate outreach that has been done by British Council globally, and including in Indonesia. And we have Linda Aspe, the managing director. Aspe Associates will be joining online. I hope Linda is already here, but yeah, later we can check. So Linda Aspe will be talking about coaching with the earth in mind. So that is a new term and a new type of a system to try to get people to be in touch with climate change through the changing of mindsets. So that's what we have right now, and if we have Pak Alu Dohong, our Vice Minister, to come in, he can share his views on how to communicate climate change in Indonesia especially. So Ibu, I'll try to start with Ibu, ya, and Ibu has also presentation to share, ya, to set the tone of how it is on the field to communicate climate science to the public, especially in Indonesia, Ibu. Yes, and could you tell us a little bit more about climate change in Indonesia and what has been conducted by the agency to outreach to the public and policymakers in that area? Ibu, if you can jump into the podium perhaps, and then we can show your slides.
Oh, okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Starting now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Ibu-Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry you are on my back. Well, I'm Dwi Korita Karnawati as the head of Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics. And well, in Indonesia, climate change has been the fact, and the impact has been more and more severe. For instance, now we have more frequent extreme weathers with the hydrometeorological disasters. More frequent, getting more frequent, and the intensity is jump up. We have like a double extreme rainfall. Then also the duration is getting longer. So the farmers is the community which is one of the community mostly suffered because they have the belief in our traditional wisdom. We have a traditional knowledge in order to recognize the climate. It's not by using any tool, just by using the wisdom. So we call in Javanese it's ilmu titan. That's the knowledge for recognizing, for remembering. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to the okay, thank you very much. Next slide. Due to the climate change, so all of the local or traditional wisdom has not appropriate anymore. So that's why we would like to help them. Our agency, together with several agencies like the local government, the agricultural department, and the local university, we work together with them, with the farmers, how to understand or to observe the climate, the weather, then they can adapt the way how to cultivate the plantation, when to stop for plantation, when to postpone, and when to harvest, and what types of plantation need to be planted. Even though they can check from their mobile phone for the next 6 days, how will be the likely weather and climate, so they can make some preparation if there will be extreme weather. they can make some preparation and treatment. So for that, I would like to start the video to show that the farmers, is it ready? Sorry. Just this video showing how we work together with the farmers in order to adapt with the climate change. Sorry, because the time limitation, so I just jumped to the video in order to start the discussion.
Om Swastiastu, nama tiang Inyoman Teknik, yang adalah klien Subak Cibubleng, Desa Penyaringan, Kecamatan Muyo, Kabupaten Jemberana. Tiang senang sekali menjadi salah satu peserta Sekolah Lapang Iklim. Kegiatan ini sangat berguna bagi tiang dan petani lainnya untuk bisa membaca informasi iklim serta memanfaatkan dalam kegiatan pertanian. SLI ini sangat bagus. Cara belajarnya tidak seperti kegiatan pada umumnya. Di sini kami mengalami sendiri, menyampaikan permasalahan yang terjadi, menganalisa kondisi tanaman dengan data yang ada, kemudian mengumpulkan dan akhirnya menerapkannya di lahan kami sendiri. Apalagi selama kegiatan, sawah kami dipantau dengan peralatan canggih BMKG yang memantau kondisi iklim di sawah kami. Kami berharap melalui SLI ini, kami bisa lebih memanfaatkan informasi iklim dari BMKG untuk mengawal kegiatan pertanian kami, sehingga secara tidak langsung hasil panen kami akan lebih meningkat. Sukmo, terima kasih.
The way how we communicate climate and weather to the farmers, and how is the impact? Please the graphic impact of that. So we would like to show you how is the impact of this program. It has been conducted since 2013, and the purple color showing how is the how much percentage of the increase in the yield production of the harvesting. It up to 80% when after having climate field school, they also applied advanced practices, not only just ordinary farming, but they apply advanced practices. However, if they just apply the climate field school without any advanced practices, so the increment of the production reached 54%. That's the pink circle. And the average production, we can see there in the red color at the end, it was about 36. So this is the data we analyzed for almost 10 years. And this is just when we have El Nino, very long dry season. Even though in the El Nino, they still survive. They can increase the production up to 39%. And finally, we also give this program to the fishermen. Fishermen also similar case, conducting climate field school. And we have alumni. And the alumni of the fishermen has been successfully to save the whole village people from tropical cyclone. Because we can maintain communication through the digital mobile phone, and they got the information, then they immediately take the action to evacuate the neighborhoods, so one village can be saved despite of a lot of people dying. So this is the lesson learned, and the conclusion is when we talk about the communicating the knowledge about the science. Normally we have three. Actually, now we discuss a lot with two pillars. that the pillars of science, perhaps the first slide, the pillars of science and the policy maker. So when we talk about the climate change, we have three pillars actually. Not only talk about the science, not only talk about the policy, but how the discussion, the decision can be implemented by the users. Who should translate the language of science to the common people, to the users? Who should translate the language of policy decision to the common people, to the public, to the users? So here we have the bridging. Bridging, that's one of our responsibility, to serve the bridging between policy and science. So we provide services, that services next to multi-sectors, that to the farmers or agriculture, to the fishermen, to health, to insurance, to the tourism, to infrastructure, etc. So one example for the health, we communicate the information about the impact of climate change to the dengue. So we provide, like in Jakarta, we provide dengue early warning by observing the weather and climate. So this all that I would like to highlight. It is very important, not only science and policy, but also we must integrate both into a simple language that through the services. Thank you very much, and we would like to have a further suggestion for further improvement. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful book. That's a lot of things that have been conducted by the BMKG, and I really like that. The end users mostly are vulnerable people, and then you try to communicate. Your agency try to communicate through a digital device as well, which might have some challenges in itself as well. But we'll talk about that later on. And then now we would like to move on to our second panelist, Dr. Edward Maybach, which has been conducting research on public opinion on climate change. Well, he will talk about that himself after this. But if we could get some more information about the notable works at the Mason Center for Climate Change Communication, Prof, that would be great for us to give some description of that.
Thank you, Leah, and brilliant job in the sequencing of speakers, because I'm going to build on everything that you've just taught us, which is all so incredibly important. I have an unusual job. As a professor and the director of the Center for Climate Change Communication, we study what members of the public and different types of publics, like farmers and fishers and health professionals, what they understand about our changing global climate. And we try to identify actionable information that will help them. Close to the microphone, will do. We try to understand what climate change is very complicated. People aren't very good at understanding complicated information. So we try to use our research to identify how best to simplify the information to more effectively educate people and engage them to the point where they understand they have decisions, important decisions to make in order to ensure their livelihood, to ensure their safety, the safety of their family, their children, to ensure their health. What we have learned in studying not only climate change communication, but public health communication, and frankly every form of communication, is there is one formula for successful public communication campaigns. Every public communication campaign in human history that has ever succeeded has done so on the basis of simple, clear messages that get repeated often by a variety of trusted voices. This is not necessarily something we're very good, we in the climate change community are very good at doing yet. As I said before, climate change is complicated. We haven't necessarily done the best job possible of identifying the simple, clear messages getting them repeated often through a variety of trusted voices in communities around the world to really truly help members of the public understand the magnitude of the threat that we face and of the opportunities that they face to adapt what they're doing so as to maximize the likelihood that they will continue to have a prosperous future. Our research suggests that there are really only 5 simple, what I call essential facts that differentiate people who understand climate change well enough to want to go to take advantage of climate services, to want to understand that to understand and want to take action to make sure that they are making better decisions, taking better actions. And those 5 essential beliefs are: it's real, global warming is real; it's us, climate change is human caused; experts agree, there is no longer any disagreement among the experts based on the evidence about human caused climate change. Number 4, it's bad. It's causing harm to things that we value. I'm a public health professional, so I specialize in the harm it's causing our health. And people who understand that it's bad, not just to plants, penguins, and polar bears, but to people and the things that we care most about, they're the ones who are moving to the next stage, moving to action. And finally, there's hope. People have to believe that there's a basis of taking action that will make a difference. Those people who are hopelessly depressed about climate change, feeling there is nothing we can do, we have no agency to stop this beast, they are not taking action. So it's real, it's us, experts agree, it's bad, and there's hope. People who understand that, those 5 simple, clear facts, are much more likely to be making good decisions about what they and members of their community can do. Which takes me to my second point. My second point is, when we have actions that we know will make a difference, that we know are beneficial to individual well-being, to family well-being, to community well-being, we are wise to do everything in our power to make those actions easy, fun, and popular. There's a whole lot of social science, behavioral science behind those 3 words, but I'm just going to stick with those 3 simple, clear words, because we know when we make the actions that we are recommending easier to embrace, people are much more likely to embrace them. When we make the behaviors fun, and by fun I don't necessarily mean, haha, this is wonderful, but it does help to make it, haha, this is wonderful, but by fun I mean making clear the benefits to the people who should be taking action of taking action. So making it fun is all about shining a light on the benefits that people care about, whether they are farmers or fishers or nurses. We need to show them the benefits that are most important to them. And finally, popular. How do we make it popular? When the behaviors that we are recommending are not already popular, we shine a light on those people who are already embracing the behavior. If it's only one person in a community, we shine a light on that person. We show other members of that community the one person who is taking action and benefiting as a result. And that simple action is enough to start a whole new social norm that eventually a non-normative action can become what we are all engaging in. So how do we go from awareness and caring to action? By making the behaviors easy, fun, and popular. My third and final point. I am so excited that I'm going to get to learn about climate coaching today, because until I saw the agenda for this session yesterday, I wasn't even aware of the concept of climate coaching, although I spend a lot of my time now working with health professionals and students in training to become health professionals, because my research shows that many of them are alarmed, highly concerned about climate change, but relatively few of them are actually creating careers, using their careers to create climate action, to enhance the likelihood that we will embrace the policies and the regulations and the programs that will get us all through the climate crisis. So as I understand the notion of climate coaching, it promises the formula of taking people, the rapidly growing proportion of people on this planet who are worried about climate change, and offers us the opportunity to help them engage in personal and professional development that will allow them to focus their personal lives and their professional lives on in a way that will help them make a difference to address the climate crisis.
Wonderful. So, simple, clear messages repeated often through a variety of trusted messengers. So this has been in my class since the beginning. Every student of his already know this. And the 5 formula is it's real, it's us that causing it, expert agree, it's bad, but there's still hope. And then also we also have to make it easy, fun, and popular. So thank you very much for sharing. We will continue the discussion later. Moving on, I'm going to ask Ethan Spanner, the International Director of Climate Reality, that try to make global connections of climate reality leaders. I'm also a leader too. Look, I have green ring as well. Bu Amanda have green ring too. We have like thousands of that globally. So Ethan Spanner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leah. Is this loud enough? Yeah. In front of the camera, the sequencing again, Leah, because I'm going to take what Dr. Maybach just said and turn it from what we communicate, how we communicate, into building networks to communicate, which is what really the Climate Reality Project does. We hold large trainings now all around the world and online since the pandemic. We built a virtual platform very quickly in order to train individuals on the science and the solutions and communications strategies on climate change. And we've so far done a very good job of that, I think. We do have a little ways to go, and I'll get to that in a minute, but once you are trained, and you've heard this term thrown around, you become a climate reality leader. You get a pin. Not everyone here who is a climate leader has a pin right now. If you need one, I have them. But those climate reality leaders we continue to engage with, and I think that's the key point here, is that we don't work with people and train people on issues that they might not know about and then just say, go communicate, go do your thing individually. That to us is not an effective thing to do. So some examples of how we engage people, Ibu Amanda and the Indonesia branch are among the best at this. We work with individuals to ensure that more people are educated. So Climate Reality Indonesia has youth climate change camps. Maybe you'll talk about that later. And again, it's not just have a climate change camp, teach individuals about nature, teach individuals about solutions to climate change, but also you leave that camp and you become an alumni, you end up becoming the next trainer, the next person who's running those camps. A fantastic model. We have other people in here, Tim, who is part of a chapter in New York State, in the United States, north of New York City, who has banded together to work on policies and just recently stopped or helped stop pipelines from being built in New York State, which is excellent work. But I think when we get to why these communities exist, you may have heard, okay, we have one in Indonesia, we have one in New York State, we have one in, name your country or region or city. They aren't quite fully connected yet. And why do they need to be connected? I think we get to two things here, is why do we need to communicate better? And how do we communicate better? Why, and I could talk about this forever, so I'll try and go through it pretty quickly, is that we're here at COP now, and it's technical, and it's legal, and it's overwhelming, and it's discouraging, quite frankly. I've been doing this too long to lie about that. But there's so much action happening at the local level, in businesses, in cities, from the youth, and it's encouraging. And I'll use an example, is that I heard this from a colleague of mine who's here recently, is that something like 2/3 of Australia is covered by renewable energy commitments by 2030, 2035, very ambitious goals. But the national government's not doing anything. This leaves loopholes, it leaves gaps, so that the worst actors still have a place to go about their dirty emitting
activities. Well, national actors aren't going to get together and do it all as they should unless they can be assured that other nations are going to do the same. Hence why we have COP, why we have the UNFCCC treaty, and it is to make it equitable. The concept of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, which is written into this process. But again, how do we communicate? There's this gap, right? There's this gap between the action that's wanted, the action that's happening, and the equality of it around the world. And that's where I feel like we get into how do we communicate better with each other. I talked about we're doing one thing here, we're doing one thing there, we're doing, one thing in another place, and we're not experts at this yet. We're really trying to improve cultural listening in particular. And I drive Ibu Amanda crazy because my working style is very different than hers, and sometimes I'm very demanding about things and it just doesn't make sense. So we need to get better at that. We need to communicate by listening, I think. Listening to each other through these networks that we have built, connecting those networks better, which is something we're working on. It's much easier now through the different digital platforms that we have. We are able to sort of share our knowledge from a cultural view, and we're also able to have those who are most effective have their voice be heard the most loudly, is what we're trying to do. So youth in particular. There's a thing happening in the United States right now where people at school board meetings, older people who don't even have children in the school system are yelling about what children should learn. But nobody's listening to the kids. Nobody's asking the kids, what do we actually want? We're the ones getting educated. What should we do? Will you listen to us? Will you just, consider what we have to say? And the answer is they're not doing that. And we need to do a better job of that. And I know that when I tell people that I work on climate change, they say, oh, thank you, you're doing something good for the world. But to me, and I think for probably all of you in this room who do it through your job, who do it through volunteering, it's not something you ever considered. It's you were going to work on an issue. That's how you thought of the world. That's how you thought of your job. You didn't think necessarily that your job was going to be solely for creating profit. You are filling this gap where people say, we need to prioritize sustainability, we need to prioritize decarbonization within the structures that we're doing. You can still make a profit doing that, but if you are solely focused on making that profit, then you are not going to end up with the results that you want. So again, connect these communities. How are you going about it at your business? Climate Reality Europe is doing something or building something right now where they're finding the activists within each business, finding the individuals who want action within their business and their workplace, and bringing them together, providing resources, saying, how does it work here? How does it work at your bank versus how does it work at your school versus how does it work at your technology company? This is the sharing of knowledge across cultures, across geographies, in order to find a way to do that one thing. Prioritize sustainability and ensure that we have culturally relevant ways towards that one single goal, promoting sustainability and decarbonizing our economy and our world. And we'll use lessons like Dr. Maybach has said. We have examples like Ibu has said. And I think that if we keep pushing forward on this, time is of the essence. We can do it, and we can do it effectively.
Thank you very much. The thing that I like is about active listening for better communication. I think that's what we all need to do. I need to do too. Thank you very much for sharing, Ethan. We will come back to you later on. Next, we have Ibu Amanda Katilinio, the PhD. So, Bu Amanda is also the founding member of the International Environmental Communication Association. But here, right now, she will talk about the pursuit to be a climate change coach. Ibu Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leah, Prof. Dwi Korita, Dr. Ed Maybach, Alison, Ethan, my fellow climate reality leaders, and Linda. Hi, Linda. Linda's online. Thank you so much all for coming. I've been in the environment field for such a long time, maybe 40 years since my undergraduate. And I was in and out of mining companies as well as manufacturing plants to look at their environmental management. And I've worked for the government, I lecture at universities, I help NGOs, I work with international organizations. But my passion is, of course, with the Climate Reality Project. I've been with the organization for 13 years. I was trained in 2008 in Montreal. So for 40 years, I've been telling people what to do. Save the earth, don't do this, don't do that. But then the pandemics brings challenges as well as opportunities, and I learned about coaching. At first, I would like to be a life coach, helping people deal with their problems in life. So I went through coaching classes, but then I'm trying to figure out whether there is any green coaching, environmental coaching, or climate coaching. Apparently, there are some organizations, especially in the UK and the US, who are working with clients on climate coaching. They have to be certified coach, and I'm a certified executive coach, and I also took some climate coaching classes. So there are techniques, there are questions that you can ask the individuals that you work with. You don't tell them what to do. Linda will explain about it later. But then we have to inspire our partners on what they can do or what's their aspiration, their goals, the realities, the options. And people like it because you're not patronizing. You don't tell people what to do. So I've worked with students, academicians, professors, but I would like to work more with decision makers as well as the corporate sectors, the C-level. That's what I really would like to do because they will have impact. And I asked Linda to talk about return on investment if you have climate coaching in corporations, for example. And over the years, over the last year, I've been trying to really refine my techniques on how to do it. Of course, with climate reality, the good thing is we are all proud being trained by Al Gore, and we have the tools, we have slides, we have platforms, we have engagement. So in concentrating with Indonesian youth, we organized youth leadership camp for climate crisis, where students offline before the pandemics gathered for 3 days, learn about the aspects. But the good thing is they have post-camp activities. They have their own projects, they have their own activities, their own interests, so that the communication will snowball. Right now, we've worked with almost 30,000 youth all over Indonesia. And Leah is, of course, the top mentors of all the Indonesian youth because she's involved with all kinds of youth activities. So we are working hard to introduce climate coaching in Indonesia. And we have organized events involving climate communities, Ibu, as well as coaching communities. Both communities realize that they should work together to find a way to really do more coaching and make more actions on climate.
Wonderful. Ibu Amanda, thank you so much. Perhaps, okay. Oh, the battery is off. Perhaps before we move on to Alison, our Vice Minister is coming. Pak Alu, thank you so much for coming. I know you have a very busy schedule, so do you mind like if we give time to Pak Alu Dohong? Sorry Pak, langsung nembak boleh untuk memberikan keynote speech di sini. Pak Alu Dohong, our Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you allow me to open up my mask?
Yes.
Because otherwise my voice sometimes I got obstruction. If you allow me, all of you, is it okay? Okay. All right. All right. Well, Director of Mason Center, Climate Change Communication, Dr. Edward Maivich. Okay, nice to meet you. Head of Agency of Meteorology, Climatology, Geophysics, Indonesia, Professor Dwi Korita. And Director International Program for the Climate Reality Project, Mr. Eden. And Managing Director of ASPER Associate, Ms. Linda. Oh, online. Oh, there are people online. Sorry about that. And the Project Director of the Climate Connection, British Council, Ms. Alison. Yeah, you are here. Director of the Climate Reality Project Indonesia, Ms. Dr. Amanda Kotsili, my colleague. And my fellow delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, both physically here and virtually over there. So good afternoon to all of you. It's my great pleasure to be here with you all in this Indonesian pavilion at COP26 UNFCCC in this beautiful city of Glasgow to discuss the important aspect of climate action, communicating and coaching to close the gaps between science and action. I think it's very, very crucial theme that we discussed today. Climate change communication actually integrate climate education theory and practices. It indicates the public understanding of specific knowledge on climate change and communicative context, public engagement, as well as adaptation. Climate action requires all individuals to start taking action. Then, climate change communication and climate coaching are important for raising public awareness on climate change. It is important to communicate climate change messages successfully to various groups in society, including residents, environmental educators, policymakers, researchers, and in order to increase public understanding of climate change, of course. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for some people, climate change has been described as a complicated issue, pervasive and ambiguous phenomena that is difficult to comprehend. This categorization leads to skepticism, controversy, and limited engagement by individuals. So the lack of commitment and adaptation quality for facts of the climate change appear distant with limited spatial experience, indicating the climate problem are not serious threats, calling for immediate and desired actions. There need to assess the persuasiveness of messages, rethink the social structure in which effective changes are expected to be conducted by empowered citizens. The different type of public talking about climate change and the various types of communication and coaching tools and strategies. Effective communication and coaching can be a powerful tools to enhance public awareness, change attitude, and trigger more ambitious climate action. Climate change actions consist of mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation indicates the cause of global warming, whereas adaptation suggests the impact of climate change on the society and the associated activities. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants both virtually and physically here. Climate change communication is a developing concept that appears in scholarly works that mostly comes from interdisciplinary area. Most attention has been given to science and perception, which started from studying climate change with communication and management approaches. Climate change involves specific behaviors changes to support various policies and social marketing to induce public engagement. The way climate change is communicated could encourage public attitude, intention, and behaviors toward a particular problem. Climate change is negatively associated with concern, policies to mitigate these changes. However, climate change communication can change public perception. Climate change effects effort to achieve development goals and future development objectives. Hence, environmental and cultural setting play an important role in shaping public perception of global warming risk. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, coaching and mentoring is ultimately concerned with the development of potential of human beings, of raising awareness to enable people to be responsibility for their action and ownership of their contribution. Coaches have a significant role in creating new way of being in service to a healthy human society and a healthy planet. Climate change reality is a global network. Sorry, I forget about one page. It's too long speech, right? Sorry about that. Coaching, mentoring, and supervision are systems to develop individual and create social value to work together in playing society part in addressing climate emergency. The climate change coaches exist to spark the possibility of climate change and equip people to lead inspire action that changing current system. The climate change coaches equip people to build relationship and have conversation that influence others to act on climate change. Climate change coaches are system for influencing people to make changes because the climate crisis can be taught. Thinking about climate change involves complex issues and emotion. The climate change coaches have demonstrated through authenticity and empathy in creating safe space for internal coaches to experience this powerful learning. Ladies and gentlemen and participants, the Climate Reality Project, founded by former Vice President Al Gore, is a non-profit organization that devoted to solving this climate crisis. Is that right? Okay. Through grassroots leadership, training, global media events, digital communication, and issues campaigns, Climate Reality work to spread the truth and raise awareness about the climate crisis. Climate Reality brings millions of people together to demand the leaders embrace solutions to the climate crisis to promote global action. Its mission is to catalyze a global solution to the climate crisis by making urgent action necessary across sectors of society. And Climate Reality recruits, train, and mobilize people to become powerful activists providing scale campaigns, resources to push for aggressive climate action and high-level policy that accelerate just transition to a cleaner and greener world. To be honest, I'm one of the alumni of the Climate Reality program. So, Climate Reality is a global networking which 37,000 volunteers, climate leaders, from 170 countries. And volunteers have been trained and to communicate with climate change and have become a tool to close the gap between science and actions. We will discuss the sharing information of communication and coaching for climate action. We will discuss best practices and innovation on climate communication and climate coaching from various organizations. From the sharing, we may formulate an effective strategy on climate change communication and climate action coaching. I wish you all have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Obrigado. Selamat sore.
Bapak Alu, terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much.
I need to say goodbye straight away.
Yeah, maybe we can take a picture first before Pak Alu leaves the pavilion. Take picture, Pak, boleh? Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot
Okay.
to wear this.
Yes, can we have a picture? Oh. Okay.
When you were trained, they don't have green ring yet.
Had to wait 15
Linda, I wish you were here with us today, but maybe we can Photoshop you beside us. Yeah, mungkin ada ke sana ya. Alright. Okay. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Maybe one more. Yeah. Maybe one more with the mask off, just like very quickly. Too close. Too close. Okay. Too close. Alright. Okay. Then that's good. Then. Thank you so much, Pak Alu.
Thank you all. Yeah. Thanks. I have another agenda.
Terima kasih, Bapak. Okay, wonderful. Oh, you don't? Okay. All right. So for the next, thank you very much. That was wonderful. We can have Pak Alu's presence here. And sorry for Alison Barrett that there is some delay for you. But Alison Barrett, the director of the, oh, hold on. Alison Barrett, project director, the Climate Connection British Council. She has held numerous senior global regional leadership positions, and then she is now the British Council Climate Connection program as a platform for global dialogue, cooperation, and action. And one of the program has impacted some youth in Indonesia as well. Alison, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying until this far. So I work for the British Council, and the British Council is the UK's cultural relations organisation. So what that means is that we work to bring people together from different cultures, different countries, different backgrounds, different sectors, and create opportunities for them to deliver projects together, which create social outcomes, but also help them learn more about each other and build trust and understanding. Essentially, that's what we do. You might wonder why we are here at COP26. That's because we work with hundreds of thousands of young people around the world, And the most important thing for those young people is the future of our planet. And it would not be possible for us to do our work to bring young people together if we were unable to respond to the demands they have to address the future of our planet. So the Climate Connection is a program which supports young people, provides them with a platform, gives them the tools, the information, the knowledge, the connections to really make a difference in their local communities. We launched a global youth letter a couple of weeks ago, and 8,000 young people from across 23 countries told us that they think they have some of the skills they need to make a difference, but they lack the platform, they lack perhaps the language skills to make a difference, because rightly or wrongly, most of the global conversation around climate change is in English, and they don't really know how to get involved in climate mitigation activities. We heard from our Indonesian young people. So far, 1,400 young people from Indonesia have signed up to our global letter. We heard from them that they want more focus on nature, on biodiversity, not surprising considering Indonesia's biodiversity, and they want more opportunities to build greater understanding of nature among their peers and among young people in Indonesia, which was really interesting. We are also an organization that teaches English to hundreds of thousands of young people globally. So while we may not be climate scientists or climate experts, we are experts in English language teaching, in communicating, and in helping young people express their ideas, their concepts, and to be understood. So we have two programs which really focus on communication and science communication. One of them is very narrow and deep, and one of them is very broad and wide. So the narrow and deep program is supporting early career researchers who come from small island states globally, who don't generally have opportunities to access professional development around communicating their ideas or their research. And we've provided them with 1 year of professional development, mentoring, coaching, English language training, connecting them with experts from universities across the Commonwealth, and building connections between them so that they can create research to action projects, communicate those projects to potential funding agencies, and get their research implemented and scaled up. So that's one of the projects that we do, and that we run in partnership with the Association of Commonwealth Universities. The second project that we do, which I want to talk a little bit more about, which is very broad and wide, is the FAME Lab competition, and we have one of the winners in the audience, I just noticed. So the FAME Lab competition is a science communication competition that provides a platform for young people, young scientists, to learn how to communicate their ideas in a fun, engaging, personally relevant, and meaningful way to different audience types. So they go through a selection process where their research is evaluated by scientists. They then go through a coaching process that helps them build their language skills and think about different techniques for communicating their ideas. They then have some coaching and mentoring, and they then enter a competition. They have to communicate their ideas in 3 minutes. Most of them will use some kind of props or pictures or visuals, or they might dress up, or they might kind of try and make it a bit funky and interesting. They communicate their ideas, and then they are judged by a panel of climate scientists, communicators, and British Council colleagues, of course. And that competition has been running for around 15 years. We've reached around 40,000 young scientists over that period. And in the run-up to COP26, we held a special edition for climate change communicators. And that special edition enabled us to bring 10 finalists into the climate change program And the winner, unfortunately not an Indonesian winner, but the winner was from Mexico. We had an audience voted participant who came from Vietnam, so close to Indonesia. Those speeches you can find available on our website, where I can share links later. What we've also done with those talks is we've taken those 3-minute speeches and we've created online English language lessons around their speeches. So we can use those talks to help build greater awareness and understanding of the content of what those young people are saying. So it's a really interesting program which is really trying to build public engagement and support for young scientists and give them that platform that I said at the beginning is so important for us at the British Council. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much, Alison, for sharing. At least we have our close neighbor, Vietnam, to be the winner. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can move on to our last speaker, Linda Aspe. If we can have her on the screen, please. Hi! Oh, yes! Wonderful. So Linda actually have a badge, but she has a meeting outside, so that's why today she's joining in online. But it's good to have you here, Linda. So Linda is the Managing Director of Aspe Associate, and she is a coach, facilitator, therapist, and speaker working on culture, climate change, and environment with progressive leaders. And then she is also a global faculty at Time to Think, member of the Climate Psychology Alliance. Oh wow, there's such a thing. I just found out. And the Climate Coaching Alliance and fellow of the British Association for Counseling and Psychotherapy. So Linda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm delighted to be here, and thank you, Amanda, for inviting me. And it's so good to hear other people speaking. Can you hear me well? Great, that's lovely. There's a bit of delay in the film, I think, as well. So I've been involved in coaching for around 30 years, and I got involved in climate change in only the last 3. And before I start speaking about climate change, I just want to acknowledge that a lot of the learnings that we have here are based on a very global north perspective. And the idea of thinking of taking coaching and wholesale importing it into the global south, for me, is just wrong. We have to look at what people need and want there and how we adapt and use our knowledge to help them to develop theirs. So the sort of work I do right now, I work with individuals who are leaders, teams and groups and organizations. And I think I can broadly say I work with them at 3 phases. One is before they're aware of the enormity of the crisis facing us. Secondly is when they have become aware and want to know what they can do about it. And thirdly is when they are already aware and doing good work and want to make sure that work can continue. I also do work on quite a lot of growing field in the UK of climate anxiety, which a few of the speakers have referred to. It is a growing phenomena in the UK, and we have the luxury of being anxious in a way. There are people in the global south who have never had the luxury of being anxious. It's just that they are living climate change. We're often in an anticipatory state here. So coaching really is the art of facilitating somebody's performance and learning and development so that they can think for themselves. And there's been a lot of reference made to coaching already today and how it's about listening. And I do think that the heart of good coaching is about really deep listening. What do people need? What do they want? What do they think for themselves? And it's so important not to foist our views or direct people into thinking what we think. And coaches, therefore, have to have a deeply held belief that the person that they are with or the group of people they are with is inherently resourceful. They have to have a great sense of belief that the people there can do this. And if you look back on, maybe you were fortunate enough in your upbringing to have somebody who believed in you, that you just knew that you would succeed because they believed in you. That's what coaching should offer, that really firm belief that people are the experts of their own lives, and the coach is simply there to shine the light and to help them see things in maybe new ways, but not to make decisions for them. So coaching is a co-created time and space, and you can coach great individuals, groups and teams. And key to that, as I said, is listening well. And what it can do then is raise people's self-awareness. It can, as the Minister referred to, raise people's sense of responsibility and empowerment and agency to take the actions that are really important to them. It can help people to become more adaptable, because when you've thought something through, you can see what might be around the corner, and you can begin to prepare for that and think about how you're going to do things differently. And of course, adaptability is a keystone of resilience. For you to understand yourself, understand your responses, and importantly in coaching, is to help people see a wider system other than them just themselves. So what they do in one place impacts in another. And people will begin to see results quite quickly from coaching, because it accelerates what's already happening. And it can shine a light on darker areas that aren't yet known. So that's what coaching does. And I think you had some questions for me, didn't you, Leah? I'm afraid I can't hear you at the moment. No, I can't hear you still. I can now. I heard you briefly, then you cut off again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so if the committee can send a comment, a message to her directly, that we hear what she said, and perhaps because the time is pretty tight right now, and we can move on to the discussions if like the participants have any questions to Linda and the other speakers as well. We can accommodate that one. And if not, well, you are probably thinking of some question. I do have questions. And thank you very much, Linda, if you can hear us. All right, now you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, wonderful. Well, technology. There is some, yeah. So maybe if we can go on to the discussion, I would like to come back to Ibu Dwi Korita. Ibu, you've mentioned a lot of programs on the ground, communicating with people that really need, all this climate knowledge that BMKG has. What have been the challenges, Bu, in communicating to different publics, different audience, Ibu? Maybe you can shed up some light.
Well, one of the most significant challenges is we have the gap, as I mentioned earlier yesterday in my presentation, due to the more complex phenomena in Indonesia. So our agency improving the technology. So we have higher and higher technology, and the product or information getting more and more high tech. Meanwhile, the people is so simple. So as you present, simple but frequent. So that's the most challenging for us, how to translate a high-tech product, very complicated with the figures, with the colors. And in fact, the fishermen, some of them doesn't recognize the colors. Sometimes we must just give the voice. So how to translate or how to explain very technical only with the voice and in emergency situation. So that's the challenge. Thank you.
So because Professor Dwi Korita is also a renowned international expert on disaster risk reduction and early warning system, ya Bu ya, been trying hard to build that here. So that's the challenge. So maybe Dr. Maiba, can you set perhaps from Ibu experience, what's your comment on that, Prof?
I'm going to focus on the role of misinformation, right? So we've talked about the role of information, helping people understand, but we have to understand the fact that there are those out there who would like to suggest the opposite. would like to suggest, of those 5 key beliefs, those 5 key facts I talked about, it's real, it's us, experts agree, it's bad, and there's hope. What I call the climate misinformation industry is doing their darndest with lots of money to to amplify their voices. They are doing their best to communicate the fact that it's not real, it's not us, the experts don't agree, that it's not really all that bad anyway, and ironically, well, there's really nothing we can do about it. So these are the 5 key misinformation facts that lots of money is being spent worldwide to try to perpetuate. It's a big challenge because even though the professionals that we deal with, that we coach, are trusted voices, they aren't the only trusted voices out there in the marketplace of information. And having large amounts of money to amplify your messaging through social media, through paid media, through advertising is really a very, very powerful way to get your simple, clear messages repeated often.
Thank you. And then I would check again if there is any question from the participants. Yeah, please.
I just would like to ask all the speakers, how do you see the role of the internet these days? Because we are in this pandemic world, and we are facing with the difficulty of personal communication. So how do you see Zoom, WebEx, and other solutions, whether they are a great opportunity or a bottleneck? What is your view on it?
For the climate communication.
For the climate communication, obviously.
Ethan.
Good and bad. So I'll start with the bad. Is, as Dr. Maybach just said, there's a lot of disinformation out there, and it's not just bad information. It's using new platforms, your Instagram, TikTok, etc., for information that is purely for, I think, marketing purposes, that is not for actually educating people, communicating the level of the crisis, but actually co-opting a movement. Co-opting a youth movement, co-opting a sustainability movement for things that aren't necessarily going to make any difference. It's like talking about a net zero pledge without any action. If it doesn't have any action, if it doesn't have a plan to get there, then what's the point? Or if you're just saying, I'm an influencer on sustainability, but you're not doing anything except putting it out there, then what are we doing? A lot of times there's brands behind it that have no interest in actually doing anything on the climate crisis. The good news is it can obviously be used the other way as well. There are plenty of people communicating really concrete plans, really influential and inspiring activist and grassroots actions that you would never hear about or you would never have the level of participation in, but not for the reach that social media has, but for the reach that you're able to get a Zoom meeting together and have 500 participants instead of a room of 10. That includes, you know, I'm Zoomed out, I'm webinared out, I'm workshopped out a little bit, but the fact remains that you can get a lot bigger audience like that. You can reach a lot more people. If you're doing it for the right reasons, then it's a good thing to do. We have some of that in our branches. I was talking to our Latin America branch earlier. They've done basically with partners, I think one's called Make Sense, one's called Planeta, something like, I don't remember exactly, but they're starting to do workshops on how do you use this specific tool to reach as many people as you can, how do you use this specific tool to, or how do you put together a plan that uses this specific tool for positive, so that you get that same engagement that a brand would have, but with a positive message.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to add on to that?
Yeah, Zolt, who asked the question, is the manager of Climate Reality Europe. and he works with 2,000 climate reality leaders all over Europe. 3,000 already, whoa. Yeah, so that's, I saw the situation, the internet, as a big opportunity, especially for Climate Reality Indonesia. Before the pandemic, where we had physical training with climate reality, we only have climate reality leaders in main cities in Indonesia. Right now, we can put dots all over Indonesia because of the internet opportunities. And also, the Youth Leadership Camp for Climate Crisis can be attended by people from all over Indonesia. Of course, with different internet connection, but as the organizer, we try to find some ways to accommodate them, either by WhatsApp message or text messages. Some of them had to go to the beach or up to the hill to find signals, but they try to really attend all the sessions for the Youth Climate Crisis Camp.
Sometimes need to take the boat, take a ferry to the nearest big city to get the internet, but that's, that's the inequality, but they're trying while we're solving the infrastructure problem. Maybe Alison can add on.
Just a point, I think in our experience, we've seen that the internet has enabled much more extensive peer-to-peer connections. Traditionally, pre-COVID, we would have done a program with maybe young people coming together physically for a week. We may not have had all of the young people together in one place. We might have had 5 countries together and another 5. But now we do it all digitally, all virtually. So they're connected with, an Indonesian maybe working with an Ethiopian, or a Rwandan with someone from Lebanon. And we've seen that those relationships have lasted over time more than perhaps they did when we did face-to-face work. So that's been really interesting. And I think the second thing is the sort of youth networks are able to remain in touch and remain mobilized, and to really build momentum over time. So again, one of our young people in Bangladesh formed a youth network after being on our program. That youth network is now working on a project to influence policy in Bangladesh, climate policy in Bangladesh. So I think it's enabling a longevity of engagement.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is that possible for me to add something?
Okay, thank you. Maybe, I don't know, internet have some negative impacts, but we found very positive, so many positive things, like as due to internet facilities, some less gathering in some occasions, and for different events. So natural conservation help for this. Maybe birds gathering there, as less people there, like this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Linda.
Thank you. Yes, I want to also just add in terms of.
We can't hear.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We can't hear Linda.
Yes. Can you
Kak
hear
Di?
me?
We cannot hear you still, Linda. Hold on. Yeah.
I'll try again. Any luck? No, I've been silent. Can you hear me now? No. Can you hear me? Yes, good. I can't hear you now, but that's fine. We'll take turns. I wanted to add something that I think is deeper about the benefits of the internet, is that our world has become quite fractured. People in some countries don't know what's going on in others, and there has been a growing sense of othering of others for many, many years. And the thing I've seen about the internet, talking to people all over the world that I would not normally get to meet and who wouldn't normally meet each other, is there seems to have, there is happening a greater awareness that we are all part of this world and we're all part of nature. And that what happens to one continent, one country, one people one tribe happens to all of us. And I think that's an incredible benefit of the internet that we've stopped as much, well, in some circles, othering, because we're all part of the same thing. And that's added to greater empathy, compassion, and desire to all act. Thank you.
Then I would ask the final question to all the speakers, and then we can wrap it up. Okay.
Thank you. I have a question for Alison. So I think that the work you do with the Climate Connection at the British Council is really exciting, and I wonder, when you work with often young people and children in climate education, how do you make sure that that enthusiasm carries through into areas like policy and government? Like that one example that you mentioned was a really good example of how the work you do builds enthusiasm that leads to actual climate action. And I was wondering, what does the British Council do to ensure that continues?
Hello. Thanks. That's a really good question. It's never easy, of course, ensuring that policy is influenced, but it's absolutely part of our focus. So our program is designed around 3 areas: youth engagement, public engagement, and policy engagement. And all of our strands of activity will touch on one or more, all of those areas. Climate education in particular is really important to us. And we are working with a number of governments to see how we can support the raising awareness of innovative ways that organizations or schools or institutions are already integrating climate and sustainability themes into curricula. On Friday last week, we signed an agreement with the Vietnam Ministry of Education that we would cooperate over the next 3 years on climate education. So the next step for us is to kind of understand, what does that look like? Is that higher education? Is that basic education? Is it curricular? Is it English language teaching curricular? Is it, So we're absolutely committed to doing that. But I think the key way that we are able to support that is the fact that the connections that we build, we don't just build them for a short program and then disappear. We're based in those countries, we have staff in those countries, and we connect with people over long periods of time. So we're able to support them grow in their careers and keep providing different platforms so that they eventually kind of reach an opportunity where they can influence policy. Yeah, and we see that time and time again with the young people grants that we offer. But any advice, very welcome. Anything we could be doing better.
Yeah, I hope that answered your question. Yep, thank you very much. So one more chance if there is any question. If not, then I will ask each speaker to give a closing statement. All right then. So yeah, maybe from Ibu Dwi Korita, Ibu, and then for other speakers as well to wrap it up, because this is very important, climate communication and coaching as well. But it might take time, to change belief, for example, from misinformation, change attitude and turn it into action, because like also mentioned that a lot of people have worried concerns, but translated into actions, not yet. So as a communicator, you can perhaps express your worry and hope as well, right? Here, if you can share us about your feelings in trying to communicate, to engage, to inspire them to not only change their belief attitude but also in actions. What is your worry and what is your hope for the future? Mungkin Ibu start from.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I agree with the other speakers that the most important things when we communicate, then there should be action. So that's why we must prepare our communication as simple as and as attractive as possible. However, then we found the problem. It is another challenge, how to sustain that. So for instance, if you remember, it's about the disasters in Palu. Actually, we have been started to communicate, to prepare them since 2009 up to 2014. everyone seems to be prepared for that, but no disaster occur. No disaster occur when everyone prepared. However, then 2014 changed the policy, changed the local government, and no communication at all. When we don't have any communication, any preparation, suddenly disaster comes. So that's why the key is also the sustainability, whoever is the leader. So that's most important thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. What about you for final closing remarks?
Yeah, so I would contend that the climate crisis is humanity's greatest problem that is not spoken about. In the United States where I live, we call it the climate silence. We know why people don't talk about it, because they feel they're not qualified to talk about it. They don't want to start a fight with people that they know and love. But in fact, it's the simplest and most important thing that every one of us on the planet, all 8 billion people nearly, can actually, that's the most fundamental way in which we can contribute. Having conversations about it, expressing our concern, expressing our desire to see the kinds of actions that have to be taken actually start to be taken.
So discussing starting the dining table, perhaps. That's the first step. Even final remarks.
I think movements are based on communities, for better or for worse. They're bad when someone is fearful that if they leave the community, they will be ostracized and they will lose everything. They are good when they are built on empathy, when they are built on good communication, and when they are built on towards action, as Ibu was saying. And unless we work with 10 different branches, Ibu, Amanda, and I, and others, and all over the world, and a communications partnership in China. And it is our job every single day to understand each other, to try and find common ground, to try and allow each other and empower each other to work the way that is impactful and action-oriented in our own cultures. Unless and until you can build that empathy for each other and connect with each other, then the action will not happen at the scale that we need for this crisis.
Thank you, Ethan. Ibu Amanda?
Right. I first would like to appreciate and recognize Ibu Dwi Korita from the agency for the BMKG, because Ibu opened a conversation with Climate Reality Indonesia, invited us to share some information. And there are a number of climate reality leaders at the agency, and that's where we go for data, because we need data related to Indonesia. Thank you, Ibu, and Sena there is one of our climate reality leaders at BMKG. And of course, I also would like to appreciate the Minister of Environment and Forestry as the national focal point of the UNFCCC. Pak Adi is there as well. And we also have a number of climate reality leaders there at the ministry. And the fact that we're given opportunities to speak about climate communications for, what, Leah, 3 years in a row or 4 years in a row at COP, we always talk about climate communication. So it's really important to have a relationship with all stakeholders.
Just very briefly, I'd just say don't forget storytelling. I think there's so much science in this space, but there's very little arts and storytelling. And I think the two have to come together. You're not going to be able to engage and convince and persuade and help people see the future and what they need to do if we don't bring in the stories as well.
Storytelling. Linda?
My final words would be, have a go, get coaching. You do not need to be a climate scientist in order to be a fantastic climate change coach. The main thing is you help people to think things through for themselves and draw out their own resources. So have a go, get a coach, try it out, coach each other, And you'll soon realize how it really accelerates your potential and your belief in your ability to be empowered. So please have a go, read up, have a go, contact Amanda. She'll certainly be very happy to talk to you about climate change. And just secondly, I would just say, I really do strongly believe that these kind of things must be local activities. They can be supported by international efforts, but building coaching capability within communities is what's going to make it sustainable.
Session, and I would like to invite all the speakers to stand up and then coming to the center of the stage, because we do have some token of appreciation, some souvenirs from Indonesia. Maybe Pak Adi could help to give the souvenirs to first Ibu Dwi Korita. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe photo first, Pak, while Linda is here. Yeah. Ibu, Bapak, boleh ikut? Ya. Oh ya, ya, that's clever. Aku sini sama Ibu. Ya, simetri. Ya. Indonesian way. We need to make a lot of pictures. And Pak Adi, if you would like to give the souvenirs.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih Bapak.
Ada lagi nggak?
Thank you very much. Coffee. Yes, lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's from Indonesia. They brought it from Indonesia directly. Hold on to itu masih dari penelitiannya. And then that's also coffee. What coffee is that? Oh, so that's a coffee. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so
Both in Glasgow and in Jakarta. See you again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Glasgow and 9 a.m. Jakarta, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you very much and have a good rest, so tomorrow we can have a really fresh mind again. Bye.